Okay. So, so you are going to learn the basics of agronomic practices and the processing as well for the rubber. And I'm going to conduct some of the. So you'll be having some familiarizing with the what uh, pest and diseases and tapping practices. I'm not going to do these things in deep since you are doing the diploma course, but anyhow, I'm going to cover these things as well. So you will be getting all these things within this time slot, right? Okay. Before starting the session, do you need any clarification or do you have any questions to ask? No. Okay. So if you have any questions, I mean, while I'm doing this session, you can raise your hand. Otherwise, you can stop me. I mean, when I'm doing the lecture, you can ask the question. So it's fine. I will be flexible for your questions and you can raise any question because some of you, I think, from the fields that, I mean, your profession is aligned with these areas. So if you have any questions, I mean, regarding this subject, right? So if you have any questions, so you can ask. So we can share our knowledge if you have the practical aspects and we are doing some cognitive things we are going to share. So if you have any questions, you can raise those things and it will be a good point to other students as well. Then you can share your knowledge with your peers, right? Okay, that's how this happens. So before starting this, okay, I will put the record on. Give me a minute.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Okay, so you can see my slide, right? Can you see my shared screen now? Anybody? Hello. Okay. Okay. Thank you. If I'm not audible enough because we are doing it in an online platform, I know there are some difficulties when you are doing things. So if there is any technical trouble or I'm not in a good audible range, that means due to poor connection, just let me know. Put a message or sometimes you can interrupt me and say that we are not clearly hearing you likewise, right? Okay. Okay. We'll start the session. Now we are going to start agronomic practices of rubber. So we'll see the introduction, right? So I will turn my camera off so it is better because it will save your bandwidth and you can clearly hear my voice. Okay. Okay. So we are talking about natural rubber, right? Because we have so many synthetic rubbers as well, but here we are talking about natural rubber. So natural rubber is an agricultural commodity which is highly elastic. That is the main advantage of this rubber, right? It is highly elastic and strength and flexibility are added through various treatments. We are talking about vulcanization, heat treatments, likewise adding sulfur. So vulcanization means we are adding sulfur and some of other chemicals. And we are giving some properties to the natural rubber. So that we can use uh, the natural rubber in a way where we need, I mean, there are some specific needs that we are fulfilling by natural rubber. Sometimes it may be absorbing the shock, sometimes it may be uh, as a sealer, sometimes it may be as a cover. So it will be act as a barrier like gloves and some of the coatings. So according to our requirement, we can manipulate the properties of the natural rubber. So we can add some chemicals, some physical treatments. Likewise, we can do so many things. Now, already we have done so many researches on rubber, but it's not enough. I mean, there are so many things to find out, but we have so many innovations to natural rubber. That is why we are using natural rubber because rubber in our livelihood, day-to-day livelihood, we are using rubber at least 50% of our needs, right? අපි මොනවා හරි ගත්තොත් okay. Before starting the session, how many of is there anybody who can't understand Sinhala? Just let me know. What is the preferred language? I mean, definitely I'm going to conduct this in English medium, but sometimes I use single medium to elaborate more, some to give you some examples for your better understanding. But if you can't understand single, I'm going to omit that. Is there anybody who can't understand single? Just let me know now.
I can't understand singular.
Hello.
I can't understand singular.
Can't understand. Okay, okay.
Yes.
Sometimes I will explain things in Sinhala, but I will explain it in the same way in English medium as well, right? So no need to worry about things. So if you don't understand what I'm saying in Sinhala medium, just let me know because I will make sure that I will be telling all the things in English medium, right? Okay. So the synthetic rubber is a byproduct of petroleum industry, right? So we have natural rubber, but according to the requirement, that means as I told you, in our day-to-day livelihood, we need rubber or the rubber-based products in different industries, different areas, different uses. So we need uh, higher portion of rubber. But when we are looking at the proportion or the quantity of manufactured natural rubber is limited, right? So according to the requirement, we can't fulfill that requirement by natural rubber. That is why the synthetic rubber is coming into the play, right? Synthetic rubber is a byproduct of petroleum industry. As you know, when we are getting different products from the petroleum, that means from the highly volatile gas to crude oil. Crude oil means like the ship fuel. There's a byproduct, right? It's a sludge. Add some chemicals and you can prepare synthetic rubber from this petroleum byproduct, right? Most rubber producing plants are native to tropics, right? So you have to understand that the rubber plant or all the rubber extruding plants are in the tropical area, right? So these are the main um, species that we can take what? Rubber or the rubber latex. So first one is Castella species, native to tropical America. Manihot. I think you know manihot, right? Manihot esculenta. අපි සිංහලෙන් මොනවද කියන්නේ මඤ්ඤොක්ක මඤ්ඤොක්ක වලත් ඔයාලට මතක ඇති පොඩ්ඩක් අපි කැඩුවොත් අපිට කිරි ප්‍රමාණයක් ගන්න පුළුවන් that is also latex but it is not elastic as the natural rubber that we are using but manihot also a source of latex that we can take rubber then Fantima and Elastica, it's native to Africa. Then Paranthenium, and the last one is Hevia. So Hevia is it's also native to tropical America. So we are talking about uh, yes, wait. Okay. So we are talking about Hevia brasiliensis. That is the genus and the species. Okay, specific species that we are talking about. Hevia brasiliensis. So Hevia brasiliensis is the species that is cultivated for extraction of natural rubber contained in its latex, right? So we are excluding or we are harvesting natural rubber from Hevia brasiliensis. In Sri Lanka also we can see so many rubber trees, different clones. So clones are there, but the species or the variety is the not the variety actually, the species is Hevia brasiliensis, right? So you have to understand that you have to know the specific scientific name as well, right? Hevia brasiliensis. So because you are following your diploma course, so you have to know the basic, at least three basic crops and what are their scientific names, right? Okay. So the composition of natural rubber latex varies with the clone, season, soil condition, tapping method, and frequency. So you can see the factors, right? So there are different clones. We will see some of the clones here. So clone means it's not the variety. Clone means uh, it's something extracted from a variety, but there are different characteristics. Sometimes it may be drought tolerant, pest and disease tolerant, high yielding. Likewise, we can formulate by genetically developing the trees, right? or we can differentiate the genetic pool and we can have different characteristics. And the season, right? So if it is rainy season, the composition of latex might be different, right? Because high water content. But if it is in drought content, drought condition, so it might be a different composition in the latex, right? Soil condition also matters. Then tapping method, frequency, likewise. The typical composition is as follows. So you have to know that in the heavier Braziliensis, so we are talking about heavier Braziliensis, right? අපි කතා කරන්නේ මෙතනදී මොනවා ගැනද? heavier Braziliensis කියන ගස ගැන. එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ ශාකය ගැන විතරයි. එතකොට අපි මෙතනදී කතා කරනවා dry rubber content, right? So the dry rubber content is around 30 to 35%. When we are harvesting or when we are tapping, so we are calling it that the technical term is tapping. So you are going to learn these things. When we are harvesting latex from the rubber tree, it is mostly, the composition of the latex, it has higher proportion of water, right? වතුර තමා වැඩිපුර තියෙන්නේ. So dry rubber content is the average composition, right? It might be slight higher, slight lower, but averagely it should be 30 to 35%. What are the other compounds that we can find in the latex? Proteinous substances, right? So you have to remember protein කියන දේවල් තියෙනවා නම් මොකද වෙන්නේ? ඒකෙන් අපිට අපේ production එකේදී බලපෑමක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්ද? So you have to memorize these things and I will explain in your processing part what happens when the proteinous substances are available in the latex, right? Then lipids, sugars, right? 1% of sugar, then inorganic ions and water, right? Okay, so you have to remember the dry rubber content, right? It is 30 to 35%. Okay, so we will look at a brief of the history, right? Because we are talking about so many things in rubber manufacturing, rubber products. So what are the milestones in the history, right? So native area is Amazon forest in tropical America, right? So how they identified this rubber? The voyage of Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus ගැන ඔයගොල්ලෝ අහලා ඇති. Christopher Columbus කියන්නේ a famous or renowned voyager. හරිද? එයා මොකද කරන්නේ? එයා රටවල් හොයාගෙන එහෙම නැත්නම් මොකක්ද ඒකට කියන්නේ? දේශ ගවේෂණයේ ගිය පුද්ගලෙක් නේද? So he's a voyager, right? He's Christopher Columbus. So when he visited to the Amazon forest or the America, he saw some of the small kids playing with a ball, right? Playing with the ball that is very bouncy, right? Because at that time, that era, they didn't find any of the characteristics from any substance like bouncing, right? Or elastic, right? So that is the first place or in the history where we can find the records where that means the team or the group visited with the Christopher Columbus, they were keen to identify what is this substance. So they went to the forest and identified that these kids or the villagers, they are just wounding the bark of a specific tree and getting the ooze or the latex and they allow it to dry and thereafter they will wrap that straps, right? දැන් අර අපි කියන්නේ මෙතන ඇතිනේ මේ රබර් වතු දැකලා තියෙන ඒ සම්බන්ධ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් තියෙන ඔට්ටපාලු කියන්නේ අපි rubber තද වුණාම when the rubber latex solidifies we can have a elastic nature but it's not in a good odor, right? It's in bad smell, but you can use it, you can wrap it and you can have a good rubber ball, right? Likewise, these kids in that Amazon forest, so the native people, what they are doing, they are wounding the bark and they are getting this latex out and they allowed it to solidify and they use it to different uses, sometimes to wrap some things and for playing, so to prepare balls, likewise. So that is the first place in the records that we can find the Christopher Columbus identified this specific plant, right? So I'm not saying that he identified the heavier Brazilians. Sometimes it might be a different clone. Thereafter, with the improvements and the research, they have found this plant, right? So The other milestone is vulcanization. That is by Charles Goodyear in 1838, right? So Charles Goodyear was a researcher and a scientist. He was the person who found the way to give strength to the natural rubber, right? අපි දැන් පාවිච්චි කරන මේ රබර් එක ඕනවට වඩා කොහොමද කියන්නේ? ඕනවට වඩා අපි කියන්නේ හිතන්න අපි ටයර් එකක් හදනවා without vulcanization we are preparing a tire. What happens when we applying that tire into a vehicle and we are riding the vehicle? It will definitely wear off, or it will increase the temperature and what do you call? It will liquidify. හරිද? අපි කියන එක මොකද දෙන්නේ? අපි ඒ රබර් අපි ටයර් එකක් හැදුවොත් ඒ ටයර් එක හීට් වෙලා ඒකේ තියෙන ඔක්කොම ටික දිය වෙලා යන්න පුළුවන් because it doesn't have the strength. So giving this strength or hardening process of this rubber, we call it as vulcanization. For that vulcanization, we are adding sulfur and we are giving some heat treatments and pressure like you see in this picture. So that is vulcanization. So it was found by Charles Goodyear in 1838. Then the rubber cultivation was identified by Sir Henry Wickham, right? So we have some of the evidence in Sri Lanka also in 1876. Because earlier what they have done, they went to the forest and extracted the latex from available trees. But when the demand increases, because after finding the tire and rubber, tires and this vulcanization process, the demand for natural rubber increased. So to match this demand, they have to produce more. For that production, they need more latex. That means they have to maintain plantations, right? So that is the first step of rubber cultivation. Then the pneumatic tire, right? Developed by Dunlop, right? Still we have the brand name Dunlop. So they were the pioneers of pneumatic tire. Earlier it was not pneumatic, but they found the tire. Now we have pneumatic tire. So motor vehicles, then rubberized bitumen. There's another composition called bitumen. We can use these bitumens for laying carpets into roads and some of the mats, right? Then still we need research and development. In present scenario also, there are people, undergraduates, you will be also getting this, not you, the graduates, I'm sorry. They are doing some research regarding the rubber, right? Because there are so many areas to discover. Okay. Then we'll see the morphology of rubber, right? Okay. What is the growth form? Under conditions of optimum development, heavier Brasiliensis is one of the tallest in genus and grows up to 40 meter in height. Okay, so it is a very tall tree, right? It is not a bush like tea. So here rubber, it is tall tree, right? Normally it is 40 meter height. So if you have the experience in rubber plantations inside rubber estate, you can see the canopy is very taller. කැනොපි එක රබර් කැනොපි එක කොහෙද තියෙන්නේ? එහෙම නැත්නම් ගස් අතු ටික හැදිලා තියෙන්නේ කොහෙද? ඉහළම තැනක හැදිලා තියෙන්නේ. So you can see how tall these trees are, right? The pattern of growth. Heavier Brasiliensis winters strongly. What do you mean by winters? Winters means it sheds its leaves. හරිද? තියෙන කොළ එක කාලයකදී හලනවා. හරිද? During the wintering, all the foliage is shed and the trees are bare for a brief period. Even though Sri Lanka is a tropical country, we don't experience any seasonal impact. Still, it winters, right? If you can see, I don't know whether you have this experience. Some of the states, in some of the, some months in the time, the year, you can see rubber plantations. They don't have leaves, right? Only the tree. තියෙන trees වල තියෙන ඔක්කොම leaves ටික shed කරලා තියෙනවා, right? That is how its morphology or the growth happens, right? Young shoots appear bearing young foliage distally and scale leaves proximal, right? So you can see scale leaves often bear flowers in the axis, right? Normally, what happens? The distally means it appears in the far away end, right? And scale leaves proximally. Langing scale leaves. So I will show you some photographs and bear flowers in their axil. So you can see when new foliage comes, how these flowers occurs, right? Then foliage. It's a trifoliage leaf. Trifoliage leaves means for one axis or one point, it attaches three leaves, as you can see here, right? As you can see here, right? Here you can see it is trifoliate, right? Assume various positions as they develop. Color too changes with maturity from copper brown to through apple green to dark or light green. So you can see copper brown, right? These are immature. These are immature leaves and these are somewhat mature. And you can see dark or light green according to the clone, right? Thereby we can identify the clone as well. Okay. Then soil and climatic requirements. So you have to know what are the basic needs to develop or what are the restrictions to develop a good rubber plant, right? So when we are looking at the physical properties, the depth up to 100 centimeters. So we have to have at least the soil, right? This is soil conditions, right? The depth should be 100 centimeter. Otherwise, it is difficult to grow the plant. The drainage should be there. If you can remember the rubber estate, so it is a slopy area, right? Not a flat land. අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මොනවද වී වවනකොට එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි පැඩි ෆාමින් වලදී නම් අපි ගන්නේ මොනවද submerged, right? අපිට වතුර රඳවලා තියන්න ඕනේ. But when we are talking about rubber plantation, we have to have a slopy land, right? It should be well drained. අපි වහින වතුර එහෙම ගලාගෙන යන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම නැතුව water lodging condition එකක් තියෙන්න බෑ. Aeration should be there in the soil, right? Aeration means the porosity or the air circulation within the soil should be there. If it is a compacted one, it is very difficult to grow rubber plant, right? Then friability. Friability means crumbliness. Crumbliness means when you are holding a small amount of soil in your hand, when you crush it, right? And when you squeeze it and when you release it, it should be come back to its own form or it should be in crumble form, right? Can අපි මෙහෙම අතින් තද කරාට පස්සේ so I will okay so අපි මෙහෙම අතින් අරගෙන when we crush it, right? When we release the palm, so you have to see soil particles here and there, not as a aggregate dense one. මෙහෙම අතින් මිනිකරන මැටි ගුලියක් වගේ තියෙන්න බෑ. That is the friability, right? So friability should be there and the water holding capacity. So it should have a good water holding capacity as well. Otherwise, it is difficult to provide the adequate amount of water to the plant. Then soil texture also very much important. As you can see, it should have a good texture with crumble and good water holding capacity and aerated soil, right? Okay, these are the physical properties. Then what are the chemical properties? Chemical properties, the medium level of NPK and magnesium. That means nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and also magnesium, right? Magnesium is a very trace element, but it should have the proper amount, right? Because normally we are not allocating or we are not applying nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in a frequent manner. There are some application rounds. Sometimes it's twice a year, sometimes once a year according to the requirement. But we are not do it frequently. because it's a perennial crop, and also we are growing it in a slopy land, right? So no deficiency of trace elements. There are some other trace elements, copper, sulfur, and there are many more, right? So you have to have no deficiency. That means not in abundant way, but the adequate amount should be there. Otherwise, if the amount is not there, it will show some symptoms in the tree, right? Tree again අපිට symptoms බලා ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙනවා. මොනවද තියෙන nutrient deficiencies කියලා. So if it is deficient, that means the production or the productivity will be less at the end of the day, right? So absent of saline conditions. What do you mean by saline conditions? Can anybody explain? I'm the one who is speaking now, but I need your comments as well. What do you mean by saline conditions? Yes? I need you to be speak, right? So you can, it is free to, I mean, when I'm asking a question, it is free to talk. And I mean, otherwise it is very difficult. I'm always trying to do my best. I'm trying to elaborate more, but when you are not understanding it, I don't know whether you got it or not. So you can ask, and you can join me with the QAs, right? Questions and answers. Okay, saline means the salinity, uh, salinity of the soil, right? So you see the pH should be around 4.5. So if it is pH is around 4.5, what do you mean by that? Is it acidic or basic? Can anybody tell me? Huh? Louder,
It is
please.
acidic.
Yes, it is acidic. So saline means the ironing the iron composition within the soil, right? So it shouldn't be absence of saline conditions means it should have a proper drainage. Otherwise, it will increase the saline conditions, and also we can't maintain the acidic composition, right? Salinity එක වැඩි වෙනකොට අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම basic පැත්තට යන්න තියෙන chance එක වැඩි. So these are the main requirements or the main properties, chemical properties of soil that we need to have a good rubber plantation. Then what are the physiographical features? Physiographical means the gently sloping or rolling terrain, right? Gently sloping means it is not steep, right? Sloping means the requirement is around 0 to 20%. අංශක 20ක ස්ලෝප් එකක් තියෙනවා නම් 20 ඊට වඩා වුණොත් it is very difficult, right? So this should be maximum 20, right? Right? මේ වගේ ප්‍රමාණයක් තියෙන එක තමයි හොඳ 0 to 20, right? 0 means flatland. Flatland also fine because there are some lowland estates where we can see rubber, but slope is the preferred one. And the water table should be more than, that means higher than the 100 centimeter. Centimeter 100ක් ඇතුළත අපිට water table එක හම්බ වෙන්න ඕනේ. හරිද? Okay. So, then what are the serious limitations of soil and climatic requirements? Steeper than 45%. 45% means, now here you can see not 20 degrees. I'm sorry. The early one, this is 20% slope, right? So it is not 20 degrees. So here, yeah, you can use it as 20 degrees and 45 degrees, right? More than 45 means it is very difficult to maintain. So that means very steep grounds, uh, you can't maintain the adequate area, because when you are growing the plant on the soil or the ground, it is very difficult to maintain because there are some the agronomic practices that you have to do when the plant grows. But when you are doing it in a steeper ground, it is very difficult to maintain, right? අපිට apply කරන්න වෙනවා, we have to do fertilizer applications, weeding, then tapping, right? Tapping means harvesting the latex. So these things are very difficult when it is very steeper, right? Thick hard pan within 20 centimeter. What do you mean by hard pan? Yes, hard pan means, can anybody explain what is the hard pan?
පසේ තියෙන තද ස්තරය
Yes, තද ස්තරය කියන්නේ මෙහෙමයි. Normally when we are doing paddy cultivation, for good example, right? When you are doing paddy cultivation, you know the field should be muddy, right? මඩ තියෙන්න ඕනේ. But when it is muddy, we can't walk on the paddy field, right? හොඳට මඩ වෙලා තියෙන කුඹුරක අපිට ඇවිදින්න බෑ. But when we are putting our foot in the field, you can feel, right? අපි field එකට කකුල තිබ්බට පස්සේ එක්තරා දුරකට කකුල ගිහිල්ලා අපි කකුල නවතිනවා. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි දනිස් හරියට ගිහිල්ලා අපිට ඇවිදින්න පුළුවන් නේ. We are walking on the paddy field, but it is very difficult. When we are walking, at some point, our foot will solidly contact with the soil, right? එක තැනකදී solidly contact කරනවා. That is the hard pan in the paddy field, right? So you can see, although even though we are plowing the land, we don't damage to the hard pan. If we do so, what will happen? It will percolate, it will drain off all the available water on the field, right? Because we need submerged condition. අපි කුඹුරක් හදනකොට අපිට වතුර වැඩියෙන් තියා ගන්න ඕනේ. So we are retaining water by this hard pan. But when we are talking about the rubber cultivation, it should be within 20 centimeters. 20 centimeters වලින් අපිට hard pan එකක් හම්බ වෙනවා. We can't expect friability, aeration, drainage, and all those things we can't expect. That means it will create some waterlogging condition. So it is not good for the growth and development of the rubber tree, right? Then more than 75% of rock outcrop. That means if you remember the experience of the rubber estate, you can see or you can remember there are some rock particles in the field, right? අපි rubber field එකක් ගත්තොත් rubber field එකේ තනින් තන ගල් තියෙනවානේ. අපි නිකන් හැමතැනම පොඩි නිකන් පොඩි නෑ සාමාන්‍ය ප්‍රමාණයක් ගල් තියෙනවා. So the rock outcrop means when we are talking about the overall land area, if the 75% or higher than that is consist with rock, that means it is not good enough to grow rubber, right? The rubber හදන්න ඒ field එක හොඳ නැහැ. නැත්නම් rocky particle තිබුණාට ගැටලුවක් නැහැ. නමුත් මෙච්චර තියෙන්න හොඳ නැහැ. Permanent water table within 20 centimeters, right? The same thing. Because it needs some drainage and water holding capacity should be there, but permanent water table should be in 20 centimeters. That means it will supply more water to the plant. It is very difficult to acquire, or it will grow well, but our ultimate goal is to have a good DRC content in the latex, right? DRC means dry rubber content. Then more than 90% of sand and low nutrient status. As I mentioned, what are the nutrients? Nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, magnesium, and other trace elements, right? So more than 90% of sand. That means also, the soil condition is not good, right? Because we have to have a good drainage, friability, water holding capacity. These things can't be expected if the land or the soil is very sandy, right? I think you understood what I said, right? If you have any questions, you can ask. Okay, let's move. Then the clones, right? We discussed about the variety. So we are using heavier Brazilianses and there are different clones. The first clone that we found is Wickham collection. Henry Wickham is the person who identified the need of commercial cultivation and brought some seeds, right? As you can see in this corner picture also, rubber seeds. So he brought some rubber seeds from the forest and commercially cultivated. So Wickham collection, we call it as Wickham collection, right? Because if you know the chemistry or the biology, you know the gene plasm, right? That means how the genetically order or the genetical order happens with the cross-pollination, because these are cross-pollinated plants. So it will differentiate. අපි හැමෝම එකිනෙකාට වෙනස් වෙන්නේ අපි cross pollinate කරන ඉඳනේ. එතකොට අපේ it's not cross pollinated. I mean we are crossing, right? We are when we are reproducing, we are getting some of the parts of some of the characteristics from our mother and some of the characteristics from our father. So we are a mix of our mother and father. Likewise, in rubber plantation also, when we are collecting seeds, the characteristics of the specific plant of that seed will differ from the other, right? Because it is not vegetatively propagated. ඒක vegetatively කොහරි අත්තක් කපලා හිටෙවුවොත් අපිට එකම ජාතියව ගන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි අපි seeds ගන්නකොට අපිට එන variation එකක් තියෙනවා. So the first clone or the collection is, we call it as Wickham collection. It happens in 1876, right? And 1919 seedlings were there, right? That was the first recording. Seeds and seedlings of Wickham collection used for commercial planting in 1883, right? So you can see when 1876, he brought some of the seeds from the forest and cultivated in specified land area. And after that, the seeds from that collection or that estate were taken into the other batch, right? එකපාරක් අපි forest එකෙන් ගන්න ටික එක තැනක හිටවලා ඒකෙන් එන seeds ටික අරගෙන තමයි ඊළඟ collection එකට යන්නේ. So Wickham genetic base until IR International Rubber Research and Development Board expedition in 1980s. So thereafter there were different research institutes, I mean specific rubber research institute. As you, I don't know whether you know it or not, Sri Lanka has the oldest rubber research institute, right? Rubber Research Institute in Sri Lanka, right? RRI is the oldest rubber research institute in the world, right? So they are doing some expeditions, right? They are doing some research and they are developing new clones according to their characteristics. Why we need these things? For example, if there is a specific plant I mean the plant which can give, for example, let's say pest and disease tolerance, right? There is a plant specifically tolerance or specifically resistant to pest attacks, right? මොකක් හරි pest attack එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒක නැත්නම් diseases, right? So there is a specific plant.
Dormancy?
There are different. Sorry?
They have dormancy?
I'm not getting you. Tell me again, please.
Dormancy කාලතරණය කරන්න
Dormancy,
පුළුවන්.
yes. There's a dormancy period. But yeah, we'll discuss these things. Normally, not as the other, coconut likewise, there are no any practices we have to do because it is very, the viability can be, the viability loss is high, right? Just after getting the seeds, we have to cultivate. So the dormant period will fade off when we are laying it on the sand. So I will explain these things, right? So they are doing some research and they are going to find out, yes, where were we? Let's say there's a plant with resistant to diseases, right? And there is another plant with high yield, but it is susceptible to that disease. So we can cross these plants and get the seeds and we can expect two things. Ne? We can expect two things. Either high yielding and disease tolerance. On the other hand, low yielding and susceptible to pest and disease, right? ඒක හරියන්නේ කියන්නේ ඔක දෙපැත්තම වෙන්න පුළුවන්නේ. Sometimes අපිට මේ දෙකේම තියෙන හොඳම ලක්ෂණ. We can expect best characteristics from both plants. Sometimes the opposite can be happen, right? So that is why there is a separate institute to do research and introduce new clones. So types of planting material are the unselected seedlings. Then clonal seedlings. Third one, with perfection of bud grafting. That is introduced by Van Helden in 1917 and hybridization techniques clone material. Normally, now we are practicing the third one and the second one. Unselected seedlings we are not cultivating, right? Because at the Wickham's time, he brought he brought many of the seeds that he can take, right? But there is no any selection procedure. Now By the time we did so many research and we found out what are the high yielding clones. So now we have clonal seedlings, right? Okay. Then production of new clones. What are the objectives? Normally, the main objective is preparing or making high yielding clones, because as you know we are not harvesting any fruit from the field. It is the latex, right? We are continuously extruding or we are continuously harvesting the latex from the plant, right? It is kind of a stress to the plant, right? අපි හැම වෙලාවෙම තුවාලයක් අපේ ඇඟේ අපේ තුවාලේ හොඳ වෙන්නදී හැම වෙලාවෙම එකකින් ලේනවද බලන්න අපි අයින් කරනවා මොකද වෙන්නේ? ඒක තුවාල කරනවා. It's stress, right? Likewise, we are taking out the latex. Latex means the composition or the compound inside the tree which can circulate some things. I mean the important materials to the plant, and it should be inside the tree, not getting out, right? But we are artificially or we are
Transplanting shocks.
sorry,
Transplanting shocks.
transplanting shock. Yes, yes, it is also there. Transplanting shock means when we are planting, that means when we are uh, planting in a nursery. Normally, we are having nursery practices in this rubber plants as well. So when we are transplanting, that means when we are taking that plant from the nursery and plant it in the field. So the transplanting shock means the shock that can occur due to the climatic conditions and the soil conditions. And because in the nursery, we are maintaining that plant with intensive care, right? So we are
In
maintaining
acclimatization.
sorry,
Acclimatization.
yes. So here, why you are asking that part? I mean, you need the clarification. No, you are giving. I don't get your point, because now yes
In
you are
tissue
asking that.
culture.
Yes, ask me the question. You are just giving me some terms, right? So what is the question? Hello. Just give me your question, then I can explain. Yes, because transplantation shock is also there, because I explained because you raised out the term, but here we are talking about the main objective is the high yield, right? So what are the other objectives? The growth vigor. Growth vigor means it should be a vigorous plant. If it is a tiny plant and it doesn't have the strength to grow well, we can't wound the bark, right? Because we are wounding the bark and taking out the latex. So we have to have a vigorous plant, right? So other than that, disease tolerance, as I mentioned, they're resistant to wind damage, right? Because as I mentioned, we are having slopy lands for the rubber cultivation. Slopy land means the wind is there, and we have to have a good plant which can withstand with the windy conditions, right? හොඳට හුළං ගෙන තැන් වල තමයි හුඟක් වෙලාවට අපි rubber plantations තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට මොකද as I mentioned, it is a very tall tree. Plant එක උස යන්න wind එක වැටෙන it is prone to fell off, right?
Hilly
So
area.
sorry.
Hilly areas.
Hilly areas, yes. So, so we are planting in the hilly areas, not actually most of the hill country, but as I mentioned, more than 45 degrees, it is very difficult to plant, right? So, what are the other characteristics that we are expecting? Resistance to tapping panel dryness, right? Tapping panel dryness is a physiological disorder. So it is not a disease actually. It is not a pest attack. It is something happens inside the tree. So spontaneously it will stop the latex production, right? So we don't know why, because there are so many research are going on, but still we can't find the actual cause, right? So it is a physiological disorder. So we have to have good clones with minimum incidence of tapping panel dryness, right? Then the timber production. After taking out the latex for a certain period of time, we can't throw out the plant, right? Because we invested so much of money for this plant. So after getting the latex out, we can use this plant as a timber, right? It's a very good timber tree because this is the only tree we can use for bending and crafting items, right? Because it has latex in the timber. Latex තියෙනින්ද අපිට ඕන විදිහට අපිට shape කරගන්න පුළුවන් without cracking, right? And the latex property is also there because if we are having so many, higher production of latex, even though the production is there, the dry rubber content is lesser, that means 20 or 15 something, it is useless, right? Because average also we are expecting 30 to 35% of dry rubber content. So it should be there. All those things should be maintained when we are cultivating or when we are producing new clones, right? Then thereafter we can do the site or the area specific recommendations, right? Because when we are preparing or when we are having clones, when we are introducing new clones, it is not generalizable to all the areas in the country, right? අපේ රටේ අපි අලුත් ක්ලෝන් එකක් හොයාගත්තා. මේ ක්ලෝන් එක සමහරට කළුතර පැත්තට හරියන ක්ලෝන් එක නෙමෙයි. කොහාටද? ඔය පල්ලෙහාට යනකොට නැත්නම් මාතර දිහාට ගාල්ල මාතර හදනවා නම් හරියන්නේ. ඒ වගේ අපිට එක එක පැති තියෙනවා, right? රත්නපුර පැත්තට වෙනම එකක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. හරිද? කුරුණෑගල පැත්ත තියෙනවා නම් ඒකට වෙනම වෙන්න පුළුවන්. So likewise, according to the climatic requirements, soil conditions, we can give the site or the area specific recommendation, right? Okay. These are some of the clonal recommendations. So you can see the plantation sector. There are different sectors. There are rubber plantations. They are doing the massive production. Smallholders also there. So there are three groups for plantation sector. You can see RRIC 100, 102, 121, 130. RRIC means it's something different. RRISL means Rubber Research Institute of Sri Lanka. RRIC means Rubber Research Institute of Ceylon, right? It's earlier case, right? PB Pranbhasha, it is not from Sri Lanka. So PB 260, up to 10% of extent. Then RRIC 100, temporarily
In
suspended now
Agalawatta,
because, yes, Agalawatta. Yes, miss, you can ask the question.
Rubber Research Institute, situated in
Yes.
Sri Lanka.
Yes, it is in Agalawatta, right? Rubber Research Institute is situated in Agalawatta, and the processing or the technology part is situation in Ratmala, right? So there are two areas, and there are some regional or the divisional area offices as well, right? Okay, then the group 2, RRISL 201, 205. Likewise, I'm not going to give you all those things to by heart, right? Just for your understanding, no need to by heart. But there are three different groups, right? And in the small holder sector also, there are three different groups: Group A, Group B, and Group C, right? So you can see the most commonly cultivated plant or the rubber clone is RRIC 100 because it has good yielding ability and disease tolerance ability. But when you are having the same plant for a longer period of time, the pest and the diseases will occur because they will come up with new strategies and attack to the plant, right? So that is why we are not allowing RRIC 100 in further cultivation. Now it is temporarily suspended. And the third part is for higher elevations, right? Above 300 mean sea level, 300 meters or up to 900 meters mean sea level. That means in these areas, they are very prone to wind barrier, wind damages, and the slope is very high. So we have to recommend different clones. Here also you can see RIC 100 and 130, right? Okay, just remember these clones, few of them from groups, so you can understand, right? Clone දෙකක් තුනක් එකකින් මතක තියාගන්න. එතකොට ඇති. Okay, then the land preparation. We'll move to the agricultural practices since we don't have much time and we have to cover so many parts. Now it's okay. The main objective is to establish a new clearing, right? New clearing, what do you mean by new clearing? New plantation, right? අපි clearing එකක් කියන්නේ මොනවද? අලුතෙන්ම පැල හදනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් අලුත් ඒරියා එකක වවනවා. තිබ්බ තැනක තියෙනවා අයින් කරලා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් අලුතෙන්ම අපි හොයාගත්ත තැනක plant කරලා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. right? New clearing or a replanting with a complete stand of vigorously growing rubber plants. Right? A complete stand is mandatory to achieve a potential land productivity level of the grown plant. Right? So that means we have to have a what? Complete stand. Complete stand means when you are having a plantation, there is a recommendation for planting distance. Sometimes it may be, I will show you the distances. So you have to have all the patches filled with plants, and all these plants should be tappable. Tappable means that you can take out the latex. Otherwise, you are maintaining the area. You are doing all the cultural practices. You are doing all the agricultural practices. You are doing all the weeding, fertilizer application, and those things for the total land area. You are getting the measurements for the total land area, but there are some missing points, right? So that means it will reduce your ability or your potential to take out the maximum from that plantation. That is why you have to make sure that you are getting or you are having a complete stand, right? හැමතැනම ගස් හදලා තියෙනවා. අපි කියන spacing වල හැමතැනම without any patches, without any vacancies, you have to have a complete stand. Okay. So what are the primary activities of land preparation? First one is, in all stand, identify WRD means white root disease. That is the most infected or impacted disease that we can find in the rubber plantation, right? අපිට rubber plantation එක දකින්න පුළුවන් නරකම disease එක තමයි white root disease කියන්නේ, right? So in old stand, right, in new clearing or we are having a new land area to cultivate rubber, we can't identify because we don't have previously grown rubber trees, right? So in a old stand, we can find. අපිට පරණ එක නම් identify කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ පැලයට white root disease හැදලා තියෙනවා. If there is a white root disease plant, that means it can be spread in the adjacent trees as well. So what you have to do, this is the preliminary activities. That means when you are preparing the land, you have to do these steps or you have to follow these steps first. Then you can go for the other land preparation activities. So what you have to do, first you have to identify white root infected plants, right? I will show some photographs, then you can easily understand what are the infected plants, right? Then demarcate patches including 2 healthy rows, right? What you have to do, first, let's say this is the plant, right? Here you can identify the plant. Then what you have to do? You have to identify 2 healthy rows, right? Demarcate patches including 2 healthy rows. Then, so let's say, right? This is the stand, right? Okay. Right? It's like this, right? So 2 healthy rows means, say here also there. Now what are the healthy rows? This is the infected plant. So 2 healthy rows, right? Another one should be there. Sorry. 1, 2. Okay, now what you have to do, you have to identify 2 healthy rows. So here, this is 2 healthy rows, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Okay, this is the patch. 2 healthy rows, right? දෙපැත්තම 2 healthy rows identify කරගෙන මෙන්න මේ patch එක. ඒතර මේ වටේ තියෙනවත් අපිට බලලා අයින් කරන්න පුළුවන්. So we can identify this patch, right? In these patches, all roots up to pencil thickness should be removed, right? Up to pencil thickness, right? What do you mean by pencil thickness? Pencil thickness means the thickness. Yes, pencil තියෙන මහත ගන්න තියෙන ටික. ඒ වෙනකන් තියෙන roots, right? Because we can find so many I mean the diameter of roots can be differ, but pencil thickness means that the tiniest roots that we can find in the rubber plant. So that means we have to clear the land, we have to dig the soil, and we can find out all the pencil thickness fruits and we have to remove these things. Then how we can do this? In these patches, all the roots up to pencil thickness should be removed, collected and burned in situ. What do you mean by in situ? In situ can what? What's the meaning of in situ?
And the
In
same place.
Yes, in the same land, right? We are not
Sanraj-
taking these things out from the plantation because if we
ස්ථානීය
do so,
සංරක්ෂණය
nah, the economy sanrakshana means in situ conservation. We are not talking about the conservation. Here, this is in situ means yes, sthaniya is correct. හරිද? ස්ථානීය එතනමයි අපි ගන්න අපි white root disease එක identify කරගත්ත තැනම two healthy rows ගත්තා. තියෙන ඔක්කොම ටික ගැලෙව්වා. ගලවලා roots එක මොකද white root නේ. So it's a root contact disease. හරිද? එක root එකකින් අනිත් root එකට. ඒකයි pencil thickness එක අයින් කරන්නේ. යටින් මේ roots ඔක්කොම root ball එක contacted right එතකොට අපිට එකකින් ඉඳන් අනිත් එකට ඒක යන්න පුළුවන් ඒ හින්දායි ළඟ තියෙන rows healthy rows දෙකක් අරගෙන we are suspecting that they have already infected with the white root disease and we are removing all the things and we are not taking it out from the plantation we are burning it in situ හරි එතනම තියලා අපි පුච්චනවා right monkey grubber is the suitable for complete uprooting right monkey grubber කියලා I will show a photograph monkey grubber is the equipment or the machine that we can use because it is very අපිට හිතනවා කියලා ගිහිල්ලා බදාගෙන ඕක 3-4 දිනක් උස්සන්න බෑ ලොකු ගහ so we have to use a machine right we call it as monkey grubber then uprooting could be commenced in northeastern monsoon season when soil is moist and completed in January following year that means with the monsoon it will we can expect heavy rains so the soil is very loose and it is very easy to uproot right because as I mentioned there is rocky outcrop right ගලුත් එක්ක තමයි මේ පොළව තියෙන්නේ. ඒතකොට ඒ ගල් අස්සලත් මේ roots ගිහලා හොඳට තද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. අපි නිකන් හොඳට පාරපු කාලේ ගිහලා මේ ගැලුවොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ? අර pencil thickness roots ටික ඔක්කොම ඇතුළේ ඉතුරු වෙනවා. ඒතකොට අපිට ගන්න වෙන්නේ අපිට අර අහුවෙන portions ටික විතරයි අපි කොහොමද ගලව ගත්තට. But the infected roots might be there and it will disseminate or it will cause the impact to the adjacent rows, right? So we have to make sure that we are removing all the roots. Okay. All vegetative matter must be removed and remnants must be burned. So vegetative part. ගහේ උඩ හරිය අපි අරගෙන එතන පුච්චන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ ටික අපිට අරන් ගිහලා වෙන තැනක පුච්චන්න පුළුවන්. Because the contact happen with the roots, so we are not taking out the roots, right? Okay, so this is how you can practice or how you can execute the uprooting process. So you can see here, they are having a strong rope and attached to the tree and this is the monkey grubber right this is the monkey grubber so attach that rope to the monkey grubber and you can rotate the wheel right thereby it will give the pressure and it will uproot right monkey grubber so if you want to see the action of the monkey grubber find it in the YouTube some of the videos are there okay this is how you can see the white root infected plant uprooted right so here you can see white areas, white, you see, this is white root infected.
Is
so you
this
can
a
see the
fungal
pencil.
infection?
Yes, it's a disease. It is actually, yes, it is fungus, right? So, yeah, we'll discuss these things, right? Monkey and white root disease, pestilent diseases, I will touch, yes, I will explain to you. So you can ask question by there. So here we are talking about the cultural practice, sorry, the agronomic practices. That is why I'm explaining this white root disease, right? Okay, then planting, distance and lining. So for soil conservation and easy implementing of agricultural practices, contour planting must be done in steep lands. As you know, we are having slopy lands or steep lands. So we are practicing contour planting. Mark dead level contours starting from steepest part of the land. Contour lines will diverge to finish the unbroken lines. What do you mean by that? Contour planting can anybody explain what do you mean by contour planting? If the land is like this, right? You can't plant as you want. So you are planting like this, right? In same height. First you identify the area with same height, right? There are some steep lands, right? So you have to stop it here, right? Sometimes like this, right? So these are the contours, right? So contour planting means we are planting in rows. So rows are identified with the same height, right?
කටු සටහන
If මොකද්ද?
කටු සටහන
කටු සටහන් නෙමෙයි. අපි කියන්නේ මේකට සමෝච්ච රේඛා කියන්නේ. සමෝච්ච රේඛා කියන්නේ contours. හරිද? සම උස සමෝච්ච රේඛා, right? So if space between two rows exceed double the planting distance, subsidiary contours should be marked. That means මෙන්න මෙහෙම තියෙනකොට දැන් මෙතනින් if this is the same height and there is no any area in the same height because this might be a slopey land, right? මේ පැත්තෙන් හොඳට තිබිලා මේ පැත්ත ඔහම තියෙනවා. So we can't find a good slow area from this side, right? So we have to stop it here and we have to increase the distance and we can have another one here, right? So I think you got the point, right? Okay. These are the planting distances, recommended distance. You can see 4.5 meter to 4.3, right? So if it is square, definitely it should be 4.5, right? 4.5 to 4.5, but 4.3 is the recommended way. Then 3.5 to 5.5 avenue, right? Square planting means, so you can see the clearance or the stand as squares. Avenue means it's like the path, right? 3.5 to 5.5. So when you are looking at the plantation, you can see according to the steepness, right? According to the slopiness of the land, we can decide what is our recommendation of the planting distance. Then 2.5 to 7.75 meters, that is intercropping, because there are some plantations where they practice intercropping. Intercropping means there are two types, monocropping and intercropping. I don't know whether you're familiar with these words. Monocropping means we are having only the one plant or the expected economical plant.
ඒක
If
බෝග
they-
වගාව
Yes, coconut only. But when you are doing intercropping means within that distance, you can manage some of the other crops, most of the case cash crops, where you can take out the profit within short period of time, right? So planting density is designed to give a stand of 515 to 520 plants, right? Remember this one, 515 to 520 plants per hectare, right? So what is the recommendation? 515 to 520. Otherwise, that means you are not utilizing your land in efficient manner, right? You have to make sure that you are having around 515 to 520 plants per hectare. Okay. Here you can see the contours, how they plant, right? Contour planting, right? 25%, 30% more soil moisture retention in 1 centimeter soil depth. And that's that's a character that we can find, right? Yes, now I need to. Okay, then soil conservation.
the a structure to contour plantation
Yes, good, right. I didn't explain that. There's a equipment called A-frame, right? A-frame. I don't think you need to cover that part in this diploma course. That is why I didn't mention it. It is like this, right? A-frame, right? So we use this A-frame, right? There's another balancing one. So you can use this A-frame to have contour planting. So it will give you the same, that means same height distance. So you can manage or you can have the adjustment. So if this is the distance that you want, you can keep one from here. If you are planting here one plant, you can choose you can find out next. So by having this A-frame, because distance is also there, there's a balance or there's a row with what do you call a dispense. අපි කියන්නේ ළඹයක් වගේ එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒකෙන් මේක balance කරාම අපිට ඊළඟට හරි තැන හොයාගන්න පුළුවන්. That is A-frame. That is the equipment that we are using to have the same height areas, right? Okay, so we'll move to the soil conservation, right? Since rubber is planted in steep terrains, right? Areas with high rainfall and also due to exposure into soil during uprooting of old stand, soil conservation is important to preserve the fertility of rubber growing area. So that means we have to make sure that we are ensuring or we are doing all the practices to conserve the fertility, right? Because when you are applying fertilizers, it can be runoff, right? Because with the rain, heavy rain, definitely it will be runoff and gather in the lower ground. Sometimes it will be in water reservoirs and so many bad things can be happen. So we have to make sure that all the soil conservation practices are done. Soil conservation methods should be capable of improving the soil structure, protect from rainfall impact, slowing down runoff, and providing safe ways to access runoff, right? If I ask you a question, what are the importance of soil conservation? These are the answers, right? Improving soil structure, protect from rainfall impact, slowing down runoff, and providing safe ways for excess runoff, right? So, because we can't retain all the water coming from the rain, so we have to allow it to drain off or allow it to run off, but in a safe way. That means it shouldn't carry all the nutrient compounds in the high areas. හරිද? උඩ තියෙන ඔක්කොම අර තියෙන මොනවද නියුට්‍රියන්ස් ටික අරගෙන මේක ගලාගෙන පල්ලෙහාට එනවනම් මොකද වෙන්නේ? උඩම ඒරියා එකේ තියෙන. එහෙම නැත්නම් high elevation වල තියෙන soil එකේ තියෙන fertility එකම අයින් වෙලා යනවා. Soil conservation methods could be categorized into three three categories, right? Agricultural, biological, and mechanical. In these three ways, we can do the soil conservation. Okay, we'll see one by one. What are the agricultural methods? Mainly the land preparation should be completed before monsoons. Why? What is the reason? Why we are completing the land preparation before monsoon? What is the reason? Anybody? Why we complete before monsoons? Huh? Yes.
To conserve the soil.
Yes. In which ways? How we can conserve the soil?
From runoff.
What happens?
From runoff.
Yes, from runoff means when we are doing the land.
Machine.
Sorry.
Rainy season in the machines use කරන්න අමාරුයි.
No, that's not the case. When we are preparing the land, we are disturbing the soil structure, right? That means we are taking out or we are bottom up, right? අපි bottom up කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි ඇතුලේ තියෙන දැන් අපේ පස උඩ තියෙන ටික crust එක වැඩි වෙන්න පුළුවන්. හරිද? Soil erosion can be happen. Yes, there's a message. Yes, good. That's what happens, right? Because when we are wounding or when we are disturbing the soil structure and we are bottoming up or we are taking out the inside part of the soil, right? It will loosen in the soil, right? Soil එක loose වෙනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් soil
There
එක
has
නිකන්
sticky
soft වෙනවා.
particles.
Sorry.
There has sticky particles. ඇලෙන සුළු වෙනවා.
Oh. That you mean money. Yes. Is something, but here we are talking about soil conservation. That means when we using the soil and heavy rain comes, it will mix with water. වතුර අඩ විදියට දිය වෙලා ඔබට ගලාගෙන එනවා. Because it doesn't, I mean, normal. So this means surface runoff is there. Yeah, but when we are disturbing it, it will be water and come down all the right? Contour planting on steep and undulating land. Undulating means it is not even, right? But undulating means is land, right? So the same maintain should not be clean weeded but kept under control to slashing. So when we are preparing or growing the tours, there is same maintenance. Taking them out, that we are not disturbing the soil. What will happen with heavy rains? It will run out. sliding need to be controlled, right? And all the soil particles within that control. So biological methods, ground covers, right? Ground covers means there are some plants, sometimes it's vines, sometimes small herbs, right? Can in the ground, right? Is not tall, right? Only grown in ground, right? So it will conserve the soil. It will act as a barrier for other weeds as well. Helps conserve soil, protect soil surface from rainwater. If the land area is open without any ground cover, that means it will directly hit by the rainwater, right? That means that splash off all the soil particles and it will disturb again the soil and run off. So if there is a proper ground cover, it will protect. It will act as a cover. Binding of soil through root system. So root system will bind, right? ඇතුලේ තියෙන මුල් වලින් අර තියෙන මේ පස් ටික එකට තදට බැඳලා දෙනවා. කියන්නේ පස් ටික ආය යන්නේ නැහැ. Preventing surface wash. කොහොමද surface wash එකක් වෙන්නේ? Because there is a good cover. Improving porosity through roots. So we are selecting some ground covers. These ground covers can produce nitrogen as well, right? They can fix nitrogen, right? There are some leguminous plants, and again they are yes.
Pureria, Pacilloids, Calpogonium,
Yes. Correct. Here you can see the recommended covers. Mucuna, Pureria, Desmodium. So Mucuna bracteata, Pureria facialoides, Desmodium ovulifolium. These are the main cover crops that we are using in the rubber plantation, right? They are not competing with the crop. That is the main thing. කොයි වෙලේවත් මේ cover crop එක යාගේ අවශ්‍යතාවය යාට අවශ්‍ය මොනවද වතුර ආහාර කොයි වෙලේවත් කම්පීට් කරන්නේ අපේ තියෙන ඉකොනොමිකලි ඉම්පෝර්ටන්ට් ප්ලාන්ට් එක. කියන්නේ රබර් ප්ලාන්ට් එකත් එක්ක. එහෙම ප්ලාන්ට් එකක් යට තිබුණොත් අපි දාන පොහොර ඔක්කොම අරයා ගන්න. අපි මේකට අවශ්‍ය කරන ඔක්කොම වතුර ටික උරා ගන්න එක කවර් ක්‍රොප් එක නා. So it will be a competition. So we have to avoid that. That is why these plants are used. Then vetiver grass should establish a dense hedge, right? Dense hedge, that means sorry. Dense hedge means, okay, let's say if this is the contour, okay? So this is the plant, huh? Plant. I'm not good at drawing, but I think you can understand, right? So this is the hedge, right? This is the hedge. So you can have vetiver grass here. So what the water coming from the upper land, right? It will come down and it will not run off with the soil, right? මේකේ වැදිලා තමයි මේ ටික අයින් වෙන්නේ. ඒතකොට ආයේ water විතරයි යන්නේ, not with the soil, right? Okay. Dense hedge along the contour and helps conserve soil through binding the soil, slowing the runoff, forming natural terraces and a good mulch, right? Good mulch means, what do you mean by mulch? Mulch. What do you mean by mulch? Mulch means we can lop off or we can cut. Huh?
වසුන්දානවා.
Yes. දැන් අනිත්තර තේරුණාද නැව. එතනදී කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? අපි we can cut off the vegetative part of the tree and we can use it to cover the base of the tree, right? So it will retain the moisture, it will give some nutrients after degrading, right? So that is the those are the uses of the mulch. Then mulching is another practice that we can use. Lopping of tree legumes, right, such as Crotalaria, Flamingia, Gliricidia, or paddy straw can be used, right? A rapid method that can be used, right? Because we can't plant or having ground covers just after planting trees because it will take some time, right? But within this period, if there are heavy rains that we are expecting, definitely it will damage the soil. So we have to conserve the soil. So as a quick method, we can use mulching. This method is adapted by the other methods, right? While preventing soil and soil moisture losing moisture. Okay, I explained this. Then mechanical method, the third one, right? Main drains, natural drain lines that are already exist should be used, right? Except when more than 60 meters apart, right? Natural main drain can be improved by construction of reverse slope pits, spill platform, and spill splash cushions. Okay, I will show you some photographs, then you can understand. Main drain means we are using the drains already exist in the land. අපි slope land එකක් ගත්තොත් නිකම් වැස්ස එනකොට අපි දකිනවා එක තැනකින් වතුර ඔක්කොම එකතු වෙලා දියැලක් වගේ පල්ලෙහාට එනවා. කියන්නේ normally slope එක එතනට concentrate වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒතකොට එතනින් තමයි එකතු වෙන්නේ. අන්න ඒ වගේ අපි තියෙනවා තමයි මේ train එක. අපි අමුතුවෙන් එතනින් වතුර එනකොට තව තැනකින් කපන්නේ නැහැ. අපි ඒකම ආපහු develop කරලා හොඳට ගල් අල්ලලා හදලා ගන්නවා. So if it is not 60 meter apart, again තව meter 60ක් යනකොටත් තව එකක් නැත්නම් you have to construct a main drain, right? උඩ ඉඳන් අල්ලලා then in 120 කියන slope එකකින්, so we can use the leveling equipments to make these lateral drains. So for example, right, if this is the land, right, no land right, these are the main drains, right, these are the main drains and these are the lateral drains. Right, along with the contours you can have lateral drains, right. මේ වතුර drain එකට main drain එකට දාම පල්ලෙහාට එන්නේ, right. Okay, should be completed prior to rains if cover crop not present, right. If cover crop because cover crop is not there, definitely it will impact to the soil. So we have to have a good drainage system, otherwise earth cut from drains should be heaped on the upper side of the drain, right. Soil deposited should be regularly and deposited above the terrain. අපි මේ terrain එකේ මොකද ගන්න? දැන් මෙහෙම තියනවා නම් contour එක lateral drain එක යන්නේ මෙහෙම නම් හරිද? මේක හැම වෙලාවෙම clean කරන්න ඕනේ. දැන් මේක ඕම මේ පැත්තට තමයි යන්නේ. හිතන්න මේ හරස් කරක් ගන්න. මේ පැත්තට තමයි මේකේ තියෙනව එකතු කරලා අපි දාන්න ඕනේ. නැත්නම් මෙහෙන් එන වතුර ටික මෙල්ල යනවා. මේ lateral drain ගිහිල්ලා මේක කොහරි තියෙනවා නම් පල්ලෙට තියෙන මේ එකට එකතු වෙලා පල්ලෙට දී කරන්න ඕනේ. හරිද? Okay. To a stone construct. We can't make the drain. What we can do? We can have stone terraces. We can apply stones. අපිට ගල් අල්ලලා පොඩි terrain මේ පොඩි පාරක් හදලා දෙන්න පුළුවන් වතුරට යන්න. Soil will get deposited on the upper side of the terrace and water will filter through. Distance between terraces depend on the slope. Right? අර විදිහම අර උඩින් එන ෆස්ට් එක එකතු වෙලා මොකද වෙන්නේ? අර ස්ටෝන්ස් වල එක පැත්තක හිර වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ ආයෙත් එතන ලස්සනට බැරි එකක් ඇදිලා ඒ වතුර ටික පල්ලෙහාට යනවා. I think you understood what I said, right? If you don't understand, please here you can see, right? This is the main drain, right? මේ තියෙන main drain. See? And these are the laterals, right? These are the laterals, right? Here this is stone terrace, right? මේ පල්ලෙහාට stone terraces there. Sometimes there are stone terraces here, but here it is a very soily area. No any, I mean, it is very less rocky outcrop, so they can manage to make a lateral drain, right? Here you can see rock particles. හැමතැනම ගල් තියෙනවා. Rubber plantation එකේ ගල් තියෙනවා. So these are the cover crops. මේ මුකුණ. මේ පේනවද මේ cover crops? When cover crops is vigorously grown, so you can see there is no place to grow weeds. Right? The clear එකකට තියෙනවා. But you can walk here and there in the plantation as well. Weeds තිබුණොත් weeds මේක උඩට හැදෙනවා. Difficult to move, but ground covers it will only limited to the ground area, right? Okay. Importance of weed management, right? So here you can see it is not well maintained. So you can see here, even though these rubber plants are there, they are very thin. Because all these weeds are competing with the requirements or the nutrient requirements for the rubber tree. And also it is very difficult to move. කොහොමද මෙතන ඇවිදින්නත් බෑ හැමතැනම දැක්කද කලින් ෆොටෝ එක බලන්න හොඳට ඇවිදින්න පුළුවන් විදිහට පාර්ට්ස් ටික ක්ලියර්. හරිද? කිසි කරදරයක් නැහැ. But when weed cover is there, ඇතුලේ සත්තු හිටියත් අපිට හොයන්න බෑ. So eliminate competition for water, right? Weed management අපිට ඕනේ. because when we are applying water or the available water will absorb by weeds. So it is very difficult to have the adequate amount of water to the rubber plant, right? So we have to eliminate competition for water, eliminate competition for nutrients, pest and disease management. Sometimes the weed plants will be the host or the habitat of the pests, right? Some pests like weed plant තියෙන. ඊට පස්සේ ඒගොල්ලෝ ඇවිල්ලා සක්කරන්නේ සැප් එක. එහෙම නැත්නම් කොළ කන්නේ මොකෙන්ද? අපේ commercial crop එක. එහෙම නැත්නම් මොකේද? rubber plant එක, right? Facilitate management of plantation of the holding. That means we can't go there and tap. Alright? If we don't allow them to move here and there, we can't take out, because every day as a routine practice, we are tapping or we are taking out the latex. For that, we have to have a proper path. That means we have to have a proper weed management, right? Okay. Rubber planting material production. Different types of planting materials are used, right? Unselected seeds, variable and poor in overall performance. As I mentioned, we brought some of these unselected seeds, but now we are not doing so. We are having clonal seeds, right? From superior variable individuals or gardens. However, variability is evident. Why? We are always having the characteristics from the mother plants. That means from the father and the mother, right? That means always we are having variability. We can't expect the performance as in the parents, right? Parents get the performance come බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්න බෑ clonal seeds වලින්. But the budded plants, that's the best way that we can have planting materials. Budding on the seedlings as developed by Van Helten in 1970. Since 1920, budded materials are used. අපි 1920 ඉඳන් මොනවද use කරන්නේ? Budded material. Variability due to stock minimized by selection. Because we can't take the stock part, stock and the cyan, right? I think you know these things in your basics. This is the stock, right? This is the cyan. So stock, we have to have seedling nursery or the seed germinate, and we have this branch we are taking out from a high performance or high yielding plant. So we are attaching this to the rootstock. Sometimes the characteristics of this rootstock might be occur or might be displayed in this bud portion. So if we do so, definitely we can minimize in the selection. Okay. Then that is how you can minimize the variation, and you can expect the good quality or the good characteristics from the high yielding plants, right? Okay. Then nurseries for planting material production. The objective is to produce quality plants through screening and good nursery practices, right? So we have to have a nursery. Nursery is the place where we are giving the intensive care for the plant. Then seedling nurseries to generate quality seedlings through selection of new seeds, early germinators, and vigorous seedlings, right? And budwood nurseries to produce vigorously growing buds of true type clones, right? So budwood nurseries are there where we can take out the buds, and seedling nurseries to have the stock, right? There are two types of nurseries, right? Remember. Then the rubber seeds, planting material for seedling nurseries. As I mentioned, we can't have the so we can do the budding, right? Budding means we can have a bud from a highly performing plant, and you can attach it to a rootstock. So this rootstock must be prepared with seeds. Seed fall season is August in wet zone and February to March in intermediate zone. Seeds of all recommended clones could be used. right? අපිට recommend කරලා දෙන ඕන මේක seeds ගන්න පුළුවන් according to our expectation, right? Seed production high in relatively dry areas, right? Because it happens with what do you mean? With the humidity of the area. වේලෙනකොට තමයි මේක පුපුරන්නේ. It will burst off and disperse the seeds, right? If you have that experience, වේලන කාලේ අර ගෙඩිය පුපුරනවා. පුපුරලා තමයි මම මේව ගැන කතා කරන්නේ. Seeds පල්ලයට වැටෙනවා. So due to short viability, කවුද මම ඇහුවා නේද? Dormancy again. So here it has very short viability. Collection and germination should be done within 2 to 3 days of seed fall. So you can see if we need a good quality planting material, definitely we have to collect it. And if it is a viable seed, you can identify with the color, with the weight. හරිද? seeds පරණ වෙන්න මොකද වෙන්නේ? ඒකේ බර අඩු වෙනවා. The viable seed දෙන හොඳ බරක් තියෙනවා. Fresh seeds are glossy and heavy. Storing should be avoided, right? We can't store. If necessary, spread under cool and dry conditions. Sometimes we have to transport it, right? Because if we are collecting it from far distance, we can't transport it to the field in the same time because we have to collect some amount of seeds. So we have to wait until 2 to 3 days. So if so, we need to spread it under cool and dry conditions. Then germination beds. 1 meter width and 5 centimeter thick layer of pure sand is required. Right? Length is 1 meter to 1 meter holds 1,000 seeds, right? Remember, right? For 1,000 seeds, it is only 1 meter to 1 meter, right? That means 4 kilograms. අපිට කිලෝග්‍රෑම් 4ක් අරගෙන එහෙම නැත්නම් කිලෝ seeds 1000කට 1 meter 1 meter bed එකක් ඇති. So we are planting purely in sand, not any other medium, right? අපි වැලිය වල තමයි germinate කරන්නේ. Number of seeds used in germination bed should be twice the stock plants or 4 times the plant requirement. Right? When we estimating the plant requirement, let's say we are having 1 hectare. What is the stand? 1 hectare, what is the stand that we have to maintain? I already explained. What is the stand that we have to maintain? Anybody? Hectare එක පැල කීයක් අපි වවනවද සාමාන්‍යයෙන්? Good stand එක ගන්න.
520, sir.
500?
515 to 520.
Yes, good. 515 to 520, right? 515, 520. So let's say 520, that's the maximum that we can go now. So 520 plants, that means our seed requirement for the germination bit is 4 times, right? එතකොට අපිට කොච්චරක් ඕනද? ඒ වගේ 4 ගුණයක් නම් 2080, right? අපිට 2080 seeds we need, right? Because our requirement is 520 plants, right? For the number of seeds used in the germination bed should be twice the stock plants, right? ඒ වගේ දෙගුණයක් වෙන්න ඕනේ stock plant, 4 ගුණයක් වෙන්න ඕනේ අපිට අවශ්‍යතාවය. Because we are doing another screening in the stock plant as well. Seeds should be pressed into the sand and covered with sand until the top of the seed. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි නිකන් තියලා තද කරලා උඩින් වැල් ටිකක් දාලා වහනවා විතරයි කරන්නේ. Should not be exposed to direct sunlight and need to be covered if necessary. Definitely we are applying a cover to avoid sun drying, right? Water every other day, but prevent water lodging, right? That is why we are using the sand as a medium. So we are preventing the water lodging, but water should be there. Because when we are using sand, it can't retain water. Definitely we have to provide water, right? Need to protect from animals. Most of the cases, animals keep on ants, right? Ants, they are coming into the seed and they are drilling it out and they are taking out all the food that they can take from the seed, right? So we have to avoid, and some of the animals are also coming. If seeds are new, germination in 7 days, otherwise 12 to 14 days, right? We can expect well viable, good, heavy, glossy seed germination within 7 days, right? Only early germinators should be used to raise stock plants. 50% of the total of seeds, right? See, as you can see, we need 4 times of plant requirement, but here in the rootstock nursery, we have to take only 50%. හරිනේ. අපි දැන් අතන 4 ගුණයක් තියෙනවානේ. ඉස්සෙල්ලාම 4 ගුණෙන් ඔන්න අපි 150ක් ගන්නවා. හරිද? 150ක් ගන්න මොකටද? අපේ ස්ටොක් ප්ලාන්ට් එක හදන්න. එහෙම නැත්නම් root stock එක විදිහට අපි use කරනවා. Transplant as seeds germinate when seedlings are 5 to 8 centimeter tall. Seedlings centimeter 5ක් කටක් කරනකොට අපි මොකද ගන්නෙ? ඒ ටික transplant කරනවා අපේ ඊළඟ poly bag එකට. හරිද? මොකද we are having these plants in the root germination bed that is sandy. Now we have to transplant into a poly bag, right? Okay. Here you can see different shapes of seeds, right? According to the clone, right? So you can see germinated seeds, right? May germinate these are the covers that we can use. I think here these are the seeds. They are in the soil. So this is the cover to avoid direct sunlight. After 5 to 8 centimeter tall, you can transplant into poly bags. So we are using only 50% of early germinators, right? Early germinators 50% විතරයි අපි select කරන්නේ. ඊටු අපි අයින් කරනවා, right? Okay. Then here you can see these are the seedling nurseries. So polybag rootstock nursery, right? Now this is the rootstock. අපි germination bed එකෙන් අරගෙන අපි rootstock එක විදිහට use කරන්නේ මෙන්න මේවා, right? I already explained there are two parts in the seedling, rootstock and the scion or the budroot, right? So this is the rootstock. 300 or 500 gauge. No need to buy hard these things, single row, double row, right? You can see here double row, right? Rows දෙකක් විදියට space in තියලා හදලා තියෙනවා. This is for your understanding. Agronomic practices such as culling, fertilizer application, disease control, watering are essential. What do you mean by culling? Can anybody explain what is the meaning of culling?
පිටලෑම.
Sorry?
පිටලෑම අයින් කරනවා කියන එක.
Yes, culling. Culling means we are removing poorly grown plants, right? අපි කුකුල් පැටව හදනකොට culling කියන practice එක තියෙනවා. අපි හොඳට පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳන් chicks ලා grow කරනකොට farm එකක නම් ඔය ඇදේට ඇවිදින්නේ එහෙම නැත්නම් එයාගේ හොඳ performance නැහැ හැම වෙලාවෙම ලෙඩ කියලා හිතනවා. Definitely we are removing those chicks. We are not feeding them because our ultimate goal is having a good quality or high amount of meat, right? හොඳට මස් තියෙන කුකුලෙක් හදන්නේ. ඒ වගේ when we are having poor performing plants, poor growing plants, definitely we have to take them out, right? So this process is called culling. So the fertilizer recommendation is like this. Pre-cut, I'm not going to explain, right? This is for your own understanding because you can read these things. Just recommendations are there. No need to explain. Disease management is a must in the nursery. So it is mandatory to ensure uninterrupted growth of nursery plant. Applying fungicides once in 2 weeks in wet weather every week or once in 4 days in adverse conditions. Because most of the nurseries are prone to wet weather because high rain seasons are there. So wet weather is very healthy or very favorable environment for fungal diseases, right? During oidium epidemic, oidium disease is something that we can expect in these nurseries in February to March. Sulfur dusting or sulfur containing fungicides can be used. Do not use same fungicide continuously because it will make resistant to the fungicide, right? The mancozeb, carbendazim, captan, these fungicides sometimes they are banning, right? Some may තියෙන එකපාරටම මේ ලංකාවේ නෙමෙයි රටවල ban කරනවා. ආයෙක approve වෙනවා. But normally these are the recommendations. Group B, Bodex mixture, copper containing fungicides. These are the fungicides that we can use alternatively. Okay, now I'm going to give you homework, right? Refer from online sources and familiar with these procedures because there might be some questions in your exam for green budding and crown budding, right? We don't have time and in your slot in this because we have to cover all 3 plantation crops within this time slot. So I'm not going to explain these things, but that is your independent learning, right? Green budding and crown budding. So it's these things, right? Okay, then field establishment. planting holes should be 60 by 60 by 75 centimeter. Should be cut, refilled with topsoil, not extraneous matter. That means topsoil කියන මොකද්ද? උඩම තියෙන soil. හැබැයි එතන උඩ තියෙන අනිත්‍යව ඔය උඩ තියෙන කෑලි බෑලි අයින් කරපුවාම යටින් එන soil එක. හරිද? අපිට soil එක කියලා ගන්න පුළුවන් ටික අපි වල කපලා යටට දාලා ඉස්සෙල්ලා හදනවා. And allow it to settle 1 month ahead planting, right? මාසයකට කලින් තමයි මේ මොනවාද planting holes හදන්නේ. Then the planting season in wet zone, it is southwest is the major season. In northeast, it's minor. Intermediate zone, northeast is the major. According to the expectation of rain. අපිට වැස්සත් එක මොකද අපිට හැමතැනටම වතුර දාන්න බෑ. field plan කරා කියලා අපිට ගිහිල්ලා වතුර දාන්න බෑ ලොකු එරයකට. Planting material, only young budded plants are recommended. As you know, now we have 3 methods, right? Unselected seedlings, selected clones, and budded plants. So now we are using only budded plants because we know the expected clone and the outcome of that plant, right? අපි දන්නවා මේ පැල හිතුවොත් මේකෙන් කොච්චර කිරි ප්‍රමාණයක් ගන්න පුළුවන් මොන වටද මේක resistant කියලා අපි we already know. So what are the importance of young budded plants? Less production time and cost, definitely, because if we are using seed plants, it will take some time. But here only we are using rootstock and we are combining it with the sign or the required portion, vegetative part of the plant, and we can have good quality plant with a short period of time and easy handling. Ability to select vigorous plants because selection is happening 2 ways, right? 2 times, right? That is why we are having 4 times of field crop requirement in the seedling nursery. අපි ඒ වගේ 4 ගුණයක් ගන්න එකයි select කර කර අයින් කරනවා. Ability to select vigorous plant, undisturbed root system because we are not disturbing. Otherwise, if we are maintaining seedling plants, we have to uproot it with the roots. But here we are maintaining rootstock nurseries in polybags, right? Just we have to remove the polybag and plant 100% field establishment because when we are doing or when we are planting seeds, we don't know whether it will plant or not, and the time also, germination time. We can't have a clear stand, even stand, right? Vigorous and even growth should be there. Then we can start the tapping at the correct time, right? Okay. Then selecting a quality plant. How we can select a quality plant? 2 leaf holes, right? Leaf holes, right? Okay, I will show you what are leaf holes. Color of leaves, height of plant, stalk sign angle, sign diameter, size of leaves, number of leaves in a hole. These are the main selected criteria for a quality plant. Then preparation and transportation. How we can prepare? Only plants with top hardened hole, right? There are 2 holes, right? Maybe leaf holes can right? This is a 1 leaf hole. This is the another, right? Only hardened 2 leaf holes at least. මේ වගේ දෙක තුනක් නෙමෙයි ඊට වැඩි වෙන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රමාණයක්, right? So top hardened hole, tailing 10 days prior to planting. Tailing means we are cutting the taproot from, because when we are having the polybag with the plant for a long time, it will penetrate through the polybag and will attach to the soil. හරිද? අපිට හිතෙනවා කියලා ගලවලා ගන්න බෑ. So we have to first remove the taproot. අපිට cut කරන්න ඕනේ. අපි cut කරපුවම අරගෙන යන්නෙත් නෑ. To avoid the transplanting shock, 10 days prior we are cutting down the taproot and we are allow it to settle down the shock, right? Transportation without damaging plant or losing root. අපි ඔහේ දාලි වල tractor එක වගකලා transport කරන tractors වල we have to make sure that it is properly stacked. හරි විදිහට අසුරලා තියෙන්න ඕනේ. Otherwise it will loosen. එහාට මෙහාට වැටෙන්න කිව්වොත් මොකද නර කියන root system එක damage වෙනවා. So the planting, don't annotate. Okay. Adjust the depth of the hole because we are filling the topsoil and now we have to make sure the correct depth. Graft union should be few inches below the ground. Okay, graft union. What is the graft union? This is the graft union, right? Here. Right? This is the graft union. This is the graft union, right? This is the angle. Median stock sign angle again mega. Then stock එක මේ හැදෙද්දි පැලේ මේ හැදෙනවා නම් it's not a good plant, right? So it should be a straight. මේ උඩට ගිහිල්ලා තියෙන්න ඕනේ, right? Angle එක අඩු වෙලා තියෙන්න ඕනේ. එතන graph union එක තියෙනවා. වෙනවද? Okay. union, few inches below the ground, 15 centimeter planted. Basal fertilizer not added. We are not adding any basal fertilizer. Remove base of the poly bag and plant. What we are doing, we are removing the base of the poly bag. When refilling soil should not be pressed hard. We are not pressing hard. What is our මැද්දට පැලේ තියලා වටෙන් මොනවාද පස් දාලා අපි මුගක් තද කරන්නේ නැහැ. එතකොට ඒක ස්ට්‍රෙස් වෙනවා. හරිද? So this is a good quality young butter plant. You can see here two hard holes, and you can see the angle, right? How it vigorously grown. These are the plants with immature top leaf holes, right? Top leaf hole එක immature. මේක යට එක mature වුණාට වැඩක් නැහැ. Top part එක තමයි immature. So it is not good for transplanting, right? So you can see this is the good one. Okay. So you can see this is the tailing. See, when you angle it, you can see the penetrated taproot. So you can use a secateur, right? Tailing up the taproot with prior to with pair of secateurs before planting. 10 days before we are cutting down or we are cut off the taproot, right? See, this is how you can measure the height. Normally, we are not using this type of rulers because all the planters, they know by experience what is the correct depth to place the plant, right? Then what? Removing the base of the plant here. By using a knife or a paper cutter, you can remove the base of the polybag and you can insert, right? Care after field planting. Removal lateral branches up to 2.5 to 3 meters, right? Meter 3-5 වෙනකම් වටෙන් එන branches. It is also a tree, no? So branches we have to remove because we have to have a vigorous trunk. අපිට හොඳ trunk එකක් ඕනේ, otherwise we can't tap. ගහේ නැගගෙන අපිට tap කරන්න බෑනේ. අපිට එක උසක් යනකම් clear trunk එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. Plant 10% of total plants as a trench plant for infilling and replacing weak plants. That means when you're planting, there might be some cases where the planted material or the planted seedlings will die. හරිද මොනවා හරි pest attack එක disease attack එක සමහරවිට එතනදී මොනවා හරි වතුර ඇවිල්ලා පෑගිලා මොනවා හරි වෙලා කැඩෙන්න පුළුවන් transplant එක. So we are maintaining 10% of the requirement. ඒ කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? 500ක් අපි හදනවා නම් 50ක් වෙනම trench එකක් විදිහට පැත්තකින් හදනවා. When there is some case, when there is a plant die, so we can replace by the same age plant. Otherwise, we can't expect the whole stand with the tappable block. අපි tap කරන්න ඕනේ එකම වෙලාවෙ එකක් අද tap කරලා අනික ලබන සතියේ විදිහට tap කරන්න වෙන්නේ. It is not economical, right? If trees do not branch when 2.5 to 3 meter in height, induce branching by leaf folding or cap method, right? අනිත් පැත්තෙන් තමයි branches ඉවත් කරනවා වගේම if it is not branching, we have to induce branching, right? There are two methods, cap method and leaf folding. Once laterals emerge, remove the cap and promote the main shoot. Soil and soil moisture conservation methods need to be adopted. Tree bases must be kept weed-free to reduce competition for nutrients and moisture. Then leaf and root diseases, pest damages, nutrient deficiencies must be identified early and treated, right? So you have to identify it. First, we have to give the intensive care because just after transplanting, you can't allow it to grow in its own because you have to make sure that it is having the proper care and all the nutrients are there, right? An annual girth increment of 10 centimeter should be achieved within 120 centimeter height, okay? So that is the height we are commencing the tapping, right? From the ground level or the graft union. අපි අර කිය graft union එකට චුට්ටක් යට වෙනකන් තමයි දාන්නේ. graft union එක අපිට අඳුර ගන්න පුළුවන් ගහ ලොකු වෙනකොට. From the graft union, right? Okay. If this is the plant, sorry, the tree, this is the graft union. ඒක පොළොවේමයි තියෙන්නේ. පොළොවට කිට්ටුවමයි තියෙන්නේ. මෙතන ඉඳන් කොච්චරද? 120 centimeter. 120 centimeter height වලින් මොනවද වෙන්න ඕනේ? The girth increment, right, should be 10 centimeters, right? Girth increment, yeah. Annual girth increment. That means per year, the girth increment by 120 centimeter height should be 10 centimeters. Centimeter 120ක් උඩින් හැම අවුරුද්දෙම centimeter 10 ගානේ මොකද වෙන්න ඕනේ? ගහේ මහත වැඩි වෙන්න ඕනේ, right? The stand per hectare must be maintained. That is why we are having a additional trench to avoid vacancies. හරිද? මොනවා හරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් වෙලා ගහක් මරනොත් ටක් ගාලා අතනින් fill කරනවා. Because we have to maintain the proper stand. That is 515 to 520 plants per hectare, right? Okay. These are pitfalls that you can see, but there is no branch, right? Then what you can do? You can have the leaf folding method. Leaf folding can what? You can take the top portions of the or the top part of the leaves and you can cover the top, the apical meristem. Apical meristem is the place where induces the height of the plant, or it will induce uh, the top growth, right? Not the lateral growth. උඩට උඩට හැදීගෙන යන එක මොකෙන්ද? මෙන්න මේ apical meristem එකෙන් තමයි හදන්නේ. ඒතර අපි ඒක වහනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒකෙන් branch උනාට පස්සේ අපිට ඒක දිගාරින්න පුළුවන්. This is the cap method. මේ අඹ කොළ ටිකක් කරන් තියෙන. You can see here, right? Use a cap, right? You are covering the apical meristem. Then you can see the branches. මේ පේනවද? ඒක වැහුවට පස්සේ branches ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. Then you can remove the cap. Okay. Then fertilization of immature plants, right? Wait. Okay, I will not explain these things, right? This is for your own reading. I will, because these are too technical and I will not, yeah, you can read these things, right? කොහොමද apply කරන්නේ, what are the methods, right? That's for your own method. So here you can see it's not clear enough. So this is a plant, right? In the middle you can see, and the area is clear, right? And you can have a trench, small trench around the plant, and you can apply the fertilizer, and you can close it, right? That is how you can apply fertilizer. So there are site specific recommendations. So you have to do some site specific analysis to find out what are the deficient nutrients, and thereby you can apply, right? This is for your own reading. Yes. Intentionally I included these things for your own reading, right? Product කියලා බලන්න කොහොමද කරන්නේ? This is how you do the site specific or the sample collection. From the above canopy, by having this type of long stick, they are collecting leaves, right? Then they are analyzing. And here also they are taking soil samples and taking it to the research institute or some other analytical laboratories, and they are analyzing what are the lacking nutrients in that soil. Thereby they are recommending, okay, this soil needs this much of potassium. So this is the recommendation, this much of kilograms you should apply to the stand, right? Okay, this is, I use this picture, then you can see the root ball, right? මෙතන මේ ගහ මොකද කියන්නේ eroded place එක, but you can see the root ball here and there, everywhere we can see so many roots. So that is how it will contact with the other plant, right? root එක. So these are the nutrient deficiencies, right? Okay, I will explain nutrient deficiencies in another part, but for your understanding, you can see the tip burn, mid-drip, the decoloration. Likewise, there are some deficiency symptoms you can identify. I will talk these things in a separate one, right? Okay, that's all about agronomy, but wait, there are some other things to cover as well. Any questions from this part? Anything you want to clarify? If so, you can ask from me directly. I will give you my phone number as well after this session. And wait, we have another part to cover. Okay, I will slightly go through with pest and diseases of rubber. So you can you see my slides? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So there are no any economically impactful pests in the rubber plantation, right? Incidents of mammalian pest damages on rubber have become more frequent, right? Recent past due to invasion of their wild habitats. Normally we are invading their wild habitats, right? That is why they are depending on the plantations. ඒ සත්තු ඉන්න තැන් වලින් ප්ලාන්ටේෂන් වලට ආවම අපි කියන ඒගොල්ලෝ පෙස්ලා කියලා. අපේ කරදරකාරී සත්තු කියලා. හැබැයි ඇත්තට මොකද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? අපි යාළගේ හැබිටාට්ස් වලට ගිහිල්ලා ඒවා ක්ලියර් කරලා තමයි අපි අපේ දේවල් හදලා තියෙන්නේ, right? There are several species of mammals with different modes of damage. Right? Young rubber plants may be destroyed, while mature trees also could be led to death during ring bark condition, right? Ring bark කියන්නේ සමහර සත්තු ගිහිල්ලා මොකද කරන්නේ? අර ගහේ ඇතිල් වෙනවා, right? They are rubbing in the bark, right? On the bark, and it will damage the bark, right? Ring bark කියන්නේ මොකද? ring bark වුණාම ring bark කියන්නේ කියලා දෙන්නේ. So if this is the plant, මෙන්න මේ විදිහ වෙනවා ring bark. ගහේට පැත්ත. එතකොට මොකද වෙන්නේ? මෙහෙන් phloem එක damage වෙනවා. මෙහාට උඩට nutrient යන්නේ නැති වෙනවා. So the plant will die, right? Okay, porcupine, wild boar, sambar deer, rabbit, monkey, bandicoots, all are doing some damages, but they are not very significant, right? All they are having some attacks. So the rubber tree is free from serious damages caused by insects, right? Because it has what? Latex. So they can't bow. ඇතුළට ගිහිල්ලා හිල් කරගත්තොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ? Latex හින්දා ඒගොල්ලෝ මැරෙනවා. So they can't harm to the tissues due to the sap or the latex, right? Rubber trees is susceptible to various diseases, right? Okay, I will show you some diseases. This is oidium leaf disease. It's powdery mildew. We talk it as powdery mildew. Causal agent is oidium heaviae. No need to buy hard, right? I'm not giving you those things in easy understanding. This is the oidium disease. If you see this type of patches in the rubber plant, that is oidium disease and oidium leaf disease. Okay. The causal organism is Phytophthora. Right? So you can see RIC 100, 117, 130 are tolerant to this disease, right? ඒකයි අපි මේ clones වැඩිපුර use කරන්නේ. Sulfur dusting can be used to avoid oidium disease. Then Coleotrichum leaf disease. Coleotrichum, Acutum and Gliosporus are the causal organisms. So this is the Coleotrichum leaf disease. Resistant clones again 100 and 130. That is why 100 is also a frequent or widely used clone in the plantations, right? This is Coleotrichum. Now you know oidium, Coleotrichum, and Cornospora leaf fall. This is Cornospora leaf fall, right? If you see this type of, as I showed you in the last slide, this is the Cornospora leaf disease, right? It's coppery brown, and you can see the patches, right? Again, RIC 100, 102, 121. These are the resistant varieties. Phytophthora leaf fall. This is the Phytophthora leaf fall. So leaf fall in the sense that means it will defoliate, right? Not in the proper defoliation. It will shed leaves in the wintering season. But here it will happen not in the wintering season, in other seasons, right? Copper fungicides can be used. Again, 100, 102, 130, they have slow tolerance, right? Phytophthora, median, palmivora are the causal organisms. And you can see this dust, black color. I think yellow right? Phytophthora leaf fall. This is bark diseases, bark rot, right? Bark is the main important part to take out latex. So bark rot means it will rot the bark, right? Again, these are the resistant clones. I will give you this presentation, but no need to take all the things down. But for your easy understanding, I will share these things. White root disease. This is the main disease that we discussed. You can see the white throat disease. We have different practices. We discuss these things. And this is the white throat disease symptoms. You can see, right? The vigor is close, right? And you can see the how the leaves are there. And these are this web structure in the root system, right? That's the white and fructification is also there. බිම් මල් හැදිලා වගේ හොඳටම වැඩි වුණාම ඇතුලේ මේවා හැදිලා මොනවද උනේ? හැදුනාම මේ disease එක මොකද වෙන්නේ? මේ කොහොමද? white root. Rigidiporous, microporous. Better to remember this name, huh? Rigidiporous, microporous. The fructification of this the development, right? We can see like this. Okay, so that's about the basics and another part disease management. Okay, then okay, I will just touch yeah. Okay. Okay, minimizing crop losses due to interference of rain. Because when you are doing tapping, no need to buy hard these things, right? We are having a practice called rain guards because in rainy season it is difficult to tap or it is very difficult to what do you call difficult to do the practices because the latex will mix with water. Sometimes due to heavy rains, it will spill off, right? Not guided to the collecting bucket, right? So we have to guard it, right? That is why we need a rain guard. There are three types: rain guards, apron, gutter, and kisan. Just remember what I'm saying, right? No need to buy hard all these things, but there are three types: rain guards, apron type, gutter type, and kisan type, right? This is the apron type. You can see there is a special mode of applying special gum. We can it's tar based gum. තාර වලින් දාලා හදලා තියෙන්නේ තාර වගේ gum එකක්. ඒකෙන් තමයි අලවන්නේ water resistant. So we are applying like a apron, right? You know, apron එකක් වගේ දාලා තියෙන්නේ. So this is the gutter type. We are creating a gutter, so it will not fully cover the tapping panel, but it will avoid the contacting of the active area, right? මේ area එක touch වෙන්නේ නැති වෙන උඩින් direct කරලා අයින් කරලා දානවා. gut එක apply කරාම. Kisan type is also like that, but for your easy understanding, where these are the suitable ones. No need, no need. Okay, that's enough, right? So wait. Harvesting. Okay, now we have to cover the harvesting part, that is with the processing. I will do it with the next class. That means with the processing, right? It's better to understand. Okay. If I okay, this is the harvesting part. So you have to know the basics of rubber harvesting. We call it as tapping. I will do a proper explanation about how to do harvesting and how this latex coming out from the tree, because there is a physiology in the tree and there are latex vessels. I am not going to explain it today, and because it is better when you know the way of tapping and how to do the tapping with the processing, right? So I will do this in the next class, right? Next week, actually. So today, I think I can wind up here. So I will do this part in the next week. Okay, then Any questions so far from the agronomic practices or pest and diseases? Anything that you need to clarify? මොනාරි අහන්න තියෙනවද? සිංහලෙන් හරි ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් හරි අහන්න. You can ask either in English or Sinhala. I don't know Tamil. I'm sorry. But yes, you can ask any question if you have. Okay, then if there's no questions to ask, I'm going to stop here today, because today most of the part, uh, the coconut processing and also the tea agronomy part will be taken by the Sagar sir, and I will be doing the higher portion in next week for the tea processing and also the processing of rubber, right? So for today, I'm going to stop here, and I will wait. I will ask from the Sagar sir. Sagar sir is not here. Just give me a minute. Okay, you can take a small break. Now it's 10 past 10. 10:30, Sagar sir will continue. So you can stay where you are with the Zoom and have a 20-minute break.
And can you see my screen? I have shared my screen.
Yes, sir. Good morning. We can see.
Okay, very good.
Recording in progress.
Okay, you already know this course module C2 commercial plantation crops. So under that, you have two sub modules. The C2-1 is agronomic practices of tea, rubber, and coconut. So under this subject, we are going to discuss about three main plantation crops. So what are they? Tea, rubber, and coconut. But in addition to tea, rubber, and coconut, there are other plantation crops such as sugarcane, cashew, and some minor plantation crops such as oil palm. And also some coffee-like plants. But mainly with this time, we are going to discuss about tea, rubber, and coconut. So first in this week, we will discuss the agronomic practices of these plants. Then next week, we will discuss the processing practices of these plants, tea, rubber, and coconuts. Okay, I think in the morning, Brian sir already discussed with you about the rubber agronomy. So to now onwards, I am going to discuss about the agronomic practices of tea and coconuts. Okay, so first of all, I will introduce myself. I am Sagar Pushpakumara, a lecturer from the Department of Plantation Management, Faculty of Agriculture and Plantation Management, Vibe University of Sri Lanka. Okay, then we will start the session. I think now there are 59 participants are there. So how many members or how many colleagues in your group, the Saturday group? This is the first time I am conducting lectures in your group. How many participants in this group?
Not quite accurate, sir. Approximately 70 to 75 today joined.
70 to 75. So in the morning session, how many students join?
75.
75. I think now 60 participants are there. I think others will join later. So until that, we will start. If not, we can't cover the rest of the things within today. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, now within these 2 hours, we are going to discuss about the agronomic practices of tea. Okay, so tea, the family. Let's discuss about the family and the scientific names of this plant. So tea is coming under family Thaceae. Thaceae, family is Thaceae, and the genus Camellia, family Thaceae, and the genus of this plant is Camellia. Then the botanical name or the scientific name of this plant we call as Camellia sinensis. So the Camellia sinensis is the botanical name, or we call it as scientific name of this plant, Camellia sinensis. So it is better. You should remember this name, Camellia sinensis. Then first we will discuss about the. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, so first we will discuss about the history of this plant, history of tea cultivation in the world. Then, first of all, according to the records, tea was first discovered by the Chinese emperor, and we call as Shennam. So Shennam is was a Chinese mythologically. It has recorded that he was a regent mythological emperor. So here in this picture you can see. So in 2736 BC, it is said that the empire liked his drinking water boiled before he drank it. So normally, usually, he was drinking water after boiling. So one day, while the servant began boiling water from him, actually, while they were traveling, so in a some place, they sat, and then he wanted to drink water. So what happened? His servant began to boil water, and accidentally a dead leaf from a wild tree bush fell into the water. So that's the history happened. So accidentally, suddenly, a dead tree leaf fallen to the that boiling water pot. So after that, the servant did notice it. Uh, he or she did not recognize what happened. But after that, that servant presented that water to the empire. So after this empire tasted that boiled water, and he was feel some difference. Actually, found it very refreshing rather than the normal boiling water. So and likewise, he wanted to search what happened, and finally he noticed that some leaf materials were in the boiling water. So likewise, the tea came into the drinking pattern. Likewise, so first started from the China. So tea was first spelled tea in English language and pronounced as tray. So the word also has a history. So likewise, the word tea or tree derived from Portuguese word cha. So nowadays also we use chai, tea likewise. So cha is the first word used to identify this drink or this plant. It was a Portuguese word. After that, that word derived to tea, and now we use the term tree. So when we discuss about the Sri Lankan scenario. So in 1965, Sri Lanka was the largest tea exporter in the world. So do you have any idea about the current situation? Are we still the largest tea exporter in the country or largest tea producer in the country? What do you think? Sometime some of your friends maybe work in the tea related industry, or some of you have some tree plantations. So that's maybe you selected this diploma course, the plantation, agriculture and plantation diploma, because you already engaged with these plantation crops. So what do you think? Are we still the largest tea exporter in the country in 2023 or 22? What do you think? I ask simple question, then you can answer it, yes or no. You can simply unmute your microphone and give your answer. Mohammed Ashan, can you hear me? Are you there? Hello. Yeah, okay, very good. So what do you think? Yeah, it's reduced. Yeah, maybe some of the reasons, and some other countries also started to cultivate tea. So likewise, at the moment we are at the fourth place. Actually, I will show you the figures. So here you can see top 10 tea producing countries in the world. Producing countries. So according to the production, China is at the moment the largest tea producer in the world. So here you can see their production. So in metric tons, and next to the China, India could serve their place, the second place. After that, the Kenya, then the fourth place. Now we are at the fourth place according to the tea producing countries in the world. Okay, then let's start about the origin of this plant. So tea was originated in Southeast Asia, and at the moment it has distributed all among the world or all the countries. In 1867, the first commercial planting tea in Sri Lanka was undertaken by James Taylor on 19 areas of the land on Lul Kadura estate, Hewa Hatta. So the Hewa Hatta, the estate name is Lul Kadura estate. So this is the place. The first tea plant was planted by James Taylor in 1867. So now you can calculate how many years from 1867 to now. So it's more than 100 or 115 years history we have with the tea plantation. So in this picture, you can see a photograph of James Taylor. So he is the person bring tea plants to Sri Lanka. Okay, after that, at the moment, there are 23 regional plantation companies in Sri Lanka. In this table, you can see these 23 regional plantation companies. So in addition to these plantation companies, you already know some smallholders as well as in the house scale level, in the home garden level, Sri Lankan people cultivate tea. So the plantation companies such as Agalawatta, Agarapatana, Balangoda, Bogawatawa, Alkaduwa, Abilipitiya, Hapugastanna, Hatton, Horana, Kahavatta, Kegol, Kalaniveli, Kotagala, Lalan, Madulsima, Malwatta Valley, Muskelia, Maturata, Namunukula, Pusallava, Thalavakale, Dupusallava, and the Watawala. So these are the 23 regional plantation companies. So as I mentioned earlier, in addition to these plantation companies, we are cultivating tea in a small scale level as well as in the home garden level. Sometime in your home garden also, you have cultivated some tea bushes. Okay, then I think now you have a kind of idea about the history of this plant, how it came to the commercial plantation industry, and how the tea drinking practices came to the human life, bind with the human life. Okay, now it's time to discuss about the climate and soil requirement of this plant. So before that, I would like to ask one question from you again. So any of you, your home garden, have you cultivated tea, especially in the upcountry region? Tea තියනද ඔයාලගේ ගෙවල්වල හදපුලා තියෙන කවුරු හරි ඉන්නවද? Or do you have any experience with the tea plants or tea cultivation? Have you seen this plant? Even when you visit the areas like Hatton, Talavakale, during your vacation or the trip, you may be visited. දැකලා තියෙනවද?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good. Others? Okay, I think some of you have that experience. You have feel that tree, you have observed that tree. Okay, then you can refresh your memory. Then I will discuss the theoretical part of this plant. Okay, then now we will start about the climate and soil requirement of these plants. So now using this knowledge, I think you can, if you have idea to cultivate tea, then you can start it, because I will give you the necessary information and also the knowledge. Okay, then first we will discuss about what are the suitable climate requirements to cultivate tea. So the climate requirements mean rainfall and the temperature, relative humidity, wind. So those are the climate requirements. So the rainfall, this is the optimum annual rainfall. So to better growth of this plant, it is better if we can provide the optimum annual rainfall in between 2,500 to 300 millimeter. This is per year. Annual means per year rainfall. So annually, this range of rain is required for better growth of this plant. However, under this minimum annual rainfall, it means 102,000 millimeter should be there. If not, we can't cultivate the tree. So that's why we can't cultivate the tea in dry zone in Sri Lanka. So we can't see tree plants in Polonnaruwa, Anuradhapura, Vavuniya like district, because the rainfall, annual rainfall is less than the optimum or the minimum level. Therefore, it is very difficult to plant tea plant in those areas. As well as an even distribution without marked seasonality is also ideal. So this rainfall should be received evenly distributed. Evenly mean in the throughout the year, rain should be received. If not, if there are maybe some drought period or some dry period, so it should not good for cultivating tree. Okay, so then let's discuss about the temperature. What are the temperature requirement for this plant? Again, the optimum ambient temperature or the environment temperature is in between 18 to 25 Celsius. So this is the ideal temperature. So if the plant received the temperature in between 18 to 25 Celsius, so then plant can go wealthy as well as healthy and less vigorously. However, the minimum temperature, this is very important, the 13 Celsius. So it means if the temperature below the 13, that condition or that climate requirement or temperature requirement is not suitable for plant growth. As well as the temperature higher than the 30 Celsius, it also not good for this plant. Therefore, the optimum temperature is 18 to 25 Celsius. So if the temperature is 24, 23, it's better. As well as if the temperature is 27, 28, it also better because it's not higher than the maximum level or 30 Celsius. Are you clear? Any question? If you have any question, please ask. Clear? There are
It is
60.
clear, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you. There are 66 students. Then one of you can answer my question, please. Okay, then let's talk about the elevation. So tea we can cultivate in upcountry, mid-country, as well as a low country. So all the three elevations in our country, we have three different elevations level: up country, up, mid, and low. Likewise, so up country mean if the elevation can all that මුහුදු මට්ටමේ තියෙන උස. So the elevation is higher than the 1,200 meter. We consider that level is up country region. So in between, the elevation is less than 600 meter, we consider as a low country. So in between those two level, we call it as mid country. So tea we can cultivate all these three elevations: up country, mid country, also the low country. Okay, that's all about the climate requirements. I think now you had a clear idea. You have a clear idea about what are the rainfall conditions required to better growth of this plant, what are the temperature requirements, as well as the elevation. Okay, then let's start about what are the soil requirements. So soil mean we are going to plant a tree. So all the nutrients and all the things plant uptake from the soil system. Therefore, the better will develop, as well as the nutrient rich soil is very important to better growth of plant. I think you have already know about the soil properties and all the things. I think there are several sessions on the soil science and the plant nutrition subjects. So I think you have those basic knowledge. Okay, so soil. Again, there are several properties of soil we can categorize as soil physical, chemical, and also the biological properties. So soil pH is a soil chemical property. So the optimum soil pH level of the soil, the growth of tea is in between 4.5 to 5.5. So looking this value, 4.5, 5.5, can anyone tell me, is it soil pH range is slightly acidic or slightly alkaline or neutral? What do you think?
Is it acidic condition?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I think you know it. This is slightly acidic condition because normally the soil pH 7 is we consider as neutral soil pH. So soil is less than the 7, we name that soil is acidic soil, and soil is higher than the 7, it means 8, 9. We can.
Substitute.
Hello.
Base substitute.
I didn't get your point. What did you tell?
Base saturated.
No. What did you tell? I'm asking. Is the soil is acidic or basic?
Acidic.
Acidic, yeah, good. Acidic, yes. Slightly acidic soil. So if the soil pH is 7, higher than the 7, it means soil pH 8, 9.
Basic.
We call it as
Basic.
Yeah, basic, good. Basic or the alkaline soil. Okay, this soil pH is slightly acidic soil. And the soil's texture, soil texture is soil physical properties. Soil texture means the percentage of sand, silk, clay percentages. So loam and well-drained soil is very best. Loam as well as a well-drained. Well-drained කියන්නේ හොඳට වතුර බහැලා යන soil එකක් තමයි හොඳ. Water should be drained out easily without logging. වතුර රැඳෙන්නේ නැති.
Sandy texture.
Sorry?
Sandy texture.
Not sandy. Sandy means the soil drainage is very high, but the suitable soil condition is in between sandy to silt. Yeah, in between sandy to silt or clay. You know, the clay soil is completely clay soil has poor drainage facility. Then the sandy soil has very high drainage facility, but in between clay and the sandy soil is very good. The loamy soil is very good. As well as the organic carbon percentage of the soil, it should be around 3 to 4% organic carbon. You know, organic carbon or the organic matter is very important for better growth of plants. So without organic matter, we can't acquire the rich soil organism population in the soil, as well as the soil organic matter contain lot of macro and micronutrients. Therefore, soil organic matter is very important. Also, soil organic matter improve the soil physical, chemical, as well as biological properties. So if you have low soil pH, then by adding organic matter, we can enhance the soil pH. So likewise, there are
Biofertilizer.
But yes, please just listen what I am saying and answer according to that. Because I am not asking the examples for the organic fertilizer. I am just explain how do you define the organic carbon and advantages of them. Okay. If not, you are telling everything, so it may be disturb for me as well as the others. Okay, so the soil groups, suitable soil groups, there are there are several soil groups, but all the soil groups are not suitable for cultivating tea, because some soil may be having high pH value, as well as some soil has high drainage facility as well as low drainage facility. Some soil contain very low organic carbon, as well as some soil contain higher organic carbon. Therefore, all the soils are not suitable for cultivating tea. There are suitable soil groups like the red yellow fodder soil, as well as the reddish brown latersolic and the immature brown loam. So these are the suitable soil groups for cultivating tea. So among these three soil groups, the largest extent of the tea cultivation we can identify in red yellow podzolic soil, because the red yellow podzolic soil is complete all the soil requirement. It is the soil pH texture and the organic carbon percentage is very, or we can say as a high amount of these characters are matched with the requirement of the tea plant. Therefore, red yellow pod soil is the bed soil, as well as the largest soil extent we can identify this plant has cultivated. As well as the ideal soil for tea cultivation should be also these characters, at least 90 centimeter in depth. You know, in the soil, we can identify in the certain soil depth, a soil bed or the rock soil. But if we can have the soil with at least 90 centimeter depth without any hard soil or the hard pan. So that soil is ideal. As well as the contain less than 10% of gravel. Gravel means rockiness, rocks. So it should be less than 10%. 10% is the best. It means the soil should be at least 10%, or it must contain gravel. No, it's not. If the soil contain gravel, it should be less than 10. ඒ කියන්නේ අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම gravel තියෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා නෙමෙයි කියන්නේ. Gravel තියෙනවා නම් gravel 10%කට වඩා අඩුවෙන් තමයි තියෙන්න ඕනේ. If the gravel percentage is higher than 10%, so that soil is not suitable for cultivating tea. Third one, have less than 10% area covered by boulders or rock outcrops. This also not suitable. So borders covered by rocks, the large rocks, it also not suitable. අපි තෝරගන්න භූමිය ගොඩාක් ගල් තියෙන එකක් නම් ලොකු ගල් තියෙනවා නම් area එකෙන් cover කරලා, so that land also not suitable for cultivating tea. Okay, that's all about the climate and the soil requirement of this plant. Okay, just refresh your memory. So what is the ideal rainfall? So what is the ideal temperature? What is the ideal soil pH? Can you refresh your memory? Can you remember them? What is the ideal temperature?
18 to 25 Celsius.
Yeah, 18 to 25. So what about the soil pH?
4.5 to 5.5.
Yeah, 4.5 to 5.5. Very good. So I think you are with me now. You have a clear idea about them. Okay, then now onwards we are going to discuss about the botany of these plants. Okay, now we have an idea about the history of this plant and what are the climate and the soil requirements. Then now we will discuss what are the characters, what are the features of this plant. Okay, then botany. There are several plant parts: root, stem, leaf, flower, fruit, seeds, likewise. Then we will discuss them one by one. So morphological characters of tea. First, we will discuss the roots. So strong taproot system with the lateral roots and the feeding roots. So we can identify taproot system of this plant. So you know some plants have taproot system, but some plants don't have taproot system. But tea, this plant has taproot system as well as the lateral roots and the feeding roots. So lateral roots means those roots are spreading laterally or the horizontally, as well as some feeding roots also there. So feeding roots very important to absorb the nutrients from the soil. So those feeding roots mostly form a surface mat. So these feeding roots spread near to the soil surface, and also they create a surface mat. Like a mat, they create a surface mat. I will show you some photograph later. So food materials are stored in roots, which can be used to regrowth after pruning. So these feeding roots can store, actually food materials mean the nutrients, water, those necessary things to plant growth. And also after pruning, you know, the time to time we prune the tree bushes. So after pruning, the root number of plant leaves reduce, then plants can't synthesize their required glucose by the photosynthesis because we have prune. අපි සමහරලාට සම්පූර්ණ ගහේ එක කොලයක්වත් යන්න නැතුවත් ප්‍රූව් කරනවා. එතකොට කොළ නැති නිසා ප්‍රභා සංශ්ලේෂණයක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ, ආහාර හදන්නේ නැහැ. So at that time those feeding roots can release the nutrients to growth of this plant. So therefore the feeding roots also very important. Okay, here you can see in this picture, this is a feeding root. So as I mentioned earlier, these feeding roots are normally spread near to the soil surface by making a mat. form a surface mat. As well as here you can see the lateral roots. So here you can see the taproot system here, the root system. In the actual photograph also you can see we can't easily identify the feeding roots because they are very tiny root system, very, very small, but the lateral root system you can identify in this picture. Okay, so let's discuss about the stem of this plant. So under the natural condition, it grows up to a height of 10 to 15 meters. So here you can see 10 to 15 meters mean normally 3 to 45 feet. So in this picture, you can see normally under natural condition means without pruning or without harvesting leaves. In a natural condition, this plant can grows up to this height. So here you can see this man. There are two people in this on this tree. So under the cultivation or the commercial plantation level, we prune this plant time to time, as well as we train this plant by reducing or by pruning branches. So therefore, we can make this plant like a bush. So here you can see this like a bush. So it's spreading bush, low spreading bush. We can minimize the number of branches, and we can maintain or we can train this plant by reducing height to convenient to harvest. So under cultivation condition, normally we maintain around 3 or 4 feet height. So the leaves, here you can see the leaves, the alternate and also the evergreen. This plant is evergreen. Evergreen means, you know, some plants, they fall down all the leaves in the some seasons, especially maybe in the dry season. They adapted that to store or they conserve the water in their body, release all the leaves. But tea plant, we can't see that kind of pattern. Therefore, we call those plants as evergreen plant. As the alternator leaf pattern mean, I will show you a picture. Here you can see there are several leaf pattern: alternator, opposite, and the wall. So alternator leaf pattern means, here you can see in this picture, leaves that grow on one side of the branch or stem at one point. So after that, the next leaf grows on the other side. Here you can see in this picture, first develop this plant, this leaf in this light. After that, the second leaf is beginning from other side. So this pattern we call as alternate leaf pattern. So if the leaf developing in both sides in a same time, so that pattern we call as opposite. So sometimes some plants we can identify in this stem 4 leaves. 4 leaves are developing in a one time. So that leaf pattern we call as halt. So however, the leaf pattern of the tea plant is alternate. So what about the shape of this leaf? So shape of this leaf is lanceolate or obovate. We call this shape as lanceolate or obovate. I will show you a photo again. So here you can see the shape. So sometimes you may have seen several leaf shape, round shape, bilobe shape. Likewise, several leaf shapes are there. So the pattern of the leaf shape of tea is lanceolate. Again, there is a small mistake. Okay, so here you can see obovate or the lanceolate shape. So lanceolate shape means at the apex, the width of the leaf is very narrow than the base. So the acute apex also we can identify. Apex means the point, the other point, opposite side of the base, we call as apex. Acute can හොඳට තීව්‍ර වෙලා තියෙන apex එකක් we can identify. As well as the leaf margin is serrate. So here I think you can define this picture serrate. We can identify the spike like small margins here. This margin we call that the serrate margin. Some leaf has a very sharp margin, but the tea leaf has serrate margin. Okay, then these are the parts of tea shoot. So in a tea shoot, we can identify several leaf parts. So let's identify them. So here first we can identify the mother leaf. So mother leaf is the part responsible for making food for developing this shoot. So this shoot developed by using the food or the glucose produced from this mother leaf. That's why it called as a mother. Normally, you know, the mother is a person or woman responsible for feeding their child. So likewise, this mother leaf produce glucose and provide those nutrients to develop this shoot. So after that, we can identify the small leaf. We call it as the fish leaf. This is very small leaf, and this leaf normally does not develop again. The fish leaves, a very small leaf. So when we go a little bit up, now we can identify foliage leaf or the other normal leaf, foliage leaf. So from a side bud, the foliage leaf is generating from this side bud. So this is the stem, and again we can identify some foliage leaf. There may be one or two foliage leaf according to the growth stage of this shoot. And most importantly, we can identify the apical bud or the active bud. So this active bud is the bud producing leaf and develop further. So likewise, the most important part of this tea shoot is the active bud, as well as these first two first fully developed tea leaves, because there are next week we will discuss the harvesting. So under that I will show you again. So what are the correct harvesting methods? There are several harvesting methods. Sometimes we harvest only this apical bud. Sometimes we harvest apical bud with the first leaf. Sometimes we harvest the apical bud with first two leaf. So sometimes some harvesters or some pluckers, the harvesting people, we call them as pluckers. Those pluckers harvest this mother leaf also. So that's this mature leaf. So it is not the correct harvesting practices. If we harvest those mature leaf, so what happened during the processing? The mature leaf contain high amount of fiber. So after processing, those fiber we have to remove as waste. Therefore, it's not good. Okay, next week we will discuss them. So normally these are the basic parts of a tea shoot. So scale leaves also there. Scale leaf, you know, scale leaf is a leaf part, protect the bud in the very early stage. The scale leaf protect the bud. Here you can see the scale leaf here. Okay, then let's discuss about the other parts of tea leaf, flowers and fruit. So the flowers and fruit. So here you can see in this picture flower, solitary bond on axis. Solitary means we can identify individual flowers, not a inflorescence. තනි මලක් තමයි, තනි මල් තමයි තියෙන්නේ. මල් පොකුරක් විදියට එක විදියට පොකුරක් වගේ පිපෙන්නේ නැහැ. This is a solitary bond On axis, we can identify on the axis, not the stem. We can identify on axils. And also the bisexual. So bisexual mean all the both reproductive parts are there. Both mean male and the female reproductive parts are there. Within one flower, we can identify both reproductive parts. So the petals, so you can count them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There in this flower, there are 5 petals. So sometime we can find 6, 7 petals. So as well as here you can see there are numerous stamens are there. Stamen is a part of male reproductive system in this in a flower. So there are several high amount of stamens we can identify. As well as we can feel a fragrant smell flower, unique as well as the very good fragrant or the smell we can feel. So after that, the fruit, here you can see it's fruit, brownish or green in color. Here you can see. So as well as 3 lobes. There are 3 lobes. You can identify 1, 2, but there is another lobe in the other side. As well as the shape like a capsule or the berry or the capsule. Berry group picture. Lobe එකක් තමයි අපිට identify කරගන්න පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ. So inside the fruit, there are seeds we can identify. Normally, here you can see, as I mentioned earlier, there are 3 loops identified, and each loop we can identify a seed. So the size of seed around 1 to 1.5 centimeter in a diameter. Here you can see, not a very tiny seeds. We can notice in using our eyes. So the testa within and testa thin. Here you can see the testa or the outer cover of the seed also is very thin. පුංචි outer cover එකක් නැත්නම් පොත්තක් තමයි තියෙන්නේ. As well as a light brown color. Here you can see the color, light brown color. As well as the seeds is very rich in oil. So sometimes you have seen the tea oil. So for the cosmetic production, we normally now use tea oil for several purposes, especially the cosmetic purposes. So we can obtain oil from these seeds. Okay, then that's about the morphological parts or the morphological characters of tea. We discuss root system, we discuss leaves, we discuss flower, fruit, as well as the seeds. Okay, then let's discuss about the Tea Research Institute of Sri Lanka. So I think it's better if you know about the Tea Research Institute of Sri Lanka. Sometime once day you will work there as a research officer or research assistant or researcher. Therefore, I will briefly introduce about the Tea Research Institute of Sri Lanka. So in 1925, it means now already around 98, or in 2025, we can celebrate the 100 years of establishing the Tea Research Institute. So in 1925, Tea Research Institute was established in the Thalawakele area. And also the 1950, TRI introduced vegetative propagation tea, or we call as a VP, vegetative propagated VP, or clonal tea. So this is the, it was a very strong achievement of the Tea Research Institute to develop their own clone. So here in this picture, you can see the photograph of Tea Research Institute, and this is their logo. So that's why so the reason for I introduced about the Tea Research Institute, because we now discuss about the several cultivar or the clone. So all of these cultivar had developed by the Tea Research Institute. That's why they name as TRI. TRI means standard for Tea Research Institute. So TRI 2023, 2024, 2025, 6, 43, 30, 19, 30, 47. Likewise, there are several cultivars are there. The differences between those cultivars are their cultivation areas are different, as well as their propagation method, fertilizer requirement, their yields are different. So that's why there are several cultivars are there. Okay, so I will explain some of them. So especially in the TRI 2023, this is the light green leaves. This plant has light green leaves, as well as it gives high yield and also the quality tea, as well as it tolerance for shoot tall borer. Later we will discuss about the pest and diseases. So this cultivar is very important because tolerant for shoot hole borer, as well as susceptible to worms. So likewise, there are several advantages, also the disadvantages. But nowadays, the scientists as well as the researchers, they have the ability to develop the improved cultivars most of the time, resistance to the pest and diseases, resistant to the environmental impacts such as the drought or the high rain. So likewise, now we have that technology develop the improved cultivar. In addition to the those cultivars, Bedda, Thang, Calais, likewise, there were several other cultivars also available. So all those cultivars are vegetative propagation line. Vegetative propagation. Normally there are two propagation methods. You already know, sexual and also the asexual propagation method. Sexual propagation means producing flowers, producing fruits and seeds, then germination of the seeds and developing a new plant. So here we discuss about the vegetative propagation method. There are several vegetative propagation methods, cutting, budding, grafting, likewise. So we use the vegetative propagation method for commercial plantation of the tea rather than the sexual propagation method. Okay, then we will discuss about the nursery management. Now you already know there are several cultivars, several tea cultivars mean varieties are there actually. So there are several vegetative cultivars are there. Those vegetative cultivars now we can use to produce the new plants. Okay, then we will discuss about the nursery management practices of this plant. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, the developing a new plant or the propagation of a tea plant can be done into two ways. It may be seed propagation or the sexual reproductive methods or the vegetative propagation methods. So both methods we use, but most of the time we use the vegetative propagation method rather than the seed propagation method. So I think you already know what are the advantages and the disadvantages of these two methods. So can anyone tell me what are the advantages of the vegetative propagation method? Why we promote vegetative propagation method rather than the seed propagation method? Any idea? What do you think? Okay, I think you should have that kind of knowledge at least. What are the advantages of the vegetative propagation methods? So we can obtain a morphological and the agronomic uniformity of new generation, as well as a vigorous growth we can accept, and also the early burning into bearing, as well as the high yield potential. So those are the advantages. So there are several vegetative propagation method we can identify: budding, grafting, layering, propagation by cuttings, and the tissue culture method, like the most improved method also we can identify as a vegetative propagation method. So in using those four methods, most of the time we use propagation by cutting. අපි cuttings තමයි වැඩිලාට පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. tissue culture වගේ methods පාවිච්චි කරනවා අඩුයි. මොකද මේ tissue culture like those methods are more expensive. Therefore, we use the cutting, because this cutting method is very simply, and also no need more extra knowledge about handling those producing plants using the cutting methods. Layering and budding, grafting, those methods also good, but those methods take too much time. Therefore, the easy, low cost method is the propagation of the cuttings. Therefore, we use that method. Okay, then now we have planting materials. Then let's see how we can produce our nursery. So to develop, before we develop the nursery, first we want to select a good nursery site. So let's see what are the selection criteria. So those are the selection criteria, factors to be considered when selecting nursery. So nursery එකක් තෝරගන්න තැනක් හොයාගන්නකොට මුලින්ම ඒ තැන තියෙන්න ඕන conditions මොනවද කියලා අපි දැන් බලමු. Ability of proper soil media. So availability of proper soil media. So we should have a proper soil media. Proper soil mean nutrient rich, as well as the earlier we discussed what are the soil conditions. So soil pH should be 4 to 5, and also the loamy soil, wet drain soil. So those are the suitable soil media. So therefore, the available soil media should be there. If not, we have to transport soil from another site to our nursery site. So it will take more cost and also the time. Therefore, it is better we can find a nursery site with the proper soil media, and also the availability of the water. So after planting, we have to irrigate our plants time to time. Therefore, we should have a good water source for irrigation purposes. Transport facilities mean we have to transport resources. It means the fertilizer, other materials, shady materials. Likewise, as well as after completing the nursery period, we have to transport plants to our field. So therefore, transport facilities should be there. Transport facility means easy to access to our nursery site. එහෙම නැතුව වාහනයකටවත් යන්න බැරි තැනක අපි nursery site එකක් හදන්නේ නැහැ. So proximity to source of the planting materials is also very important. We have available planting materials and easy to access to those planting materials. If not, it will take more time to bring our planting material to the nursery site. So planting materials may be die off. Absence of the heavy shade also very important. So if there may be a high shade, so what happened? The plants not grow well. So therefore, absence of the heavy shade also very important. So if there is no shade, we can provide artificial shade. So we can make a shade, or we can provide shade. But heavy shade, we can't tolerate them. Therefore, it is better if we can select the nursery site without heavy shade. And the protection of the wind, protection from wind also very important. So those plants are very young, not mature plants. Therefore, if there is a heavy wind, the plants may be damaged. Therefore, there should be at least a protection from a wind, like a barrier, wind barrier. It's also very important. And also the good drainage facility is also very important. If not, waterlogging condition may be happen. So it may be case for spreading some root-borne diseases, ultimately die off or rot කුණු වෙලා යන්න පුළුවන් කුණු හරියට වතුර බහැලා ගියේ නැති වුණා. So therefore the good drainage facility is also very important. Okay, then now we have identified a good suitable site or the area for prepare our tea nursery. Okay, then now we have to prepare our soil media or the nursery soil. So these are the characters of our soil. Good soil media, soil pH 4.5 to 5.5, as well as the free from pests and diseases. I think I don't need to discuss them. Our soil should be free without pests and diseases. If the soil contains pests and diseases, it may be a reason for spreading pests and diseases to our plants. And the proper water holding capacity, proper water holding capacity. If not, we have to irrigate time to time. වතුර අපි ගන්න soil media එක රැඳුනේ නැතුනොත් අපිට හැම වෙලේම වතුර දාන්න වෙයි. As well as the good drainage also very important. So that's why the loamy soil is best for using as a soil media, because the loamy soil do not have higher drainage facilities as well as they do not have higher water holding capacity. වතුර ගොඩක් රඳවා ගන්නෙ නැහැ. වතුර සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම sandy soil එකක් වගේ drain කරන්නේ නැහැ. As well as it should not be too fertile. That also very important. Fertile or the fertilizer is very important for plant growth. But what happens if the fertilizer content is very high in the soil? So it also not a good condition for plant growth. Sometimes the nutrients may be toxic for the plants. Therefore, the too much fertilizer also not suitable for plant growth. So these are the soil media we can find. So Mana soil also very important, very available soil. And the jungle soil also we can use as the soil media or subsoil, as well as we can use the tea soil. Tea soil means the soil we can find in the previously cultivated land. So likewise, these soil media is suitable because those media contain the characters what I mentioned earlier. So after we identify the soil media, it is very important to fumigation of the soil, because we don't know if there are some diseases or some soil-borne pests or soil-borne nematodes like organisms may be there. So it is better we should disidentify or eliminate those organisms by fumigation. So the fumigation is very important. So especially for the nematode problem can be seen in the high elevation area. By fumigation means apply the fume or the smoke or disseminate those diseases and pests. So the primary objective of the fumigation is that. So fumigation method we can use to get a very healthy soil. Okay, then now we can start to obtain the cuttings. So earlier I discussed with you there are two types of propagation methods, vegetative as well as the seed propagation method. Under vegetative propagation there are again cutting, budding, grafting, tissue culture methods also there, but in the tea we use cutting method. So now let's see how we should prepare our cuttings for preparing the nursery. So selection of the good shoots. So cuttings we obtain from a shoot. අපි shoot අරන් වට කලින් පෙන්නුවේ shoot එක photo එක. shoot එකකින් තමයි අපි මේ cuttings ලබා ගන්නෙ. නැතුව stem එකෙන්වත් කොහෙන්වත් නෙමෙයි. Therefore first we should identify a good shoots. So let's see what are the characters of the good shoots. So vigorously growing erect shoot should be selected from mother bush which is more than 4 years of age. So we normally in the plantation separately we maintain tea bushes. Those tea bushes are we use for only taking shoots for the cuttings. අපි cuttings ගන්න වෙනම bushes කිහිපයක් අපි maintain කරන් යනවා. ඒවා ඇතුළේ cuttings විතරයි ගන්න. So normally we do not prune those bushes. අපි prune කරන්නේ නැහැ because we use cuttings using those bushes. So we call them as mother bushes. Mother bushes mean we obtain shoots from those bushes. So normally those bushes should be aged more than 4 years. More than 4 years age should be at the time we obtain shoots. As well as a vigorously grown erect shoot, we should select. As well as the shoot with the flowers or the flower buds should be rejected. So those shoots not suitable for getting cuttings. Therefore, we should reject those shoots if they contain flower buds. Shoot should be free from pests and diseases. So if the shoot contain pests and diseases, so what happened? Those pests and diseases may be spread to our nursery and ultimately spread throughout the nursery for other healthy plant also. Therefore, it is very important to select the shoot without pests and diseases. And immediately after harvest, shoot should be kept in the bucket of the water. So just after harvest, immediately we should keep them into the water bucket. If not, the shoots may be die. So here you can see in this picture the vigorously grown erect shoots. So healthy flower, healthy leaves you can identify there. So you can't identify any pest and diseases or their attacks on the leaves or the shoots, and also we can't identify any flower buds. So it is this is a good shoot, or we can select this shoot as a vigorously erect shoots for getting cuttings. So as I mentioned earlier, immediately after harvest of shoots, we should keep these cut shoots into the water bucket like this. So cuttings, again, the select semi-hardwood portion of the shoot is very important. We can't take cuttings from all these shoots. Yes. Sorry? Yeah, okay, here. Here you can see the primary objective of doing this practice is to eliminate the drying off of this shoot, because we have to transport these shoots from mother bushes to our nursery. So it may be take some time. It may be take some 10 minutes, 20 minutes, or maybe 1 hour. So until that, we have to protect our shoots without drying. Clear? Yeah, okay. So then now we have shoots, but we can't take all the cuttings throughout this shoot, because some parts, especially the top parts, they are very tender, immature. As well as the bottom part, the base part, they are very hard. So the best portion or the best part of getting cuttings from a shoot is the semi-hardwood portion of a shoot. Here in this picture, you can see this is the best part, the semi-hardwood portion. So under below the semi-hard portion, this part is very hard, or the woody product, hard, ready, as well as the top region is too tender, so it also not suitable. In between the tender and the woody area, we can select to get cuttings. So as well as in one shoot, we can obtain several cuttings. We can obtain sometime 1, 2, 3, or 5, 6 cuttings from one shoot. So likewise, for this is a one cutting, again cutting. So likewise, in the left hand side picture, you can see cuttings. So a one cut. So here you can see the cutting. So normally the cutting mean with the leaf and a bud. So that is a cut. කොලයකුයි මෙතන බඩ් එකයි තමයි අපි cutting එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ. So we can obtain several cuttings from one shoot. Here you can see we can obtain several cutting. We can eliminate this tender part as well as the bottom part. So here one, two, three cuttings. Sorry, two cuttings we can obtain by making those cuts. Okay, then again see here, there are several cuttings also there, single cuttings likewise, but in your level we will discuss about the most commonly used the single node cutting methods. So there are other cutting methods also, so we will keep them to your degree level. Okay, so the single node cutting is recommended for the planting most of the time. Here you can see the single node cutting. So it consists of one leaf and one axillary buds. So axillary buds bud කියන්නේ පැත්තෙන් තියෙන බඩ් එක. දැන් අපි ගත්ත shoot එක මේක උඩට තමයි develop වෙන්නේ. It developed like this from bottom to up. So the upper area we can identify a bud. So that is the apical bud. But the other area, so in the those buds we call as the axillary buds. So the axillary buds are responsible for making branches. So in a cutting, a leaf as well as a axillary bud also should be there. So normally length of the stem portion is around 1 to 1.5 inches. 1 to 1.5 inches. So here you can see in the left hand side the actual picture of a single node cuttings. Single node cuttings mean there is only one node or only one bud is present there. Okay, now we have cuttings. Let's see how we can prepare our nursery beds. So select now, up to now we have selected the nursery site and also the nursery medium or the soil. Then let's see how we can prepare the nursery beds. So the select flat land or the gently slope land. Normally it is better if we can select a flat land. If not, it is better we can select a slopey land, but the too slopey land is not suitable. Gentle slope land also good. So the size of the bed, normally the width is 1.07. No, normally we measure at 3.5 feet. අඩි 3.5ක් වගේ තමයි අපි ගන්නෙ. Length is we can take our length is not a problem according to our convenience. Convenient means to do the practices. We can decide the length of the bed according to our availability of the land. But the width is very important, 3.5, because after planting we have to do lot of cultural practices, watering, shading, fertilizer application, likewise. So if we increase the width higher than this amount, so it will not suitable to do those cultural practices easily. As well as there should be one food path either side of the each bed. So in between a bed there should be a food path, because that food path is very important to go through the beds, nursery beds. And also the surface of the bed should be gently sloped towards the drain, because if during the heavy rain season, the rainwater should be easily drained off to the drains. Therefore, the gentle slope is also good. I will, yeah, likewise. Let's see if this is the bed. The gentle slope means like this. So very important. Then in between the two bed, there is a drains. කානුවක් තියෙනවා මේ විදියට. As well as there should be a food path. මේ විදියට food path එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. මේකේ තමයි අපිට මේකේ ඇවිදගෙන යන්න පුළුවන් food path එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. So after that again drains and again the bed. So likewise. Okay, then now we have prepared our nursery bed. Let's see how to prepare the nursery bags. So we do not normally plant our cuttings directly into the nursery bed. So we use this kind of nursery bags for planting cuttings. So gauge of this bag is 150. Gauge means the normally the thickness or strength of the polythene. We used to measure the gauge, and also that this should be the transparent. So normally there are several nursery bags. Sometime you have seen the black color polythene and white color, white and black color. But in here, the transparent polythene is the suitable type. And also two side open polythene sleeves. So both sides should be open. Upper and bottom, both sides should be open. පැත්තම open වෙලා තියෙන්නේ මෙතනදී. As well as the size of the polythene sleeves around 20 to 23 centimeters in height and 30 to 15 centimeters in width. So this is the ideal length and width and height. Then the few holes about 20 to 30 holes should be punched on the side of the sleeves to facilitate drain. So normally in the bottom area, we can punch around 20 to 30 holes. So these holes important to facilitate the drainage during the watering. So excess water easily can drain out throughout these holes. Therefore, it is important to punch several holes there. So here you can see arrangement of the nursery bags in the bed. So likewise, so this is the nursery bed. Now in the bed, here you can see gentle slopey bed also there. So now we can place our nursery bags with the nursery soil media. Earlier we discussed the soil media. Now we can fill our soil media into these bags and we can arrange them or we can stack them like this on a nursery bed. Okay, then now we can put our cuttings into those nursery bags. So before planting, soil should be lightly wetted. We should irrigate the soil nursery bags properly before planting. So only one cutting should be planted in each bag. So each bag, only one, not two or three, only one. So normally, when we plant, when we use seeds, normally we apply 2 or 3 seedlings per hole. But in here, we use only one cuttings per bag. So vertical method is the best method. So what is the vertical method? Normally, there are 2 planting methods, slant method and the vertical method. We can slant or angle like this. We can angle the cutting like this, as well as we can put our cuttings like here, the vertical method. So the best method is the second method of the vertical methods. This is the best methods. So okay, now tell me what are the advantages of this vertical method, or what are the disadvantages of this slant method? Why we use we use vertical methods? Why we do not use this slant method? අපි මෙතනදී cutting එක මේ bag එකේ කෙලින් directly තමයි හිටවන්නේ, ඇල කරන්නේ නැහැ. ඇල කරොත් මොනවද තියෙන disadvantages? So tell me. Now you can think and you can tell me. So what do you think? Any idea? To make it firm. What do you mean by firm? Yeah, so, but in the both method, the wind may be affected, no?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
අලුතින් හැදෙන අංකුරයට පස් එකතු වෙන්නත් පුළුවන් එක එක කනිෂ
Yes. That is the good answer. Yeah, that is one objective of this method. අපි මෙතන අංකුරේ මේ විදිහට තිබුණොත් එහෙම මෙතන තියෙන අංකුරේ අපි වතුර දානකොට සමහර විට වතුරත් එක්ක පස් වලින් මේක වැහිලා මෙතන අංකුරේ විනාශ වෙන්න පුළුවන්. To protect the bud, we use this vertical method and we avoid the slant method. If we use this slant method, what happened? This earlier I show you the cutting contain one leaf as well as the axillary bud. So this axillary bud may be damaged by the soil. Therefore, we do not track with the slant method. That is a good answer and a correct answer. So what are the other things? So look at this picture here. You can see earlier I discussed with you in this here. You can see we place those bags in a very closer. There are no any space between two bags, two nursery bags.
Bacteria and diseases growing.
Bacteria and diseases. Sorry, again.
Growing bacteria and diseases in slant preparation.
Slant preparation. So how do you avoid the spread of the bacteria and diseases by using this vertical method? So in this vertical method also, it may be happen. Both method, it may be happen. If the nursery contain or our soil contain the bacteria or diseases, so it may be affected all the plants. So the planting method is not a reason for that. Okay, what I am trying to say, so in between these two bags here, you can see there are no any space. So what happened if you use this slant method? Here you can see this, the leaf is now grown or placed in out of this bag. No, here you can see. So likewise, the second bag also there in very near to this bag. So here you can see the overlapping of leaves may be happen. මේ විදිහට ළඟින් තිබ්බම ඊළඟ බෑග් එකකින් ඊළඟ බෑග් එකේ බඩ් එක මේ කොලෙන් වැහෙන්න පුළුවන්. But here in this method, so we can avoid it. දැන් මෙතනදී මේක බෑග් එකෙන් එළියට පැන්නට අර වගේ පහතට වැටිලා නැහැ. ඒ නිසා මෙතනින් overlapping එන එක වළක්ව ගන්න පුළුවන්. By using this vertical method, we can avoid the overlapping of leaves. And also the root formation occur in the middle part of the bag in this vertical method, but in the slant method here you can see now the root is forming in this bottom part bottom of the cutting. So what happened here, the root formation happened in the one side of the bag. So it is not good because roots can't use all the nutrients throughout this bag. But here the roots are developing in here and the roots can absorb all the nutrients throughout the bag. So in the slant method, root formation occur in one side of the bag. So it is not good. As well as the produce slant shoots, so that is will take long time to grow because we in the slant method produce the slant shoots. Shoot also may be slant. May shoot එකත් ඊට පස්සේ develop වෙන්නේ slant වෙලා. So it will take more time to develop well. As well as the water and the fertilizer can be accumulated in the leaves. Also, it also happened during the watering and the fertilizer application. Those fertilizer and the water may be accumulated on the leaves in this method. Because the leaves, here you can see leaf is flat. It's a flat thing. But here, the water and the nutrients, they can easily going down. So those are the disadvantages of the slant method. So that's why we use vertical method for planting cuttings. Okay, so now we have prepared or we have placed our cuttings in the poly bag. So let's see what are the aftercare operations we can do after that. අපේ විදිහට දැන් පැල නර්සරි එකේ හිටවලා එතනින් එහාට පැල හැදේ කියලා බලන් ඉන්න බැහැනේ. So we have to do several activities. So aftercare operation to get a well developed plant. So have any idea also how many months or how many weeks we have to keep our cuttings or plants in a nursery? So how many months it will take to transplant? What is the nursery period of the tea? Any idea? Can anyone guess it actually?
After 1 month?
Yeah, 1 month. Yeah, okay. Then any other answers? How do you think? How many months it will take? I will give you a little hint. It normally it is higher than the 6 months. Okay, not the 1 month, higher than the 6 months. Any idea? Guess it. You can guess actually. If you don't know the answer, you can guess it.
8 month?
Sorry, 8 months.
8 months, yeah.
Ah, very near. Yeah, actually, it will be around
9 months.
9 to 12 months. 9 to 12 months. Okay, we will discuss them later. Okay, so 9 to 12 months. So it is a long time period, no? So 9 to 12 months now we have to protect or we have to care our plants or our nursery. So those are the aftercare operations. Shading. Shading is very important to provide the shade. After planting, shade should be provided to avoid wilting and also the sun scorch. Sun scorch means due to the sunlight, the heavy higher sunlight, the plant leaf may be scorched, burning out. And also it helps to maintain high relative humidity. So therefore, shading is very important to avoid the dry of the plant. So there are two types of shades. We can provide shades in a two-way, low shade or high shade. So especially according to the growth stage of the nursery plant, we can decide the suitable shade type. Low shade mean we provide only minimum amount of shade. High shade mean we provide a higher amount of shade. So low shade, there are several materials or the things we can use to provide low shade. The first one is Branken fern. It's a kind of fern. Here you can see in a picture the fern. So this is a natural plant. We can use the Branken fern as a low shade material. So insert Branken fern in clusters between the polythene sleeves. So in a polythene bag, we can insert those plant leaves. Stalks should be free of leaves up to 25 to 30 centimeters because if the stalk of this fern contain leaves in bottom area, it may be damaged or it may be covered with the plant, tea plant. Therefore, in a bottom area of this Branken fern, free from those leaves. So here you can see there are several kind of ferns available. We can use them. We can make them as a cluster. And in the bottom area, the bottom stalk of these ferns, we should remove all the leaves. And now we can insert those ferns like this. Okay, here you can see after a certain time, those ferns will dry off, and again still some amount of shade is available there. Here you can see after dry off of those leaf ferns, still we can use it as a shading material. Here again you can see them like this. So under the shade, we can identify our tea leaf or tea plants. Here you can see this picture. Now our cuttings are developed. Actually, the extruded bud, here you can see the extruded bud now getting developed, making new leaves, and this fern now create a shade. Okay, so After that, again, another short, low shade material, we can use the coir matting for low shade. So here you can see the height of the shade net and the ground surface is around 90 centimeter. It means around 3 feet. Around 3 feet, we can make a coir mat. Coir matting is laid on a frame. So we can prepare a frame using iron. Like iron, if we use the iron, it is durability is very high. Or we can use a bamboo hoops, bamboo-like planting material to create it a box shape or like this half circle frame, and we can lay our coir mats on it. Okay, then that's the two methods of the low shade, as well as we can provide high shade. If now the plant is getting higher, then we can't use those ferns. Ferns පාවිච්චි කරන්න බෑ අපේ පැල ලොකු වෙනකොට. Therefore, we can use the high shade with the coir matting or the synthetic nets we can use at that time. Iron frame is constructed 2 meters. So earlier less than 1 meter, but now we establish our structure around 2 meter above the nursery bed. So like this, here you can see, we can use either coir mat or we can use either synthetic net. Nowadays there are several synthetic shade nets. So according to our shade requirement, if you want 10%, 50%, 90%, likewise, we can select the suitable net. So we can use synthetic net. You can see the frame structure, concrete structure, and the galvanized tubes also there. So we can provide this kind of permanent structure. So under this structure, the plants now develop well. So here we can use the coir mat like this, but its durability is less than the synthetic net. Okay, then after planting, we have to water or irrigate our plants. So when climate is too dry, watering should be done in the morning and evening. So normally it is very important. If a dry season, we have to irrigate plants 2 times per day, morning as well as the evening. As well as during rainy weather, little or no water is required. So rainy season, we can avoid the watering. If we watering rainy season also, it may be affect to spreading diseases and also rot the roots. Overwatering will result mosses problems on the top of the bags or blister blight problems like diseases. Mosses කියලා කියන්නේ අපේ දිලිර වගේ දේවල් හැදෙන්න පුළුවන් සහ මේ දේවල් නිසා අපේ nursery එක damage වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Therefore, it is very important to avoid the overwatering, especially during the rainy season. So for watering, we can use the water source. It is very important if you have a water source near to our nursery beds or our nursery sites. That's why during the selection of the nursery site, we discussed about the water source. So we can use the water can or hose to irrigate our plants. Then the fertilizer application. Actually, I'm not going to discuss about in depth about the fertilizer application as well as the other cultural practices. So at your level, you can get a kind of idea by using those practices. No need more details. So the fertilizer, there are several fertilizers are available for the nursery, but the fertilizer T65, like fertilizer application, should be done after root initiation. So initially, just after we establishing cuttings in a nursery bag, we do not apply any fertilizer. because there are no roots. After root initiation, after certain time period, then we can apply fertilizer. So normally root initiation start 2 to 3 months after planting. So at that time, onward, we can start to fertilizer application. So other than that, there are other cultural practices like the pest and diseases control. So these are the pests we can identify commonly in tea nursery. Nematodes. Nematodes mean soil-borne pest. So also the shoot hole borer and also the tea tocrix. So these are the pests. So to control them, what we can do, we can use the chemicals as well as we can use the pest and diseases free planting materials as well as our irrigation water also. It is important to free from pest and diseases. So the nematode is also the major problem in the mature tea also. We can control this by fumigating our soil. So initially during the soil preparation, we practice the fumigation. So by doing fumigation, we can control the nematode problem. So shoot hole borer, we can control by pruning or applying pesticide. Suitable pesticide we can apply. Likewise, we can control the pest problem. So as disease problems, the blister blight disease is most common problem. So we can control these diseases by applying fungicide, especially the copper-based fungicides. Most of the time for controlling diseases, we apply copper-based fungicide. Yeah, copper-based fungicide or the sulfur-contained fungicide. So here you can use the copper fungicide to control the blister blight. So after that, the restacking also very important. So let's see what's the meaning of stacking. Stacking means separate the vigorously grown plants from poor grown plants. So in every nursery, we can identify some plants are grown well, some plants do not grow well. So they are poorly grown plants. So we should remove those poorly grown plants at very beginning. If not, it is not any advantages for maintaining those poorly grown plants, because until 9 to 12 months we apply fertilizer water for those poorly grown plants also. It will be a cost, therefore we should remove those poorly grown plants. So stacking, normally we practice in a different stages. Actually, there are 3 stages. First restacking, second restacking, third stacking, like 3 stages. Normally, the first restacking we are doing at 3 months after planting. So as I mentioned earlier, so normally 2 to 3 months take to initiate the roots. So therefore, at the beginning of the fertilizer application, we can practice the first crease tracking. So therefore, we can cut down the fertilizer application of those unnecessary plants. So after that, again, the 5 months after planting, we can do this practice again, second crease tracking after 5 months. And finally, third tracking, we can practice around 1 to 10 months. So before 2 months before the field planting, again, we practice race tracking to remove poorly grown plants. Because if we use those poorly grown plants as a planting materials for the transplanting, so we can't assure that we can get a well-developed plant or tree bush. So now our plant is ready to field plant, but before that we have to do another thing, hardening. So you know about the hardening. Hardening means before transplant those nursery plants to the field planting, we have to improve their hard conditions. It means under the field conditions, they have to ability to adapt for higher sun as well as high sunlight, as well as the higher rain, wind conditions. So these field conditions are not in the nursery site. Therefore, we have to train our plant by hardening. So this adaptation process is called hardening. So time to time we can do the hardening by removing the shade net or the shade level. By gradually we can reduce the shade level. Gradually we can reduce the application amount of water. So likewise we can gradually reduce train our plants by hardening. Okay, then finally, another important practice, we call it as the thumbnailing pruning method. So the objective of this thumbnailing pruning is to induce the growth of axillary bud to get well spreading bushes. So in this time, we using our thumb can appear thumbnail can appear අතේ first finger. So thumbnail pruning meaning using we do not use any equipment or the tools, just we use our thumbnails to prune. Here we induce the growth of axillary bud by pruning. Just we prune it. අපි නිකන් නියපොත්තෙන් කඩලා දානවා axillary bud එක. So at that time, normally by removing the bud of the plant, so what happened? Plant do not grow again. It start to produce branches. So likewise, now by doing this, we can ensure the spreading of bushes, or we can ensure that develop of new spread or the branches spread our bush. We can ensure it by doing this thumbnail pruning. Okay, here you can see well-grown, developed plants. Now they are ready for field planting. Here you can see by doing thumbnail, now we can get more branches. So there are several branches. If not, we plant our plants without thumbnail pruning, so the plant get growing erect. So we can avoid it by pruning. So here you can see now these plants are ready for field planting. Now we can't see shade because these plants are now well hardened. So still we can check those plants to the pest and diseases likewise. Then ultimately, until the 9 to 12 months after completing the nursery period, now we can transplant these plants in a field. So this is the transplanting stage. So the nursery period, as I mentioned earlier, as you say, around 9 to 12 months. So it's quite long nursery time period rather than the other vegetable plants. Okay, so at that time we can identify well-grown root system as well as the well-grown shoot part, branches, leaves also well-grown. So the field planting stage, we can identify very healthy plant. Okay, then let's discuss about the field planting. So before that, if you want a small break, so I can stop the presentation around 10 minutes, or we can continue until the lunch break. So what will you prefer? Shall we take a small break?
Yes, we can have a break.
Okay, thank you. Then shall we meet again at 5 minutes? Is okay? Is it enough?
10 minutes.
Or
10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes. Okay, I think now the time is 12:18. Then take the 12 minutes break, and we'll start the rest of thing around 12:30. Okay, then come again 12:30. Tea plants. Earlier we discussed the what are the soil and climate requirements. So in addition to that, to as a suitable land, the soil depth less than 50 centimeter, rockiness more than 20%, as well as the gravel in 90 centimeter greater than 50%. Those are the conditions not suitable for tea cultivation. So if you remember earlier we discussed the soil depth should be around 90 centimeter. So if the soil is less than 50 centimeters, so that soil, that land is not suitable for tea planting. So flat lands adjoin paddy fields, water streams, and ravines should be avoided. So the paddy fields, water streams, because we avoid those lands, so it is very easy to spread the pests and diseases, as well as other practices may be difficult with our tea field adjoint or near to those paddy fields or water streams or ravines areas. Okay, then first we will discuss about land preparation practices. So all vegetation should be uprooted because this is the plantation crops. Normally, you know, in a plantation crops, we cultivate our crop. It's a monocrop culture, but now you know, later we will discuss tea we can cultivate as an intercrop also. But in addition to other crops, the plants we have to irrigate, remove, uproot, as well as the shade trees should be ring bark about 2 to 2.5 years prior to peeling. So it means the land preparation practices we have to start at the very beginning. Here I mentioned the shade tree. Later we will discuss what are the shade trees. So shade trees, normally we can plant our tree plants in a new land, as well as sometimes we have to replant. It means earlier tree cultivation or earlier tree field, we have to plant this new plant in a previously tree cultivated land. So it we name as a tree planting. So at that time, earlier previous cultivation tree bushes as well as the shade trees, we have to remove, we have to uproot. So if there are shade trees in the previous cultivation, we have to remove it. It is not suitable for uproot because it will damage the root soil. Therefore, we can easily remove them by using rim barking, and then the plants gradually die off. So in the rim barking like this, we can remove the bark from 1 to 1.5 meter height from the surface, around 30 centimeter, 1 feet width bark around the tree. So after uprooting and leveling, dolomite should be applied at the rate of 1,250 kilograms of hectare. So you know, dolomite is a kind of lime material. It can maintain the soil pH. Actually, lime material like dolomite, calcium carbonate, they can enhance the soil pH. So if the soil is previously fertilized by ammonia or nitrogen like fertilizer, you know, if we use nitrogen or ammonium sulfate, urea like fertilizer, the soil pH is getting reduced. By applying dolomite like lime material, we can enhance the soil pH, and we can correct the soil pH that suitable for tea plants around 4.5 to 5.5. So before establishing or before planting our plants, there are several things we have to complete. The first thing is the construction of the lateral and the lead runs. So normally you have noticed that in upcountry area, most of the time they have cultivated tree, or we can identify tree lands in slopy lands or the mountain region. So therefore, during the rain, so it may be a huge problem for the soil erosion. It is very important to conserve the soil. Soil conservation is, or protect the soil is very important. Therefore, we should establish as lateral and leader drains. So using those drains, we can minimize the damage of the heavy rain. So we can remove the excess water in our field without damaging or without affecting the soil erosion using the lateral and the leader drains. Lateral drains, leader drains කියන්නේ අපි tea field එක වතුර බහැලා යන්න අපි ප්‍රධාන කානුව තමයි අපි leader drain කියන්නේ. ඊට අමතරව අපි හරස් අතර තියෙන ඒ ප්‍රධාන කානුවට සම්බන්ධ වෙන ඉතුරු කානු drains තමයි අපි lateral drains කියලා හඳුන්වන්නේ. So the lateral and lead drains should be cut before planting of the rehabilitation grasses. So the first thing is removing the unnecessary plants, then the establishing of the lateral and the lead drains. So the construction of the lateral drains, so we call it as a contour drains. Usually those lateral drains we constructed along with the contours. Contours කියලා කියන්නේ chance
සමෝච්චරේඛා.
සමෝච්චරේඛා, yes. සමෝච්චරේඛා අනුව තමයි අපි දාන්නේ. So it is easy to remove the water by if we establish the contour drains according to the contours. So dimension of that kind of drains in between depth is around 45 or 1.5 feet and 45 or 1.5 wide. So same as the depth and the height are same. So here in this picture you can see we can establish the contour drains like this. The height is 45 centimeters. So according to the contours, we can develop or we can construct our contour drains like this. අපි මේක විදිහට එක දිගටම දාන්නේ නැහැ. මේ විදිහට කොටස් spaces තියලා තමයි අපි contours සාමාන්‍යයෙන් තියන්නේ. So here in this picture you can see, as I mentioned earlier, lateral drains, and this is the major drains. Major drains. So the lateral drains are connected with the leader drains. So spacing depends on the slope of the land's amount of the rainfall in the area. So sometime we have to make more lateral drains if the rain is so high, and sometime the amount of lateral drains or the spacing between the lateral drains may be high. We can reduce the amount of the space, and we can reduce අපිට වැඩි කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ අතර තියෙන දුර, so we can reduce the amount of lateral drains. So normally the space between the lateral drains is 6 to 12 meter. So as I mentioned earlier, this is a not fixed space. So according to the rain, according to the slope, so we can decide how many lateral drains we have to establish as well as the distance between the drains. Okay, then the leader drains. Now we have established the lateral drains. All the lateral drains now connect with the leader drains. So sometimes there are several leader drains. So leader drains are used to remove the excess water from the fields that water collect throughout the lateral drains. So drains should be constructed on a stepwise manner with the reverse slope. So here you can see, if you can see this picture clearly, this is the lateral drains. We have established this as a stepwise, not a just like a simple drains. This is stepwise because we minimize the speed of the water by removing water like this staircase, step by step, stepwise manner, as well as carefully see here you can see the reverse slope. You can identify this is not a flat as well as this is a reverse slope. මේක slope එක තියෙන්නේ මේ පැත්තට පහළට. දැන් වතුර ගලාගෙන යන්නේ from up to down, but the river here you can see in this picture clearly you can see, but the slope of this step is reverse. So reverse slope we can identify. So all the things we have done here to minimize the speed of the water as well as minimize the soil erosion. And as well as the side and the bottom of the drain should be paved with the stones. So here you can see the covered with the stones. Bottom as well as the side areas are covered with the stones. It's also important to minimize the soil erosion and reduce the damage of this water during the heavy rain. So earlier we discussed, in normally the tree is cultivated in a upcountry area as well as the requirement of the rainfall is very high. So normally usually we can accept the higher rain in those areas. Therefore we have to develop our drains to protect our soil from during the heavy rain. Okay, now in these pictures you can see clearly what I discussed it earlier. So those kind of drains we can develop. This is the major drain. So you can identify the strongs in the both sides as well as the bottom as well as stepwise slope drains. Okay, so as construction or the conservation of the soil, we can do another thing, construction of the terrace. Terraces means we can establish this kind of rocks. අපි සාමාන්‍ය කියන්නේ නිකන් ගල් වැටි දානවා අපිට to block or to reduce the soil erosion. So on the step land where rocks are available, contour terraces could be constructed using those rocks. So in the our land, we can identify some rock materials. So those rock materials we can use to construct these terraces. So in addition to that, we can plant several grass materials. So you know the grass materials, they have the well spread root system, so they can aggregate the soil particles and they can cover the soil surface. So those advantages we can get during the rainy season to avoid the soil erosion. So the site of the roads and the banks should be covered with the suitable vegetation to minimize erosion. So there are several recommended grass species are available, vertical area like species, here you can see in this picture. So those plants can cover the soil area. So during the rain, now the soil surface does not expose to the direct rain.
Guatemala?
No. This is not a Guatemala. Later I will show you the photograph of Guatemala. So these plants are specifically we cultivate in the tea land. Actually, these are kind of grasses, several grasses, Guatemala, Guinea grass, those grasses. So vetiveria is different from the Guatemala. So normally, you know, the Guatemala, that species contain as well as it produce a lot of seeds and the flower, as well as they spread all the everywhere. So it will be a disadvantages for this kind of plantation. So vetiveria is a species, vetiveria grass we can use as to control the soil erosion. So as I mentioned earlier, in the edges, we can cultivate this grass material. Okay, then soil reconditioning or the rehabilitation. Rehabilitation means, you know, each and every agricultural practices we use soil or we convert our soil by changing soil physical properties and the chemical, soil physical, chemical and the biological properties. So naturally, it will take some more time to restore or the rehabilitate the soil. But we can do a support to this natural rehabilitation of the soil to improve the soil fertility, to control the pests and diseases, to prevent the soil erosion, as well as to provide the mulch to conserve the soil moisture, as well as to provide the physical properties of soil. So these are the soil reconditioning by planting those grasses, by applying the strongs, as well as we can apply the mulching materials, as you mentioned, the Guatemala like green grass, like the planting materials we can apply some cover crops. So those things are there, but in your level I am not going to discuss all the things, because within this 2 or 3 hours I can't discuss everything with you, but I think after successfully completing this diploma, you will enroll to the degree program. So therefore later you will learn everything about the tea plantation and tea cultivation and everything. Okay, so that's the things I want to discuss with you regarding the land preparation. But there are so many things, especially the cover cropping and also the weed and pest and disease management, everything. But I am not going to discuss everything very deeper. Okay, now we have prepared our land. So we have removed all the trees, we have established the contour as well as the major drains, we have done the soil conservation methods. Okay, now then it's time to replant or plant our planting materials. Okay, then before that, what we have to do, we have to establish the planting holes. So normally the planting holes we can prepare using this kind of machines. This is a kind of holing machines we can use to prepare the planting holes, or we can prepare the planting holes manually using mammon. But nowadays we use this kind of technologies. The holing machines are available, so we can use holing machines. Okay, then the planting we can do in holes, as well as there are other method. There's another method, trenches. So the planting holes mean just establish or prepare a planting hole, and in a planting hole we can put one plant. So normally the planting hole dimensions you can identify in this figure, around 45 centimeters depth, as well as the 30 centimeter width from the top, 22.5 width from the bottom. So this is the ideal width depth of a planting hole. So if not, we can plant our plants in a trench. So here you can see trench එක කියන්නේ මේ වගේ නිකන් අඟලක වගේ අපිට දාන්න පුළුවන්. So the depth of the trench same as the depth of the planting holes, according to our convenience or our requirement, we can decide the length of this trench. So both way we can put our planting materials. Okay, here you can see until now we discussed the land preparation practices and establishing trenches. So these are the planting holes. Here you can see planting holes, as well as other land preparation practices also you can identify. So this is the major drain you can identify, the planting holes, likewise. Okay, then the planting hole, or we can use the trench, should be filled with the compost, cow dung, or any available form of decaying organic matter 2 to 3 weeks prior to planting. So if we plan to plant our plants in let's say in the August, so And now it's the correct time to prepare our planting holes. So then just after preparing the planting hole, we should add compost, cow dung, or other organic matter such as green manure or animal manure or plant residues. So those things which can add as organic matter. So normally organic matter does not release nutrients rapidly, easily than the inorganic fertilizer. It will take some time to release or dissolve to the soil, as well as to establish a good fertile soil or the good soil conditions. Organic matter takes more time. That's why we apply cow dung compost like organic matter without 2-3 weeks before the planting. As well as now the healthy, well grown, vigorous plants. Now those plants now we have kept around 9 to 12 months in a nursery. So those plants now we can select to transplant or the field planting. So after planting, pegs should be inserted closer to the plant as cross to give support. So this area maybe sometime maybe with heavy wind. So in that situation, the plants may be collapsed or damaged due to this high wind. So to avoid or minimize that, we can give a support or protection to plants by installing pegs. අපි ඉනි හිටවනවා. ඉනි හිටවලා අපි ඉන්නට මේ ගහ බයින් කරලා සම්බන්ධ කරලා හුලගෙන් වෙන damage එක අපි අවම කරන්න සහ කරනවා. So here you can see the plants now we have planted in planting holes, and then as I mentioned earlier, at the early stage we have to give a support for plants by installing this kind of pegs. Lee carrying to support at the end of pull. Okay, then do you have any question? Okay, now we have planted our plants in the field. Any question? Okay, if you don't have any question, I have a lot of question. Yes.
සර් මාස 9ක් 12ක් අතර කාලයක් තියෙනවා කියලා කිව්වනේ පැල වගාවේ තවානේ.
Yes.
ඒකද සර් දැනට ඒ කියන්නේ ඒකේ roots වැඩිපුර වැවුනහම පස්සේ පැල මැරීමක් වෙන්නේ නැද්ද?
Root වැඩිපුර
ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ කාල සීමාව ඇතුළත ඒ බෑග් එක ඒ ප්‍රමාණය ඇති වෙනවද? ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක තියෙන ඉඩ
ඔව් ඒකේ මතකද අපි දැන් open එකන්න ගන්නද උඩ සහ යට open වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට ගොඩක් වෙලාවට සමහර වෙලාවට root යටට penetrate වෙනවා. ඔව් එතකොට 9-12 කියන අතර කාලය ගන්න අපි අපිට 9නුත් ගන්න පුළුවන්. අපි එතනදී අපි fertilizer application එක as well as the water and other environment conditions also determine the duration. Sometime it may be 9 or sometime it may be less than the more than the 9 months. So at that time period we provide all the nutrients and also water, all the necessary resources for the plants. Therefore plants do not get dry.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, any question? Okay, then you didn't answer about the spacing. Okay, I am discussing about the planting and the size of the planting hole. So you didn't ask about the spacing. කොච්චර spacing වලින්ද අපි පැල හිටවන්නේ කියලා කවුරුවත් නැහුවේ නෑ. I think you know about it. ඒකනේ අහන්න නැතුව ඇත්තනේ. Okay, then you should find it. So I guess you know it, so you should find it. So in your examination, there may be a question regarding the spacing of tea planting. Okay. Okay, so there are several operations. So the practices are there after planting. The most important thing is the shade tree management. So it is very important. The tea plant is a shade loving plant actually. Therefore, after planting also we should give some shade conditions to tea. So if we have visited the tea field, so you have noticed that some plants are still there. Some tree, the huge trees are there. Actually, those trees provide the support, provide the shade for the tea bushes. So those tree we call as the shade trees. The planting of the shade trees should be done early in the new clearing along with the planting of the rehabilitation of the grass. So the shade tree management also we should do before planting, because it takes some time to develop those tree. Therefore, earlier this practice we should do earlier. So tea was assumed to be a shade loving plant, as I told you earlier. Shade loving කියන්නේ එයා shade එක තියෙන සෙවන තත්ත්වයට එයා කැමති. සෙවන තත්ත්වෙමුත් එයා හොඳට වර්ධනය වෙනවා. So both high and medium shade trees are used in simulate forest conditions. Therefore, to provide that shade condition, we normally there are two kind of shade: high shades and the medium or the low shade. So the medium shade and the high shade. If you remember in the nursery also we discussed high shade, low shade. So again here in the field condition, medium shade and high shade. So medium shade, there are several plant species we can cultivate as medium shade. So again, I am divided the medium shade plants into three categories. According to the other conditions, it means the temperature, rainfall. So upcountry, mid-country, low country, like the shade trees are different. So we can't plant dadup or erythrina in low country as well as in mid country. So only we can use dadup in up country, because dadup not suitable for the mid country and the low country. So likewise, there are several species, plant species we can use in as medium shade tree. So dadup, Caliandra, Acacia. So those plants suitable for the up country. Mid country, Glycidia and Caliandra we can use, and the low country we can use Glycidia. So I will show you some photograph later. Then you can identify those plant species. So the high shade, there are several species: Grevillea, Albizia. So again, these species are different from up country to low country, mid country to up country, likewise different. Here you can see this kind of pictures. In every tea field we can identify those shade tree. Up country as well as the low country we can identify. So they provide the shade to our tree bushes, as well as these spacing of these shade trees are different from country to country. Country to country mean up country, low country. Then later you can learn them. In under your level, we will not discuss about the shade tree management. It's also another lesson to discuss about the shade tree management. So this is the Grevillea robusta, the species Grevillea. Most of the time we can identify in up country. Grevillea robusta. So this is the Albizia. Caliandra species. This is the Caliandra species. So most of the time when we select shade tree, it is very important to select a shade tree. Then if a plant provides so many seeds or they fallen down so many leaves, so it's not a suitable planting material for use as a shade tree. So Calliandra, this is the Erythrina or Deadup, අපි එරබුදු කියලා කියන්නේ. Deadup. You can identify leaves. And the Glycidia, most common in Sri Lanka. We can see this plant everywhere. Glycidia, Guatemala, Glycidia. එක නම් වලින් හඳුන්වනවා. In acacia, acacia also in mid country also we can identify acacia. Okay, those are the features I have displayed to you to identify. Then you can next time when you visited up country or the tree field, then you can identify the correct plant by their names. Okay, then the shade trees do not provide only the shade, as well as they provide nutrients. So let's see what happened there. So during their loopings or their branches, we can use as a fertilizer, actually as a green manure. So these Erythrina, Glycidia, in our field or home garden, we cultivate them as green manures. So they can actually, the Glycidia especially.
Nitrogen fixing?
No, they can't fix the nitrogen. They contain high amount of nitrogen. Normally they contain high amount of nitrogen. They can't fix the nitrogen, but they contain high amount of nitrogen. Therefore, those planting materials we can use as green manure. So every green manure, each and every one, all green manure do not fix the nitrogen. Okay, you should identify the difference between green manure as well as the nitrogen fixing plants such as soya bean, cowpea. So
Nitrogen fixing leguminaceae family.
Yeah, those plants, legume plants, yes, legume plants and the green manure. All the green manure do not coming under legumes. So Glycidia also contain high amount of nitrogen. Therefore, we can use those materials as fertilizer. So looping means putting those plant shoot materials as fertilizer. So again, I think you do not learn everything. I just discussed about the managing about the shade tree. Shade trees objectives, the objective of shade tree. So the rest of the things you will learn later during your degree program. Okay. Then after a certain time period, now our plants are ready to harvest. Means to take the leaves for processing. So that part we will discuss in next week under the processing. So harvesting and processing we will discuss on next week. So today we mainly focus from nursery to field practices. So under the field conditions, how to develop plant. So I think I do not cover the fertilizer application. Then we will discuss it and we will take our break.
How many times, sir?
Sorry? No. Don't take your break now. I will discuss the fertilizer application, and then after that you can take your break. Okay, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen? Hello, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you. Then I just discussed with the fertilizer application with you because fertilizer application also another different topic, but I think we don't have enough time to discuss them. So fertilizer, as same as the other plants, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, like the macronutrients as well as focusing like micronutrients, also very important for tea plant. So the first, let's discuss about the nitrogen. So importance of the nitrogens. You know, to develop the chlorophyll, amino acid, protein, nucleic acid, DNA, RNA. So all the molecules contain phosphorus. So it plays a vital role in physiology of the plants, especially during the plant vegetative stage. Nitrogen play a major role. So in the tea leaf, which is harvested, contain 3 to 4% of the nitrogens. Normally in a tea leaf, if we composite the tea sample, we get a tea sample and we can evaluate its nitrogen percentage. Normally 3 to 4% nitrogen we can identify at the harvesting stage. So yield is determined to great extent by the application of nitrogen fertilizer. Now you can understand, not like the other crop, coconut, like rubber. So here we harvest, or our crop is leaves, not fruit, or not tuber, not latex, not a fruit. We harvest leaves. අපි මේ vegetative phase එක තමයි harvest එකක් විදිහට ගන්න. Leaves. Therefore, leaves, to develop leaves, it needs. Hello? If you have a question, please do it in a proper way without disturbing me every time, okay? So if you have a question, wait until I complete the explanation. So after that, you can raise your question by excusing, okay? මේ හැම වෙලේම mic on කරලා එකපාරට මෙතන කඩාව දින්න එපා. Please do it in a proper way. Okay, so nitrogen is very important because nitrogen is a responsible fertilizer, or the molecule, especially not the fertilizer, molecule to develop the plant vegetative phase. So we harvest leaves, therefore the tea plant consume high amount of nitrogen fertilizers. So nitrogen we can supply by providing or applying urea, ammonium sulfate, like synthetic or the chemical or inorganic fertilizers, as well as the organic, and earlier we discussed the green manure like fertilizers. So nitrogen deficiency means if we can't supply the nitrogen in a requirement to complete the plant requirement, so there may be a deficiency. So nitrogen deficiency becomes clearly evident in the vegetative propagated cultivars. VP means vegetative propagated cultivars when compared with the seedling plants. So earlier I discussed with you, there are two types of propagation method, vegetative and a seedling. So with compared to the seedling plants, the nitrogen deficiency we can we can identify very clearly in the vegetative cultivars, because the seedling plants, they can tolerate the nitrogen deficiency or low nitrogen amount, but the vegetative propagated cultivars do not tolerate the nitrogen deficiency. So here you can see the nitrogen deficiency symptoms. We can identify younger leaves, yellowing of the younger leaves. So do you know is it this nitrogen is the mobile nutrient or the immobile nutrient? So nutrients we can divide into two groups, mobile and immobile. Is this the mobile or immobile? Any idea? you should know about those things because I guess you have completed the plant nutrition subject. Am I correct?
No, sir.
Sorry? No, not
No.
yet. Okay, then mobile nutrients means those nutrients can transport throughout the plant. If the nutrient contained in the mature plants and if there is a deficiency in the immature plants, then nutrients can move from mature plants to immature plants or the from sources to required phase. So immobile means opposite to that, those nutrients can't move. So is by looking this picture here, you can identify the symptoms. So the deficiency symptoms in the younger leaves, yellowing. So by using my explanation of the mobile and immobile nutrients, so can anyone tell
Immobile.
me immobile or mobile?
Immobile.
Immobile.
Sir, mobile means chala මූලද්‍රව්‍ය.
Achala, achala.
මොබයිල් කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍ය අපි සිංහලෙන් කියන්නේ මොබයිල් කියන්නේ යන්න පුළුවන්. ඉමොබයිල් කියන්නේ යන්න බැරි.
Nitrogen, mobile.
Mobile nutrient. Yes, basically nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium, magnesium, sulfur, those are mobile nutrients. But in here we can identify the yellowing of the younger leaves as a symptoms of nitrogen deficiency. So first we can identify the yellowing. අපිට මුලින් මේ විදිහට කොළ වෙනවා දළු වල අඳුන ගන්න පුළුවන්. plant එකේ තියෙනවා නම් අපිට මේ විදිහට මොබයිල් වෙලා එතන ඒක requirement එක සපුරනවා. මම plant එකේ නැතිනම් මේ විදිහට දළු තමයි ඉස්සලාම කොළ වෙන්නේ. first අපිට identify කරගන්න වෙන්නේ දළු. younger leaves තමයි මේ විදිහට කහ පාට වෙන එක identify කරගන්න වෙන්නේ. So if we can identify the yellowing of younger leaves, so then we can notice that there is a nitrogen deficiency of the plants. Okay, then what are the corrective measures? So we can apply the fertilizer, urea or any other nitrogen content fertilizer we can apply to recover the nitrogen deficiency. So then the phosphorus also very important fertilizer, especially for the nucleic acid, phospholipids, and also the coenzymes. So the deficiency symptom of the phosphorus is stunted growth. Stunted growth means plant not grow well. Stunted කියන්නේ කුරු වෙනවා, ගහුස යන්නේ නැහැ. As well as the mature leaves show characteristic of the blushish green coloration. So the color change, green color change to blushes and දුබුරු පැහැයක් ගන්නවා mature leaves වල due to this phosphorus deficiency. To correct the phosphorus deficiency, we can apply the phosphorus contained fertilizer like P2O5 as well as other foliar fertilizers will also we can apply to correct the phosphorus deficiency. Then the potassium also very important. It contained in especially the membrane as well as it contain the enzymes. So it also a mobile nutrient. So moves from free form older leaves to younger leaves. So here you can see the leaves deficiency symptoms we can identify in the mature leaves also. Scorching of the tips we can identify. Scorching කියන්නේ මේ දල්ල scorch වෙනවා. පිලිස්සලා තියෙනවා අපිට අඳුර ගන්න පුළුවන්. So that's the deficiency symptom of phosphorus.
Anthocyanin secreted.
Sorry?
Anthocyanin secretion in potassium deficiency.
Yeah, likewise, there are several symptoms we can identify. I am just discussing those things for your information. So there are other fertilizer deficiency symptoms also there, other nutrients also there, but I'm not going to discuss them. Okay, then next week we will discuss the harvesting, from harvesting to processing methods. Tea processing methods. There are several black tea preparation, green tea, orthodox likes. There are several tea manufacturing methods. Next week we will discuss them. Okay, then that's all about the tea agronomy practices of the tea. Now the time is 1:20. Then the next session or the next lecture is about the coconut agronomy. So that part also I will conduct, or I will continue that part after your lunch break. So now the time is 1:20. So how many time do you want for your lunch break?
Half an hour.
Half an hour. So others?
Recording stopped.
Is it okay? Okay, then others, they don't have any response. Then we will start the session again at after the 30 minutes break. 30 minutes break mean 1:50. Kai 50ට අපි ආයෙමු. Okay. So it's about the coconut agronomy.
Recording in progress.
Under your subject, commercial plantation crops. Now we are going to discuss about coconut agronomy. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, and can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so agronomic practices of coconut. Coconut is tree of life. We simply say that tree of life because we consume the all part of this tree for our different purposes. Sometimes the edible parts we can use, sometimes some parts we use as non-edible parts. So likewise, every part of this tree we can consume. So that's why we simply name this plant as tree of life. Okay, so aim of this lecture is to provide a student with the knowledge and skills related to agronomic practices of coconut. So within this lecture, within this 2-hour time, I will discuss with you the agronomic practices of coconut. So next week, we will discuss the processing technologies of the coconut. So within these 2 hours, you can get an idea about agronomic practices of coconut. As well as under that, I will discuss the present status, morphological features, soil and the climate requirement needed for coconut. So the soil and the climate requirements, and explain the importance of the nursery practices, field establishment, and aftercare operations on the economic performance of the coconut. So after that, how to maintain the coconut nursery and the pre-establishment, aftercare operations, and explain and demonstrate good management practices in the plantation. So I think in this lecture, I will discuss those practices. When you come to the university for the practical component at the end of your diploma, there's a session, practical session. Then you can visit the university, and we will arrange 2-day sessions. One day for the practical demonstration, and another day for the field visit. So during that time, you can get a hands-on experience, and you can demonstrate those things physically. Okay, then the family of this plant is Aracaceae and genus Coccus, and the scientific name or the species name is Coccus nucifera. So the botanical name of this plant is Coccus nucifera. So as I mentioned in the very first slide, this plant can meet many basic human needs. Sometimes food, sometimes we use plant materials for making shelter, those shelter materials, and sometimes we use as fuel material to get the energy. So likewise, here in these pictures, you can see we produce so many items, food items, some sweet items, as well as we use water, coconut water for drinking purposes, and leaves we use to produce shelter materials. And the fiber contain the fruit we use to produce mattress and robes, as well as the wood material we use for producing furniture, and also the building materials, as well as leaves and fiber we use to produce brooms. So coconut is the most widely grown plantation crop in the country. So widely grown plantation in the country. And the Sri Lanka is the 5th largest coconut producer in the country. So according to the data, still we are in the 5th stage or 5th place. Or we are in the first 5 countries among the coconut producing countries in the country. So third foreign exchange earner next to the tea and rubber. So tea and rubber, after the tea and rubber, coconut is the third foreign, the next foreign exchange earner the country. So you know there are several products we export, coconut-based products, such as virgin coconut oil, coconut desiccated coconut oil, as well as some coconut-based non-edible products, some handicraft. So likewise, by exporting those products, we earn so many dollars to our country. So per capita consumption of coconut, per capita mean the consumption of coconut per year per person. It is around 116 per annum. This is the average value. So some people consume more than 116, some may be less than 116. As an average, 116 per annum coconut consumption we can identify. A coconut palm produces a bunch of coconut every month. So that's very important. Every month, coconut plant produces a bunch of coconut. It means in a year, we can get 12 bunches per one coconut tree. If plant produces one bunch per month, so in a year, we can obtain 12 bunches from a one plant. So you can understand its productivity. So normally, the economic lifespan of this plant is around 60 to 70 years. So it means after starting the bearing, we can obtain its yield more than 50 years. So if compared to the other plant. This is a perennial plant, so we can get the yield more time period, but the economically valuable lifespan is less than 60. අපිට අවුරුදු 60ක් 70ක් පොල් ගහක් තිබුණාට ඒ සම්පූර්ණ කාලෙම අපිට ගෙඩි ලැබෙන්නේ නැහැ. අවසාන කාලේදී අපිට ලැබෙන yield එක අඩුයි. But usually the lifespan of this plant is 60 to 70 years. But there is some peak yield period, peak yield time period. Then later we will discuss them. So coconut is normally distributed all around Sri Lanka except in the higher elevation areas. So most of the time in the dry zone and also the intermediate zone, coconut plants are distributed. So coconut growing areas are distributed in all three agroecological zones: wet zone, intermediate zone, as well as the dry zone. So as percentages, so most of the coconut growing areas are distributed in intermediate zone. So intermediate zone, wet zone, dry zone, like according to the climate conditions, we have divided 3 different zones in our country. So among them, 50% coconut plants are cultivated in intermediate zone. Next to the intermediate zone, then the wet zone, 30%, and the rest of the 20% coconut cultivating growing areas are distributed in dry zone. So these areas belongs to western, northwestern, and southern provinces in Sri Lanka. So most of those coconut growing areas are located among these 3 provinces: Western Province, Northwestern Province, and Southern provinces. Okay, have you heard about the coconut triangle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then can you tell me what are the areas coming under the coconut triangle?
Kampaha, Kurunegala,
Yeah. And Putlam. Okay, these are the 3 districts. We consider those three districts as a coconut triangle. Most of the coconut growing areas are located in these 3 provinces, as well as Gampaha, Kurunegala, and Putlam are the 3 districts which are most of the time we can identify the most of the coconut growing areas. So Kurunegala, Putlam, and Gampaha districts belongs to the coconut triangle in Sri Lanka. So it means 56% of the land area covers in these 3 districts. Colombo is not under the coconut triangle. Kurunegala, Putlam, and Gampaha. So in addition to the main coconut triangle, there is mini coconut triangle, because the southern province and also the eastern and the north provinces remaining rest of the 44% of the land area. So therefore there is a mini coconut triangle in those areas.
Midaniya.
Okay, then that's all about the distribution of this plant. Now you can understand the coconut plant is distributed all among our country except the high elevation area. So most of the time we can identify in intermediate, dry zone, and also the wet zone. Okay, then let's discuss about the morphological properties, characters of this plant. So coconut is a woody, perennial, as well as a monocotyledon plant. I guess you know about those words: woody, perennial, and as well as the monocotyledon. What is the opposite term of the monocotyledon?
Dicotyledon.
Dicotyledon. Monocotyledon, dicotyledon. So opposite word of the perennial?
Annuals.
Annual and the perennial likewise. Okay, so the coconut plant, if we search this plant carefully, we can't identify a bark of this plant. So normally in dicotyledon plant we can identify a bark. But in the coconut we can't identify a bark, as well as we can't see any branches. So sometime you may have seen some branches. Those are the deformations. So normally, usually, coconut plant hasn't any branches, as well as no cambium. That's the normal things of the monocotyledon plants, and no secondary growth. So no secondary growth. Therefore, after increasing the height, it will don't show any secondary growth like other dicotyledon plants. So the trunk or the stem of this plant, you can see normally the height is around 20 to 30 meter. So depending on the ecological conditions as well as the age, as well as the variety of the coconut, the height is different. So normally nowadays there are so many hybrid varieties to reduce the height, but earlier the tall varieties, they can grow up to 30 meters. So light green, smooth and erect or slightly curved stem we can identify. So දැන් කොකන ගහක් හරි කෙලින් හැදෙන්නේ නේ, but sometime ටිකක් curve වෙලා තියෙනවා. නමුත් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට කෙලින් develop වෙනවා. And the stem is light gray color stem. We can identify a gray color stem as well as smooth, any spines or anything. We can't observe in the stem. There's a smooth stem we can identify. Sometimes there may be some curve, slightly curved. We can identify. So stem rises from a swollen ball. The base, we call it as a root ball. So there is a swollen base we can identify. This ball or this base here, you can see the base is swollen. It's compared to the stem. This base is swollen or the volume is high. So dwarf farms almost no balls. Dwarf farm we can't see any swollen base, but in the tall farm we can identify well-developed large ball. So what is the difference between this? Why the tall farms have well-developed large ball and why the dwarf farm don't present any ball? Tall farm means the height is so high. The dwarf farms means kuru. It can mean gas. So what are the differences between these two? Can you guess? Okay, the answer is there because the tall palms, they can grow up to 30 meters. Then they should have the swollen or the large volume or the large root balls also. If not, they may be collapsed. But in the dwarf palms, they do not grow into certain higher height. Therefore, actually, they do not need any kind of ball. So the swollen base like this because the chance of getting collapse is very low due to their short stem. So the cortex means the outer layer of the trunk. I mentioned earlier in the coconut stem we can't identify any bark. So the outer layer we name as cortex. Here you can see the outer layer of the trunk. So it's about 1 centimeter thick. Thickness is 1 centimeter. The surface of the cortex shows a pattern of triangular shaped leaf scars. So I guess you can identify those triangular leaf scars in this picture. So these are the triangular leaf scars. So these leaf scars actually these are the places the fronds attached to the stem. So after fronds fallen down, this attached area is still present. We can identify the triangular leaf scars. So in the cortex, we can identify those leaf scars. So, however, normally the coconut tree is erect plant, but there are some deviations of the typical shape of coconut tree. So I am discussing with you several deviations like the bottleneck appearance, curving of the trunk, branch or spiral stem. I mentioned earlier, normally we can't see any branches, but sometimes some coconut plants, due to some actually the environmental conditions, plants may be branch, especially if the damage of the apical bud, it will be a reason for branching. And also the twin and the triple palm. So these are deviations. Let's discuss those deviations one by one. Okay, so first one is a branch stem. So here you can see, normally this is the erect plant, no branches, but due to the some uh, reasons, especially this, if the apical bud is damaged due to some physical problem, then there may be some branches formation we can identify. Here you can see again there is a branch. Then the twin palms. So twin palms here you can see in this picture during the fertilizations. So there are two endosperm, and those endosperm separately develop, individually separate, and finally we can observe two palms in a one seeds. In this picture you can see in a one coconut, there's a one coconut nut, but there are two shoots are plus there, as well as the spiraled stem. So this also most of the time due to the environmental conditions, especially the availability of the sunlight as well as the high wind, the reasons for developing this kind of deviation, spiral stem. So the root system, no taproot system. Taproot, we can't identify a taproot system, as well as do not have root hairs. So root hairs usually you know, normally know you. Root hairs are the root parts. Those are absorb the nutrients from the soil. So all the roots can't absorb the soil nutrients from the soil. There are specially modified root parts. They are very small root parts. We call them as root hairs. Root hairs can absorb the nutrients. But in the coconut plant, don't have root hairs. Then I think now you have a question. Then how does this plant absorb nutrients from the soil? Okay, then I will explain it. So most of the roots are concentrated in the top 90 to 120 centimeters. So by using these figures, you can see the coconut plant has a very high volume of root system, because this plant is very strong and develop around 30 centimeters. Therefore, this plant should have the well-developed huge root system. Here in this picture, you can see this is the root ball. All the roots are
Not here, sir.
sorry. Hello. So may I know your name, please? Hello. Who told that not here?
Yes, can hurt, sir.
Yeah, so what's your problem?
Clearly shows that.
We
Yeah,
not here, sir.
No. First of all, tell me what's your name, please. Hello.
Recording stopped.
Okay, so first of all, tell me your name, please. Can I know your name, please? Is this Shehani? Shehari, am I correct?
No, sir. මම නෙමෙයි කතා කළේ.
Yeah, I told you earlier also, if you have any question, please wait until I explain it, okay? Then it is very difficult to do this. As well as you should learn about those things. Those are the common sense. If you have a question, you should first excuse me. Then you can raise your question. Don't disturb.
සර් මම නෙමෙයි කිව්වේ මේ ඇහෙන්නේ නැහැ කියලා. මට කලින්
ඔව් කවුරු හරි ගමන්නේ මම කියන්නේ එහෙම ඩිස්ටර්බ් කරන අයට එහෙම ඩිස්ටර්බ් කරන්න එපා. ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා නම් මම කිව්වා ඕන ලාවකට ප්‍රශ්නයක් අහන්න පුළුවන්. ඔයාලා ඒකට චුට්ටක් ඉවසන්න. මම මේක දෙයක් එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරන අතරේ ඔයාලා කෑ ගහන්න එපා. එතකොට මම එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරන ගමන් හරියට එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරන්න වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඊට පස්සේ මට මතක නැහැ එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරේ මොකද්ද කියලා. සහ ඒක අනිත් අයටත් එයාලගේ ඒක හරියට කන්සර්න් කරගෙන මේක අහන් ඉන්න බෑ ප්‍රශ්නයක් වෙනවා. මට ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා නම් මේ ස්ලයිඩ් එක ඉවරනකොට I have question කියලා excuse කරලා අහන්න ඒකේ විදියට.
Recording in progress.
So you can see in this root ball, so all the roots are developed from this root ball. So this is actual root system. You can see this is a we can identify a very huge as well as a well developed root system. So I mentioned earlier this plant don't have
ඇහෙන්නේ නැහනේ සර්. අන්තයට ඇහෙනවද?
ඔයාගේ නම කියනවද මට චුට්ටක්? කාටද ඇහෙන්නේ නැත්තේ?
Recording stopped.
Hello? දැන් ඇහෙනවද? Can you hear me now? Hello? Others, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Not any problem.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
මම දන්නේ ඇයි ඔයාලම කම ප්‍රයිමරි ස්කූල් එක ළමයක් වගේ මේ ලෙක්චර් එකක් හදලා මෙච්චර ඩිස්ටර්බ් කරන්න කියලා.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so if you remember earlier I discussed with you the coconut plant has a taproots, don't have a taproot system. As well as here you can see these are the air breathing roots. So coconut roots don't have root hairs. So normally root hairs are the responsible organs for absorbing nutrients as well as do the respiration. To do this in the coconut root system, we can identify the white air breathing organs. So the air breathing organs has developed. So these are the organs. There was some height දැකලා තියෙනවා නම් පොල් ගහක් ගැලිච්චක් හරි ඒකේ බලන්න මුලේ මේ වගේ සුදු පාට චූටි නෙරුම් තියෙනවා. ඒත් මෙන්න මේ වගේන් තමයි මේ බ්‍රීත් කරන්න ඕන කරන මේ දේවල් සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේකේ. May organs. So we name it as pneumothorax. So pneumothorax is the name of this. The main root with the breathing organs, we call it as pneumothorax. Okay, I think there is a problem with your audio. I think Miss Jayaratna. Mrs. or Miss Jayaratna. So please check it because others can hear clearly. So maybe the problem with your devices. Please check it. Okay, then the leaves. So the coconut leaf. So normally I know you normally call the single leaflet as a leaf. අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් පොල් ගහක මේක පොල් ගසේ මේක leaflet එකක් තමයි අපි leaf එක කියලා කියන්නේ. So it's but it's wrong. The coconut leaf is this whole system we should call as coconut leaf. Let's identify its major component. So this is this basal area we call as the cushion. So cushion contain the leaf base. So this leaf base is attached to the coconut stem. And here you can see this triangular leaf scales. So in the cortex also we can identify those triangular leaf scales. Then the cushion, and in between the leaf stalk and the cushion, this area we know as keel. Then the keel, we can identify the keel. Then the leaf stalk, we can identify the leaf stalk, and then the rachis or the midrib. So all those leaflets are attached with this midrib. You can identify the midrib. අපි පොල් නාරටේ කියන්නේ midrib එකට, and the leaflets. So can you guess how many leaflets we can identify in a single coconut leaf? Have you counted? Any idea how many leaflets? Okay, so the total lifetime of the fawn about 2 years. So after emerging or development of the fawns, it retaining or remaining in attached to the coconut tree around 2 weeks. So after the 2 weeks period, naturally it will fallen down, and palms make a new fawns from every 22 to 30 days. As an average, around 1 month time period, 1 month interval, palms can generate a new fawns. A typical mature coconut palm has about 30 to 40 leaves. Every time we can identify around 30 to 40 number of leaves per palm. So length of the fawn around 70 to 3 to 7. It also differ from tall varieties to dwarf varieties. So tall palms, they have the higher length of their fronds, but the dwarf palms, the length of the fronds around 3 to 5 meters. So the inflorescence. Let's discuss about inflorescence. So both male and the female flowers containing in the same inflorescence. So then we can call it as bisexual flowers, because both possess flowers containing the one plant. And also there are two different parts in a inflorescence. Male flowers located in another place, and the female flowers are located in another separate place. Female, male කොටස් දෙකම එක inflorescence එකේ තුනට එක මලේ නැහැ. So that's the difference. So in this picture you can see the spike are the flower parts, inflorescence parts contain both male and the female flowers. So in one spike contain a single female flowers and several male flowers. So it compared to the female flowers, male flowers are very very small in size, as well as in number is higher. So in inflorescence we can identify around 1,000, 2,000 female flowers, but sorry, male flowers, small flowers, but the female flowers is around 100, 400, but according to the variety, the numbers are changed. So inflorescence is covered by a spathe. By a spathe. So in immature stage, this inflorescence cover the immature stage of the, sorry, this phase cover the immature stage of the inflorescence. Okay, so the female flowers. So each spike contain one or more flowers. Sometimes we can identify two female flowers. So most probably we can identify only single in female flower in a spike. As well as in size, it is much larger than the male flower, and shape resembles a very small coconut. So same as the small coconut nut, we can identify the same shape of this female flower, because the female flower is after pollination, fertilization, this female flower become a fruit or the coconut. Therefore, the shape is same as the coconut. The diameter, the size is 2 to 3 centimeter diameter, 3 to 2 centimeter diameter. So the male flowers, so here we can see the male flowers. It is sessile, as well as we can identify around 200 to 300 female flowers in a single spike. A single spike එකක් ගත්තාම අපිට male flowers 200ක් 300ක් වගේ ඉන්නවා. ඒ කියන්නේ inflorescence එක නෙමෙයි, එක spike එකක. So then what do you think about pollination pattern? There are two types of pollination patterns are there: self-pollination and cross-pollination. So I think you know the differences between these two. So is this coconut tree show us the self-pollination pattern or the cross-pollination pattern? Now, what do you want to know? In a coconut inflorescence, we can identify both male flowers as well as the female flowers. So in this picture, also you can see bees and other insects as well as the bee support to the pollination. So which pollination is occur? Cross pollination. Any other idea? Okay, let's see. Okay, I will explain. Normally, you correct. We can identify a cross-pollination pattern because we can identify both male and the female flowers, but their flower opening phases are different. So if the male flowers are open, so at that time, female flowers do not open. So therefore, there is a minimum chance to get the self-pollination. So all the time we can identify the cross-pollination. So cross-pollination normally in the coconut is happen due to the wind. So wind, සුලගෙන් තමයි pollination එක සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ other than the insects. Okay, then the fruits. The shape of the fruit is fibrous group shape. Group, not a perfectly oval shape. The group shaped fruit we can identify round to ovoid shape, as well as develop from tricarpellate ovary. So tricarpellate ovary, you don't know about those things. So normally during the fertilization, the ovary there are several types of ovary. So this fruit develops from a tricarpellate ovary. So let's identify the parts of this fruit. So in the outer layer, we can identify the epicarp, most outer layer. We can identify the epicarp. So after that, we can identify the mesocarp. So mesocarp is most the fibrous region. So coconut fiber we obtain from this mesocarp. This is 10 in the immature stage of the coconut fruit. The mesocarp is very tender. So sometimes we can consume it. So I think you have that experience when you drink the king coconut. So we can eat this mesocarp. And after that, we can identify the coconut or the nut. So this is covered by the woody endocarp. And after that, we can identify the endosperm. And in the inside the endosperm, we can identify the liquid endosperm. So these are the parts of the coconut fruit. So is the endosperm, the solid endosperm, and the outer woody endocarp. In between there, we can identify the testa. අපි අර කුරුට්ට කියලා කියන්නේ පොල් ගෙඩියක තියෙන්නේ අර කුරුට්ට තමයි testa කියලා කියන්නේ. So especially we will discuss like next day when we producing the virgin coconut oil, we remove this testa. If the testa is added to the coconut milk or during the coconut oil production, the color of the coconut oil may be turned into the brown color or the dark color. Then in this picture, you can identify the different growing stage of the fruit. So from the very mature stage to mature stage and finally the end stage. Okay, then discuss about what are the environmental suitable characters for the coconut. So this plant can be grown in a wide range of climates and soil types. Therefore, this plant is highly adaptable. So in the dry zone, we can cultivate coconut. In the wet zone, also we can cultivate this plant. So we compare the tea. So there is no really hard conditions. So plant can easily adaptable for environment conditions. So most favorable areas for coconut cultivation is found in the coconut triangle. But most of the time, the conditions, environmental conditions, soil conditions, and the climate conditions in the coconut triangle area is more suitable for cultivating coconut and in a commercial scale. These are the climate conditions. The rainfall 1,215 to 1,215 millimeters to 2,500 millimeters is okay. Air temperature is around 29 Celsius. So light minimum level of the sunshine hours per year 2,000 hours. Per month, it should be around 100 to 120 hours per month. So it's very important, the light duration, sunshine is very important, especially during the reproductive stage of flower initiation. And the altitude, we can cultivate up to 500 to 600 meters from mean sea level. Then the soil conditions. Presence of water table within 2 to 3 meters is important. Absence of a hard pan within 2 meters from the surface also very important. If the hard pan is present less than 2 meters, just think like a 1 meter. So it's not suitable soil because earlier I discussed with you this plant root system penetrate around 1.5 meters. The soil pH range around 5.5 to 7.5. So So slightly neutral soil pH, acidic, slightly acidic to neutral soil pH. Okay, then let's discuss about the varieties and forms of coconut. So there are several varieties, several improved varieties, hybrid varieties also there. Let's discuss about them. So the endemic coconut gem blossom in Sri Lanka can be grouped into 3 distinct varieties. Mainly, all those varieties we can group into 3 groups: Typica, Nana, and Aurantica. So these are the 3 groups. Typica means tall varieties. Nana means dwarf varieties. Aurantica means king coconut varieties. So likewise, there are 3 main groups: Typica, Nana, Aurantica, or tall, dwarf, and king coconut varieties. Okay, so normally the Typica varieties, we can identify oblong nut shape, oblong, and so epicarp, or the outer layer, we can identify in a green to reddish brown color outer layer, and then the mesocarp, a good source of fiber. You know now what's the mesocarp. So after the epicarp, we can identify the mesocarp. This is the fibrous region. So good source of fiber. Then now you can understand for the fiber production, Typica varieties is very important because we can obtain a higher percentage of fiber using Typica variety. So the endosperm means next to the epicarp, or after the coconut shell, we can identify the endosperm. අපි පොල් මදේ කියලා ගන්න endosperm එක. So the endosperm thick about 198 grams of copra per nut. For using a single nut, we can obtain around 200 grams of copra using the Typica variety. So thick endosperm we can identify. So commonly grown on a plantation scale. So therefore, this variety, this Typica varieties, there are several Typica varieties I will show you later. Those varieties we use for the commercial plantations. So what are the advantages? Because we can obtain a high amount of fiber as well as endosperm. Endosperm means yield of the coconut oil or the copra or any other product we obtain from the endosperm. Therefore, that is the reason we use Typica variety for plantation purposes. These are some examples for Typica varieties we can identify in Sri Lanka: Bodhi variety, Kamadala, Dikiripol, Navasi, Gontabili, Rantabili, and Porapol. So likewise, there are several Typica varieties we can identify. Okay, so I think some of varieties, you have familiar with the sum of varieties. Now we'll see. And Rantabili, Gontabili, likewise. So Digripol also, I couldn't find the photograph, but Digri also a Typica variety. So then the Nana variety or the dwarf variety, here we can identify several dwarf variety: dwarf yellow, dwarf red, dwarf brown, and dwarf green. Dwarf Kundira variety කියන දෙනවා dwarf varieties වලට කහ කුන්දිරා, රතු කුන්දිරා, දුබුරු කුන්දිරා, කොළ කුන්දිරා කියලා කුන්දිරා varieties තියෙනවා. So these are the Nana varieties. Then the Aurantica varieties, තැබිලි, අපි ඇත්තටම තැබිලි කියන්නේ මෙන්න මේ varieties වලට තැබිලි, බෝතල් තැබිලි, and Juan coconut. So these are the Aurantica varieties. So these are the examples for Aurantica varieties. අපි ඇත්තටම රන්තැබිලි කියලා කිව්වට ඒක Aurantica variety එකක් නෙමෙයි, Nana variety එකක්. Aurantica වලට එන්නේ තැබිලි, බෝතල් තැබිලි, and Juan coconuts. And also these are the varieties, Aurantica varieties, Murusi, Navasitabili, Dotalu coconut. So Dotalu coconut, the nut site is very small, as well as the number of nuts per bunch also very high. And Ratrantabili, yellow Murusi, brown Murusi. So those are the Aurantica varieties. So Rantabili, Ratrantabili නැත්නම් Rantabili. So I think සමහර අය දැකලා ඇති අපි මේක කැපුවාම මේක තියෙන මදේ අපිට එකක් අපිට කන්න පුළුවන් ඒක. Fibrous component එක අපිට කන්න පුළුවන්, as well as the color of that region is slightly pink color. So in addition to those varieties, the Coconut Research Institute, CRI, has released several improved coconut varieties. Improved mean by combining the properties of tall varieties and dwarf varieties. They have developed several improved varieties. CRI 60, 65, 98, Kapruana, Kapsuaya, Kapseta, like CRI SL 2004, 12, 13. Likewise, these are the improved coconut varieties introduced by Coconut Research Institute of Sri Lanka. So those improved varieties, or those hybrid varieties, contain all the advantages of both tall and dwarf varieties. So now you know what are the advantages of tall varieties, but the disadvantage of tall varieties is this plant is not suitable for the home garden because the height of the plant is very high. But the dwarf variety, plant height is low, but the fiber yield and the oil yield is very low. By combining these two, we can get the advantage of high yielding property of tall variety and the short stem from the dwarf variety, and we can develop Kapua, Kapsuaya like hybrid varieties to get the optimum advantages from both varieties. Okay, so here you can see the things I discussed with you earlier. Tall variety, varieties Kundira or the Nana and the Tabili or the Aurantica. So this is the Ratran Tabili. You can see its color, it's slightly pink color. And you can see the Dikiri coconut. So Dikiri means its endosperm is slightly semi-solid. So normally the endosperm is solid, but here we can identify semi-solid. Solid වෙලා නැති endosperm එකක් තමයි තියෙන්නේ. So with compare to these back row varieties, you can see the front row. These are the improved varieties: Kapsuaya, Kapseta, Kapruana, CRISL 98, 65, 60. So likewise, the size of those nuts are larger than the normal varieties. So that's the advantage of this hybridization of the varieties. Okay, here look again. The Kapsuaya, Kapseta, CRS 65, 60, Kapruana, CRISL 98, as well as this is Dikiri coconut, and the Sandroman also another coconut variety, and the Tabili. So likewise, there are several varieties, but keep in mind all those varieties we can put into 3 groups. Okay, then up to now we discussed about the morphological characters, soil and the climate conditions, as well as the varieties of this plant. Okay, then if you have any question, this is the time you can ask your question. You can raise your question. So if you have any question, please ask. Okay, there are some questions in the chat box. So can you get this presentation or this PDF? I will upload the presentation, the PDF version to the LMS. You can download it. And Sheshari, sorry for the things happened earlier. Okay, that's all the things. Then we will discuss about the nursery management of coconut. So the planting materials. So seed nut from selected palm. So those palm we call as plus palms are used as planting materials. So now you know this is the monocotyledon plants, as well as this plant doesn't have any cambium. Then we can't do cutting budding like vegetative propagation method. Therefore, the seed nut propagation method is the thing, as well as the seed nuts are the planting material. So seedlings are raised in the nurseries of the coconut cultivation board. In your home, also we can raise or we can develop coconut seedlings. Normally, in the coconut cultivation board, they produce quality seedlings. So there are two types of seedlings. According to their nursery type, actually, we can divide it into two groups, seed bed nursery and polybag nurseries. So what are the differences between these two? So seed bed nursery seedlings raised under seed bed nursery conditions. But in the polybag nursery, we develop the seedlings in a polybags. So that's the major differences between these two. So you know what are the advantage of polybag seedling nurseries, because normally when we transplanting, we uproot seedlings from this seed bed. So what happened at that time, the root may be damaged. It may be a reason for the transplanting shock. But in the polybag nursery, we do not damage to the root system. We can just take these seedlings with the polybag and put into the planting hole. So there are no any damage for the root system. So that is the advantage of the polybag nursery, as well as the polybag nursery seedlings start to bearing earlier than the seedbed nursery. So that also the advantage. And also we can easily do the other cultural practices, especially during the weed controlling, the polybag nursery. We can do it quickly, and the weed control also we can do. But the seedbed nursery, it is difficult. Okay, I think I discussed them. No transplanting shock. Field mortality is low with compared to the nursery bed. Polybag seedlings, the mortality and Mariame Sambhavitavadui, early flowering can be kept in polybag for infilling. Okay, this is another advantage. So sometime after we transplant our seedlings into the field planting, after the field planting, under some conditions, the environmental conditions, as well as some attack from the pests and diseases, plants may be die. So at that kind of conditions, we have to replace those damaged plants from the healthy plants. Therefore, we have to keep some plants for refilling or the infilling. So the polybag seedlings we can keep for that purpose. That is another advantage. Sorry, this should be correct as easy of watering, fertilizer application, and weeding. So these are the advantages. And withstand dry weather conditions after planting is also another advantage with compared to the seed bed nursery seedlings. Seed bag nursery can adapt easily, as well as it can survive in a dry conditions after planting than the seedbed nursery seedlings. Okay, then how do you identify good quality seedlings? So normally when you are going to buy some planting materials or some vegetable plants, you can identify the sellers. They are selling some coconut seedlings also. Then you should have that knowledge to identify a good seedlings. Let's see what are the characters we can use to identify good quality seedlings. So if we do not select a good quality seedling, so what happen? After the certain time period, we have to fertilize, we have to care this plant, and ultimately, if we can't take the optimum yield, so then all our effort is useless. Therefore, it is important to select a good quality seedlings. So a good quality seedlings are ready to planting 7 months from layering out the nuts. It means normally the coconut seedlings take around 7 months for completing the nursery period. So the nursery period is 7 months. So after 7 months, we can use those seedlings for the field planting. So at that time, we can use those characters to check or select the quality seedling. 3 well-developed leaves. So at least we should have 3 well-developed leaves. So well-developed leaves mean the initial those basal leaves we can't count. We do not count. So these are the well-developed leaves. So here you can see the more than 3 well-developed leaves. As well as these leaves should in a dark green color, and broad well-shaped leaves. Here you can see these leaves are spread well. The broad, well-shaped leaves, as well as the stout stem. So we should identify stout. Stout kan හොඳ පුෂ්ටිමත් මහත stem එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. Early splitting of leaves, it also very important. So early splitting means here you can see the short petiole. Short petiole means this is the petiole. This petiole should be short. So sometimes we can identify the petiole is very low, as well as after that we can identify the leaves. So it is not good. This petiole එක කුඩා වෙන තරමට හොඳයි. As well as the early splitting of leaves. So these leaves should be split in early. කොලේ ගොඩාක් කලින් මේක බෙදලා තිනවා නම් ඒකත් හොඳයි. Large number of fruits. Actually, we can't identify the number of fruits by observing it, but large number of fruits should be present. It's also very important. So after the selecting our seedlings, now it's time for field planting. So during the nursery time period, 7 months period, we have to do the nursery care practices such as watering, mulching, examining regularly for the insect damage, fertilizer application. These things also we should do, same as the other nursery practices. So then our plants, now we can move to the field planting. Okay, then let's discuss about the field planting and the aftercare of the seedlings. Okay, then coconut, we can plant in under the several planting systems. So such as square shape, rectangular system, and also the triangular system, like there are several planting systems. So those planting systems mainly depend on our requirement, our space, as well as our planting methods. So sometimes we plant coconut with other plants. So we call it as intercropping. So with the intercropping, we have to change the space as well as the planting system method. Then crop combination, monocropping, intercropping, no mixed cropping. So monocropping means the cultivation only the coconut plants. monocropping. Intercropping means cultivate with another crop. So usually we cultivate coconut and the pineapple, coconut and the banana, coconut and rambutan-like fruit crops. So likewise, we can intercrop coconut easily because there are plenty of free spaces, resources available in between the two coconut plants. Therefore, we can use that resources for another crop. So intercropping is more suitable with the coconut. And the mixed cropping. So normally in your home garden, we can identify the mixed cropping system. So coconut, tree, and with the several crops. So that system we call as the cropping system. Then the time of intercrops. So the intercrops, again, we can use this intercrop in cultivating more than two crops. So here the coconut and another crop. So the second crop may be an annual crop, maybe the perennial crop. So likewise, according to their type, perennial or the annual, as well as their degrees of the shade tolerance, also important. So some plant required more shade. So like pepper, they love more shade. So vanilla, they love so many shade conditions. So likewise, according to the secondary crops requirement, we should think about the planting methods, as well as the other factors, the water availability, soil texture, soil depth, these things also important, nutrient fertilizer requirements. So those are the things we should consider. So the planting system, as I mentioned earlier, there are three planting systems: triangular, rectangular, and square system. So again, you can see the spaces here. Triangular system. There are several spaces there. These spaces, especially again, depend on the cropping system. So if we use the monocropping system, 8 to 8, 8 is best. But if we use the the intercropping, so we have to increase the space between two plants, intercropping. So the rectangular means space between 7.3 to 8.5. Square, again, there are two spacings, 8 to 8 and 8.3 to 8.3. So in this column, you can see these spaces in the feet. And most importantly, look at the these two column, the density. So if we use the triangular system, we can plant 183 to 158 plants per hectare. Per hectare, we can plant this much of seedlings. So if we use the rectangular system, we can plant 164. If we use a square shape, we can plant 164 to 147. So according to our planting method, planting system, the plant density is different. So which planting system is required the higher number of plants or the seedlings? By using these figures, you can identify the triangular system, 8 to 8 to 8 system. Here you can see 8 to 8, 8 in the triangular system and 8 to 8 in the square system. If we use the square system with the 8 to 8 space, we can plant only 168. But the same space if we use as a triangular system, we can cultivate around 163. So these are some differences between planting systems. So here you can see, earlier I discussed, this is a triangular system. You can identify the triangular shape of three plants. This is a square planting, square shape between four plants, the rectangular shape. Okay, then the first thing we have to do when we preparing the field planting, preparation of the planting holes. So the preparation of the planting holes, we should start before 1 or 2 months of the transplanting of the seedlings. අපිට පැලයක් ගෙනල්ලා ඒ වෙලේම වලක් කාලා ඒක හිටවන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි ඒක නෙවෙයි හරි විදිය. We should prepare 1 to 2 months before this transplanting hole. So the size of the planting hole depends on the soil type. So if our soil is a sandy or sandy loamy soil, so the dimension of the planting hole is quite less than the poor structured soil, 3 to 3 to 3 or 1 meter to 1 meter, 1 meter. This is the ideal dimension of a planting hole. But if you have a poor structured soil, it means the water drainage is very low, as well as the gravel conditions, and also the soil organic matter content is low. So what happened? We should enhance the dimension of a planting hole around 1.2 to 1.2 to 1.2. So when we preparing the planting hole, we should remove the topsoil layer. First, we should remove the first topsoil layer separately. We should not mix that topsoil layer with the bottom soil, because you know the topsoil contain the most of the time the humus and other organic matter in a higher percentage. Therefore, we can use it again and mix it the fertilizer while filling the planting hole. So fill the planting hole, 2 layers of husks or the coir dust we can use. So the husk or the coconut husk or coir dust we can lay at the bottom of the planting hole. So why we practice this? Why we should apply the coconut husk or coir dust? So those materials can absorb water. So it is very important for the conserve the moisture concern of the planting hole. After that, fill the hole with topsoil, mix it 1 kilogram of dolomite, organic manure, and 1 kilogram of yam palm mixture. Okay. Earlier also I discussed about the dolomite. We can use dolomite matter, organic manure. We can use animal or the green manures, as well as we can use the young palm mixture. So what is the young palm mixture? There are several fertilizer mixtures are available. So according to the stage, mature stage or the age of the palm, the fertilizer mixtures are different. So in the initial stage or at the field planting stage, we use young palm mixture. So after that, there are several planting mixtures, especially so the bearing stage, we use the adult palm mixtures, as well as some other plants, especially some of the king coconut varieties they have. So under the fertilization, we will discuss them. So after layering the coconut husk, now we add mix of dolomite, topsoil, organic manure, and young palm mixture. Here you can see the planting hole 3 to 3 to 3, and these are the materials we need. First of all, we need seedling, then the coconut husk, then here the organic matter, dolomite, and the fertilizer, young palm mixture. Then and the topsoil also. Then we first put the coconut husk, then the mixture of the topsoil and the fertilizer. Then we can place our seedling. Okay, so it's also very important when we place the seedling into a planting hole, we do not remove the polythene or the poly bag completely. What happens if we remove this poly bag completely? the soil may be loosed and may be fallen down, and the roots may be damaged. So we use this polybag nursery method to protect our root system. So if we practice that kind of things during the field planting, so what happened? Our ultimate goal is not achieved. Therefore, the things we doing during the planting is, first we should remove the bottom of the polybag. So we can simply using a blade or the sharp knife, we can remove the bottom of the polybag. Then we can place the polybag and the seedlings in the hole, and now we can add soil around the polybag. Then carefully we can remove the bag like this. Then this method protect our root system without damaging roots. So after completing the planting, so we can apply the coconut husk in upside down method. This practice we are doing especially for the moisture conservation, as well as the control weeds, as a controlling weed, as a mulch. We can use coconut husk. Here you can see we can place around 3 to 4 round of coconut husk as a mulch. So after that, there are other aftercare operations: infilling, fertilizer application, mulching, watering, pest and diseases, and the proofing. So these are the aftercare operations we should discuss under the agronomic practices. Okay, so I will discuss about the fertilizer applications. So you know there are nutrients we can categorize under major nutrient, macro, micro, like there are several classification of the nutrients. So among the major nutrients, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, magnesium, calcium, and the sulfur. Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen we consider as the most plants consume the higher amount of these three nutrients. So among them, the carbon and oxygen plants absorb from the plant obtains from the environment, hydrogen obtained from the water, and the other nutrients obtained from maybe from the fertilizer, maybe from the organic matter or decomposed rock, the mother rock. So these are the sources for those nutrients. So the micronutrients, iron, manganese, molybdenum, copper, zinc, chloride, cobalt, boron. Those are the micronutrients. Those micronutrients also obtained from fertilizer, organic matter, decomposed rocks. So the nutrient deficiencies of the plant. So nutrient deficiency means if the nutrient composition of the soil is not complete the nutrient requirement of the plant, so there is a deficiency. So plant deficiency, nutrient deficiency. So the nitrogen deficiency we can first appear in the mature leaves. So because the nitrogen is a mobile nutrient, therefore the mature leaves first appear this deficiency system. Then uniform yellowing of the entire fronds. So after that, the entire frond become yellow color. So this is the initial or the basic symptoms we can identify from the plant observations. But in the advanced stage, we can identify leaves turn gold, yellow, and turn reddish gray color. Premature drying of leaves drying premature stage, and crown will become smaller. So we can identify the crown. Crown එක කියන්නේ පොල් ගහේ තියෙන උඩ කොටස stem එකේ උඩ තියෙන සම්පූර්ණ කොටස කියන්නේ crown එක කියලා. The crown will become small, or the coconut fronds become small in size, and tapering of the trunk. So finally, tapering means the the stem may be die off and plant die. So these are the deficiency symptoms of the nitrogen. Then the potassium deficiency, we can identify first in the mature leaves. So in these two pictures, you can identify this is a healthy leaflet, and this is the leaflet affecting the potassium deficiency. So you can identify rusty colored yellowing starting from the tips, showing distinct scorching effect. So first we can identify this potassium deficiency also from the mature leaves, because as nitrogen, potassium also mobile nutrients. Then first we can identify from the tips of the leaflets the rusty colored, rusty kind of malakada wage malakada පාටට yellowing circles, dots we can identify in the from the tips. Then those tips or those dots convert as scorching effects. Scorching කියන හරිනම් පිච්චිලා වගේ යනවා අපිට දකින්න පුළුවන් dots පිච්චිලා වගේ තියෙනවා. In advanced stage, scattered brown color lesions occur in those leaves which turn to gray in later stage. In this picture, you can see this the rusty colored yellowing circles or the spots now convert into brown in color, and lesions can we can identify. And in the severe stage, then brown color convert into the gray in color. Nut production drops down depending on the development stage of the inflorescence. So potassium also very important for the production of the nut. Therefore, if the potassium deficiency is occur, the nut production also going down. It's also the deficiency symptom. Tapering of tank also we can identify as a reason for the potassium deficiency. Okay, then let's discuss about the deficiency symptoms of the magnesium. So the magnesium deficiency common on acidic and also the sandy soil, most common. Continuous heavy potassium and also the application including magnesium deficiency, especially the continuous heavy potassium fertilizer application induce the magnesium deficiency. So in the potassium application, the soil become the acidic conditions. So in the acidic stage, the magnesium deficiency is occur in a higher level. You can have potassium fertilizer දාන නිසා soil එක acidic වෙනවා. as well as අපි urea වගේ fertilizer දාද්දි soil එක acidic වෙනවා. මේ acidic condition වලදී magnesium deficiency එකක් වෙන තියෙන අවස්ථාව වැඩි. So low magnesium content decrease the nut production as well as decrease the crop yield per nuts. So those are the deficiency symptoms. So other than those major elements, so micro elements such as boron deficiency also very common in the coconut growing areas. So this is a not mobile nutrient, therefore deficiency symptoms appear in the younger leaves, and leaflets of young palms malformed and crooked with the sheath. Here you can see the leaflets do not spread well. They crooked, achillea, malformations is happen due to the boron deficiency. Okay, so those are some major deficiency symptoms of those nutrients, micro and also the macronutrients. So here I focus some of the nutrient deficiencies, but there are several nutrient deficiencies there. But with the time, I can't discuss all the things. So at your level, in the diploma level, I only focus on major things. So let's see how we can correct them, how we can correct these deficiencies. So the first thing is we can apply the fertilizer at the correct time, at the correct rate. So the fertilizer factors that govern fertilizer recommendation. So there are several fertilizer recommendations. So if you can visit the Department of CRI website, as well as for other crops, the paddy-like crops, if you visit they have several fertilizer recommendations. So they have recommendation for the wet country zone, up country, dry zone, wet zone. Likewise, there are several recommendations. So Coconut Research Institute has several recommendations for different regions. Especially those recommendations developed because of the different nutrient removal from the palm, fertility of the different soil, nutrient demand by the palm, soil characteristics, climate conditions, variety, growth stage, profitability of fertilization, and the fertilizer price. So according to those factors, there are several fertilizer recommendations. So sometimes some soil has more nutrients or more soil organic matter, but some places the soil pH is very low, organic matter is very low. Therefore, according to the soil requirement, climate requirement, we have to change or we have to adapt the fertilizer recommendation, as well as the plant characters, growth stage, as well as the plant variety. We have to change the recommendation. So these normally we use those nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium like major nutrients, as well as to supply the micronutrients. We use the organic matter to supply the micronutrients. So just for your information, to supply the nitrogen, we use urea. To provide the phosphorus, we use a powder of phosphate and imported rock phosphate. To supply the potassium, we use muriate of potash. Supply the magnesium, we can use the dolomite or the kieserite. So in this column, you can see the composition of each molecule in those fertilizer. If we use urea, 100 gram of urea, it provides only 46 gram of nitrogen. So likewise, the nutrient composition of each fertilizer. Okay, so these are the fertilizers. This also just for your information. So urea, it is a granule fertilizer. The power of phosphate, it's a kind of powdered fertilizer. Muriate of potash, and the dolomite and the kieserite. So kieserite, dolomite provide magnesium. Especially dolomite provide calcium and magnesium both. Okay, then the fertilizers, as I mentioned earlier, there are several recommendations. In this table, you can see the fertilizer recommendation for planting holes. So at the planting stage, this is the fertilizer recommendation. Here you can see, according to the zone, there are two recommendations. Wet and the intermediate zone have separate recommendation. That recommendation is different from dry zone recommendation. So the urea is same. Powder of phosphate is higher in the wet and intermediate zone. Then the muriate of potash also the same. Dolomite also the same. Because the wet and intermediate zone receive high amount of water, as well as the wet zone, the soil pH is quite acidic. Therefore, the amount of the phosphate is high. Then the yam palm mixture. Yam palm mixture means especially from after field planting, we have to fertilize 6 months after field planting. then 1 year to 1.5 year, 2 year to 2.5 year, 3 year to 3.5 year, and also 4 years, 4.5 years, 5.5 year. Likewise, until bearing, we apply young palm mixture. So, unat young palm mixture. So now using this table, you can understand. Normally, we apply fertilizer per 1 dose per year. සාමාන්‍ය අවුරුද්දක සැරයක් පමණ fertilizer apply කරනවා, but the initial stage from 6 months. So the recommendation, you can see a powder of phosphate, urea, muriate of potash, and dolomite. Again, the wet and intermediate zone have one recommendation, but the dry zone has another recommendation. So with the time or with the age of the palm, the dose of the fertilizer is gradually increased. Here you can see gradually increase, but the dolomite rate is not changed in the both recommendations in the both every stage, but the other fertilizer, the dosage is gradually increased with the age of palm. So the adult palms mixture mean during the bearing stage, we use adult palm mixture. So now I discuss 3 fertilizer type. At the initial stage, field planting, you use separate fertilizer mixture. After field planting to until the bearing, we use mature palm mixture, and after bearing, we use adult palm mixture. Again, the adult palm mixture also, there are 2 types, wet and intermediate, and also the dry zone has another mixture. So those chemical fertilizers, we can divide it into several groups. So as a summary, look here, the fertilizer mixtures according to the age of the palm: young palm mixture, adult palm mixture, or adult coconut mixture. Likewise, then there are specific fertilizer mixtures also available. Those mixtures are developed according to the requirement of variety. Especially the king coconut plant has king coconut mixture, as well as the toddy tapping palms. අපි රාහ දන්න ගන්න පොල් ගස් වලට දෙන fertilizer වලට වෙනම mixture එකක් තියෙනවා. It is different from nut producing plant, coconut plant. So differential fertilizer mixtures. Likewise, there are several specific fertilizer mixtures have developed for specific varieties. But in the common, in the generally, these are young adult farm mixtures are the general fertilizer mixtures. Then the method of fertilizer application, normally the broadcasted uniformly on the soil surface within a radius of 1.75 meter from the base of the palm. So this is the method of fertilizer application. We normally do the broadcasting. broadcast So the fertilizer circle, there is a fertilizer circle around the root base or the base of the stem. We apply within a 1.7 meter radius. So lightly worked into the soil to a depth of 10 to 15 centimeters. Just after application fertilizer, we just slightly mix the fertilizer. We incorporate the fertilizer with the soil, as well as mulch with the suitable material also. We should apply, the mulch provide the protection from the heavy rain, as well as to avoid the evaporation, as well as evaporation of moisture. Those are the advantages. So in this picture, you can see this is the fertilizer circle, 1.7 5 meter from the base, and broadcast the mixture. After that, we should mix the fertilizer with the soil, and we can place a mulch. So in addition to the fertilizer application, cover crops management also very important, because we can apply mulch we can apply green manure or any other materials, but after a certain time they degrade and we have to replace the mulch again. But if we can use the live mulch, it means if the mulch can uh, keep in the field for a certain period of time, so it will be an advantage. Therefore, the cover crops we can use as a live mulch. So the cover crops reduce the soil erosion, add organic matter, reduce nutrient losses and improve soil fertility, reduce pest populations and reduce soil compaction and improve the soil structure. So the cover crops, their root system penetrate into the soil and reduce the soil compaction, as well as improve the soil aeration, water holding capacity. And also they control the surface area, then reduce the growth of the weeds, and during the rain, they reduce the soil erosion. Improve the water management, enhance the biological diversity in the root zone. So they grow around the root zone of the coconut plant and make or they create a suitable environment for the around the root system. So there are several type of cover crops available. Again, when we are selecting a cover crop, we should think about the ecological zone. So some cover crops do not suitable for dry zone. Some cover crops suitable for wet zone, but do not suitable for dry zone. Likewise, we should think about, so in this table, you can get a rough idea about what are the cover crops suitable for dry zone, what are the cover crops suitable for wet zone. So I will show you some of those cover crops, then you can identify them. Okay, so no need to remember those scientific names, but just try to identify those cover crops. Some of cover crops are legumes, therefore they involve with the nitrogen fixing. That also another advantage of the cover crops. So this is also another kind of cover crop. So most of the time in your home garden or around the roads, we can identify those cover crops. Okay, then let's discuss about the intercropping and the monocropping. There are several cropping systems: intercropping, monocropping, and the multicropping. So most of the time, coconut we can identify as intercropping system. So intercropping increase the light use efficiency, maximize the resources use, because in a coconut land, after 3 to 4 years time period, there is plenty of land, soil, water, plant nutrient space is available. So therefore, we can use that space for cultivating another crop. So it will be advantage for both crops. Increase the coconut production, because that crop, if we use a pineapple or if we use a banana like crop, so we apply fertilizer for that plants also, secondary plant also. So therefore, these nutrients incorporated the coconut, these nutrients can absorb by the coconut tree and enhance the production, improve the soil productivity, increase the crop productivity, provide the supplementary source of income. So now we have two income sources: one income from the coconut, other income from the secondary or intercrop. Then reduce the risk depending on the one of crop of our income. So provide the food security. So those are the advantages of intercropping. So let's see what are the crops we can use to intercrop with the coconut. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, with coconut is suitable for intercropping because there is enough space for compatible crops. So around 75 of this space is available. Now, ඔයාලත් ගියොත් එහෙම පොල්වත් එකට ඔයාලට පේනවා පොල් ගස් මීටර 8න් 8 දන් දුර තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට ඒ අතර ස්පේස් එකේ ගොඩක් ඉඩ තියෙනවා. සහ ගොඩක් ගහ උසට තියෙන නිසා එයා ස්පේස් එකක් තියෙනවා. As well as the light penetrate to the ground clearly. So the more light penetrate to the understory, around 4 to 80% light penetrate to the bottom layer. Soil, water, and the plant nutrient availability enable to select the wide range of annuals and the perennials. So we can use annual as the perennial crops. So if we want to plant the short-term plants like chili, tomato, we can use them. So if we want to cultivate or plant the perennial plants such as the coffee and the pepper, so we can use them because the lifespan of the coconut tree is around 50 to 70. So එතකොට අපිට ඒ දක්වා තියෙන පැල හිටවන්න ශාප හිටවන්න පුළුවන්. So the total available air space is 30 to 40%. So these are the advantages or the suitable conditions for in a coconut land for intercropping. Therefore, most of the time we use banana, cashew, cinnamon, pineapple, rambutan, tea. Tea also we can intercrop with the coconut. In this picture, the right hand side top corner, you can see intercrop tea and the coconut. And also the pepper, beetle, lime, Griseria species. So these are the things these are the plants we can use to intercrop with the coconut. So here you can see intercrop with the banana, rambutan with the coconut, pineapple with the coconut, Griseria with the coconut. So likewise, these are the advantages of these are these plants we can intercrop with the coconut. So other than those crops, we can intercrop coffee, cocoa, cinnamon, cassava, ginger, improved pasture also. Pasture means we use pasture for feed the animals. Papaya, passion fruits, seasonal crops, yam, vegetable, cereals, pulses, like seasonal crops also we can use. Okay, that's all about the intercropping. So there are several other cultural practices also available. What do you want? Shall we have a break or shall we continue another 15 minutes? We have to talk about the pests and diseases. So do you want a small break? We can stop and start again. So we can continue the session until end of this presentation. Okay, please talk.
Give me the 15 minutes break, sir.
Okay, then we will continue the pests and diseases. I discuss with you some important pests and diseases, disease problem and their management practices. So there are several pest and disease problems with the coconut tree, but here I mentioned the most important and most susceptible pests and diseases for the coconut plant. So here you can see the pest as well as the diseases also affect the coconut plant in every stages, in the nursery stage, in the planting stage, as well as in the adult stage. So pest of the coconut, they affect each and every part of the coconut, not only the root, not only the foot, not only the leaves. They attack the root system, stem, and also crown and nut, leaf. So here in this picture, you can see the black beetle affect the crown. Red weevil affect to the stem, might affect the nut. Scale insect affect to the leaflet. Caterpillar also affect to the leaflet. Likewise, there are several insects, pests affect to the every part of this plant. So this is the coconut red weevil. You can identify this is the Coleoptera pest, and more serious and also the destructive pest in a coconut plantation. So most destructive pest. So 3 to 15 prone to attack. So normally in a one plant, there we can identify 3 to 15 to attack plants. So this is the serious stage of their attack. If we identify 3 to 6, it is a vulnerable. For higher than 6, so it is not. It is a we can't control at that rate. So the toddy plants are highly susceptible for this pest. So these pests highly damage for the toddy tapping plants. And the complete life cycle within the plant is also very important. The coconut red will complete their life cycle within the plant. So we compared the black beetle. Black beetle complete half of its life cycle within the plant, but red tree will completely complete life cycle within the coconut plant. So the damage is mainly done by larvae. So all the stages we can identify in the coconut tree, but the larvae, only larvae damage the plant. The other stages do not damage the plant. So feed on the soft tissues or trunk or maybe crown. So the soft tissues in the trunk or crown, they feed on those tissues. So here you can see the coconut red peel larvae. So you consume the soft tissues like this. So here you can see their damages. So in the younger plants, also adult plants, there are damages. So it is very difficult to identify in the early stage. They just make a holes and go inside to the stem. In a tall plant, we can't see their damage. The holes, chewing fiber or osine or the red brown, we can identify. So in their they create holes to insert to the stem. So at that hole area, we can identify chewing fibers. මෙයාලා stem එකට ඇතුල් වෙලා ඒ කන fibers අපිට ඒ hole එකෙන් එළියට වැටෙනවා දකින්න පුළුවන්. As well as the osine, so the red brown color here in this picture, I think you can see osine, a liquid එකක් අපිට දකින්න පුළුවන්. As well as if you can hear carefully the noise coming from the stem, so you can identify, you can hear the crunching noise. Larvae feed or eat the tissues in the stem, therefore you can hear the crunching noise. So advanced stage, these are the symptoms. Outmost leaves, premature depths, like in this picture. අපිට හිතව ගමන් අපිට දකින්න පුළුවන් පහළ තියෙන outlay එකේ තියෙන leaves එකපාරට වේලා කඩන් වෙලා තියෙනවා. So inner hole yellowing or the withering, we can see the inner leaves, we can see withering or turn green color to yellow color. As well as the terminal bud slant. So the terminal bud slants, terminal blood slant වෙලා කඩාගෙන වැටෙනවා. Finally, toppling of crown collapse and fallen down. So these are the symptoms, and they are symptoms of their damage. So you can see this is a severe damage. So we can't recover their damage in the advanced level. So if we do not identify their damage in the early stage, so we are too late to recover the plant. Here you can see they damaged the stem part, they damaged the crown part, so ultimately plant get collapsed. So coconut red weevil damage is not a simple things. It's a very critical damage for the coconut cultivation. So if the plant is damaged like this stage, typical bud crown collapse and fallen down, then we can't recover. අපිට මේකේ කෙසෙල් ගහක වගේ එතනින් කඳ කපලා ආයෙ එතනින් ගහ හදනවා කියලා බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්න බෑ. So if that stage we have to remove this plant from the land. So therefore this damage is the severe damage. The control method, we can regular inspection. So as I mentioned earlier, we can identify their initial stage by looking the carefully observation, inspection, and also the cut and split and burn. If we identify a damaged plant, so we can't recover it. We have to cut and remove it in the severe stage, as well as repeat apply on wounds area with the coal tar and use of the engine oil. So coal tar and engine oil we can use to fill this wounds area. So it will block the wound and avoid the coming the coconut red we will damage again that wound area. As well as we can use the pheromone traps to trap the adult. So we can control or we can destroy their life cycle by removing the adults. Therefore, we can trap the adults using several pheromone traps. As well as there are several chemical methods. 60% monocotypus we can use as a chemical control method. Okay, then next to the red tree, the black beetle is another damage. Is making a lot of damage for the coconut plantation. In this picture, you can see it's the adults and the larvae. This insect also Coleoptera family insects, serious pest up to 7 years. Especially this black beetle affect in younger stage of the plant. So reduce the growth. Sometime it may be dead. Plants may be dead. So nitrogen and the magnesium deficiency. If the plant suffering from the nitrogen and the magnesium deficiency, their attack is very high. So therefore, the plant, it is very important to manage the fertilizer. Fertilizer management also very important. So their damage we can identify like this. Damage is done by the adult, not the larvae. Earlier, red weevil damage is done by the larvae, but the black beetle, their damage is done by the adult. So they cut, split, sorry, damage is done by adult. We can see rows between the sheets. They feed on between the sheets. May pull අතර crown එකේ තමයි මේ damage එක සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. We can identify geometrical leaf cuts when the fronts open. So when the fronts open, due to their damage, we can identify this kind of geometric leaf. හරියට අපි කියන්නේ නිකන් කසුරකින් කපලා දාලා වගේ හරියට glide එකකට මේ leaflets වල damage කරලා තියෙනවා අපිට අඳුන ගන්න පුළුවන්. Not only the leaf fronts, they also damage to the inflorescence. So if they damage the inflorescence, there are no any nut production. So these are the damage. In the severe stage, we can identify this kind of damage. So the control methods, there are several control methods, mechanical method, biological method we can use. So the mechanical method, sorry. As a mechanical method, we can remove them manually using iron rod. So here you can see the iron rod, 15 centimeter long iron rod. At the end, there is a hook. So we can just insert this iron rod. They are affecting holes and in between the sheets, and we can remove them out. So that's a simple thing. And the biological control method also there, we can use the fungi, viruses, like parasites. So these parasites are affecting their larvae and destroy them. Apply a repellent around the spinal leaf. So we can apply repellents. So repellents mean these materials release some fragments or some chemical compounds. Those compounds not suitable or not good for the insects. So tar or the engine oil, as well as a naphthalene, කපුරු බෝලත් අපි පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. එතන කූබි හැම වෙනකොට අපි කපුරු බෝල තියනවානේ. So likewise, we can use those methods to avoid them. And slow release granules also we can insert insecticide, granular insecticides, carbofuran, as well as the carbosulfan. So those insecticides we do not apply as foliar application. We just insert those granules, cat වගේ මේ තියෙන දේවල් අපිට මේ crown එකේ තැන් තැන් තියන්න පුළුවන් to control their damage. So the coconut caterpillar is another pest damage. They damage to the leaf. Here you can see their damage. Heavy damage to the foliar part, especially the potassium deficiency is high. Their damage also very high, especially their damage or their active time period is February to April in the dry area, dry conditions. So their damage you can see. They feed on lower side of the tissue. Here you can see that this is the lower side of the tree leaflet, and these leaflets become dry off. So the control method is cut and down, remove the affected leaves, as well as we can use different parasitoid releasing animals. We can use as the biological control method, as well as in a severe stage we can use the chemical method, especially the monocotypus, 60% monocotypus. Their damage we can find the leaf. So by applying the pesticide to the trunk, we can avoid their damage. So the coconut scale insect also another pest attack to the coconut. Especially this pest also attack in the dry weather. Because of the dry weather conditions, plants also in a very weak conditions. Therefore, those pests can easily damage that stage. Feed on the sap or the lower surface. Yellow patches we can identify in the leaflets. leaflet යට පැත්තෙන් තමයි damage එක කරන්නේ. So heavy infection, entire yellowing of the leaf. So at the heavy stage, we can identify entire yellowing of the leaf, as well as the withering and dry off. So as cultural method, we can use parasite, also the predators like ladybird beetle. We can use as predators. We can release ladybird beetle to control them, as well as the trunk inject of the 60% monocotypus also available. So the coconut mite, this is the another pest damage to the coconut nuts. Due to their damage, malformed nuts, small nuts, immature nut fall, as well as dry out the skin of the nut and crack in patches. So sometimes you have experienced that the coconut nut has some fractures and crack in the fractures, as well as the dry of the skin is very coconut skin also dry off. So these things happen due to the this pest. This is a sucking pest. Here you can see the microscopic view, and this is you can see the very small tiny pest we can identify attack to the coconut nuts. According to their attack, you can identify the immature nut fallen and the small nuts and cracks on the nut surface dry off. These things happen due to their damage. To control, we can identify at the early stage. If we identify there is damage of the mites, we can remove those branches and spray of the neem oil also. You can see. Do you know about the neem oil? Neem oil means the කොහොඹතෙල් කියලා කියන්නේ. So apply this from the monocotypus inject to the stem, and also we can use the biological control method. We can use parasites or other biological control methods. Then the coconut leaf mine also another major pest. So there are larvae, pupa, and the adult stage you can identify here. So the termite also another insect, especially damage into the root area of the stem, base of the stem, as well as the nursery plant also. They damage the nursery plants, enter to the inside and feed on the bud region and damage the plant. At the mature stage, damage the base. So like this picture, you can see their damage. To control, we can destroy their nets in the field, and we can use insecticide to control as chemical control methods. So in addition to those pest diseases, there are some, in addition to those pest damages, there are some diseases also there, especially the budroot disease. Most of the time, young plants are vulnerable for budroot disease. Here you can see in the bud deකට තමයි මෙයාගේ attack එක සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. Rotted bud, you can see the rotted bud attacked by this bacteria. Then also the leaf blight disease. This is a fungal attack. It's also the diseases damage. And also the Valigamer leaf wilt disease. I think you heard about the Valigamer wilt diseases. First, this disease identified in the Valigamer area. That's why we call it as the Valigamer wilt disease. This is so very severe in the southern area in the Sri Lanka. We believe that the disease came from the India, the Kerala area, India, because the same damage we can identify in same as the Kerala area. So Valigamer wilt disease, dry off the leaflets. Okay, so that's all about the pest and diseases. I do not explain every diseases because no need about everything at this stage. But you have assignment in this session. Your assignment is you should create a 3 minutes individual video clip explaining one of the following topics. So under the coconut agronomy, up to now we discussed the planting material production, nursery management, field preparation, field planting, weeding, watering, mulching, wellness application, cover crop management, coconut intercropping, pest and diseases management, pest management especially. So now it's time to do a small assignment to you. So what you have to do, you should prepare a 3 minutes individual video crop. So you can just create a presentation by explaining those things. You can select one of those title. If you select planting material production, so your title is the planting material production. So you should prepare a presentation, or you can simply explain it by using a poster or using the speech. Likewise, you can use your own method to explain it. The time is 3 minutes. So 3 minutes video clips you should prepare. And I will give you 2 weeks time, because the next week also you have the same subject. Then after that, you can submit your assignment to the LMS. So the deadline is 22nd. To get an idea about this assignment, I will show you the video clip that has uploaded by the previous batch. Then you can get an idea about looking it.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes. Yes.
Sir, ඉස්සල්ලාට මම
Recording stopped.
Hello, can you repeat it again? Because I couldn't hear you. I think there may be some connection problem. Sorry. I didn't get your point because maybe some connection problem. I didn't hear you clearly. Please repeat it again. Okay, until that, I will explain your assignment. So you can create the video clip like this. So it should be 3 minutes. You can get more information from the other sources, internet, or you can simply visit the CRI website, Coconut Research Institute, CRI website, as well as the Coconut Cultivation Board website to get more idea. You can use this kind of presentation mode, or you can simply use this kind of prepare this kind of speech. Okay, I think now you have a kind of idea about how to do this presentation or the video clip. Any reaction? Are you clear about this presentation, this assignment?
Yes.
Okay. As well as I will upload this presentation as a PDF version, then you can refer it again. And if you want, if you're interested regarding the coconut agronomy as well as the tea agronomy, I will share some additional reading materials to the LMS. So all of the things I did not cover within the limited time period. So if you are interested more about those areas, then you can refer them and learn them. And also you can join with our degree program to get more knowledge about those areas. Okay, then if you don't have any question, and it's time to wind up the session.
Sir?
Yes, hello.
Yeah. The assignment is only coconut or included the rubber and tea?
No. This assignment is only for the coconut.
Okay, sir.
Do you Brian sir, did you get any assignment from her, his part in the rubber?
No, sir.
Okay, then if you don't have any assignment from that part, then altogether, using all 3 crops, tea, rubber, and coconut, you can make it. First select the 1 crop, tea, rubber, or coconut, then select a title, and then create a video. Usually, we give this assignment for each individual crops, but at this time you can select only 1 crop. It means if you interested with the rubber, then you can select weed management in rubber. Likewise, no need to specific in the coconut. Clear?
Okay, sir.
Okay, then let's meet again in the next Saturday to discuss the processing technologies of these 2 crops. Okay, then have a nice day. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.